Welcome everybody to day 6 of the MCT AMER South playoffs. I'm your host Sina Lily. The road to the championship is getting narrower, and today marks a major turning point in the competition because by the end of today, 2 teams will be eliminated from the playoffs. This is where resilience is tested, where the stars rise under pressure, and where every moment matters more than ever before. The stage is set and the players are ready, and the playoff battle continues right now. Alongside me are yours truly, Private Dancer and Rico. You ready for today?
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited and a little sad as we began this journey a few weeks ago with all of these teams. I feel like I've watched them grow up, learn to walk and crawl, and now today, as you said, we're going to be saying goodbye to 2 of them. But who better to have on this journey than Zena Lily and Rico alongside me?
That's right. So hi Zina, hi Private. It's a mix of feelings because at the same time that we are really excited to see insane matches here, like we kind of just a little bit sad about that because we're saying goodbye to 2 teams today, teams that had hopes, that had expectations on the tournament. But it's a competition. Someone has to win, someone has to lose, and maybe another time. So let's go.
Yes, yesterday we saw that 9Z and DreamHack both got pushed down to that loser bracket, and now this is going to be a battle for them to try to see if they can win and come back, even for Infinity as well as Octa.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 4 teams here who have tasted that bitter spoon of defeat, some more recently than others. And the most dangerous thing out there, especially when it comes to the animal kingdom, is a wounded animal here. And we're going to be talking about 4 different teams here who have lost in different ways, all looking to push their way forward.
It's going to be very interesting watching these 2 matches because on the first one here, we're seeing like a team that used to bring some different heroes, something like not so far from the meta, but at the same time, it's very interesting to see Infinity Esports playing. And at the other side, we have 9Z Global, a team that we saw like beginning with like a roller coaster, like good and bad moments, and now they're like a strong team. All the players seems to be on the same page. And the other match, we're seeing Octa Gaming, which started so well with like so solid winning the matches, and DreamHack that had some huge changes on the lineup and will have some players rolling swap. So it's gonna be very interesting to see and to watch.
Before we jump into the matches, let's quickly revisit the playoff format.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league from 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower seeded teams begin in phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher seeded teams advance directly to phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue.
Today with these 2 matches, and to get things more spicy, as always, we are dealing with the global ban system, which is awesome, amazing, incredible here. Watching this plays like have to think about the strategies and the draft compositions.
Yeah, it's been a finely tuned road for a lot of these teams here, but let's see that extra little spice like he was talking about, how the global bans have transitioned here into the AMER tournament.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
Yes, the global bans have been a wonderful addition to the tournament. I have been enjoying watching it.
Yeah, and especially a lot of these teams kind of coming out here, some who have really embraced the global ban, even reaching well outside of what the bounds of the meta has been. I have found some success, some recently, like we were talking a little bit about Infinity, who maybe is kind of juggling back and forth of whether some of these outside the box roam picks might be helping or maybe hindering them a little bit and providing a lot of hurdles. But it has been an exciting series to be watching here for these playoffs.
Yes, for sure. It has been very exciting. And if you want to keep up to date on what has been going on, you can follow us on our social medias here. MLBB Esports, Kick, Twitch, X, Insta, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, you name it. Be a part of this community.
You're right, Zena. You name it. We are everywhere. So you make sure you follow us on the social networks, MLBB Esports. So you are about to know everything that is happening, not only in the Americas, but all over the world, the international events, what is happening, the patch notes, updates, new heroes, everything, content, memes. So everything you see on our social media.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that happens out here, like we say, there's sometimes people can get busy too, not maybe able to make all of the matches that are happening during the week or even on the weekends. But if you miss anything and are looking for any type of information having to do with the AMERs, not just North, not just South, but all of the AMERs, you can look no further than MLBB Esports for all of the information you may be looking for concerning Mobile Legends.
Yes, and we cannot be here without our sponsor. We have to give the shout out to runestone.gg. If you want to be up on the stage and up your gaming so you can get to be a part of this, you can get your data and analytics from Runestone.
Yeah, Runestone is doing an amazing job here, not only to make this happen here, AMER happening, but to improve your game level, to help you with the stats, to everything you need to be a champion and a pro player on MLBB.
Yeah, tons of information that you can find. Pro player, even casters can find information there for every kind of game. And look no further than runestone.gg for all of your gaming needs.
And speaking of data and analytics, we're going to go analyze our bracket right now. Let's check it out. Right,
Okay.
Private, what do we got here?
Well, as you see, we kind of continued. We started out with 8 teams here entering into the first round, and I believe now we're at about, I believe this would be what, round 4, where we're at the lower bracket looking at 6 teams total and 4 teams who are going to be competing here tonight. 9Z Global, Infinity, DreamMax, and Octa here with only 2 positions left to move forward, and unfortunately 2 of these teams will be left behind.
Yeah, it's an now or never situation here for this team. So 2 teams are going to still survive in the competition. 2 teams are going to say goodbye to AMER South today. So 9Z is going to face Infinity and DreamMax is going to face Octa Gaming. And the upper brackets, we are waiting to see, maybe I think this is next weekend, the upper bracket finals, Entity 7 versus Alpha 7. So things are going to be very wild even.
Yes, for sure. A lot on the line today. Let's take a look at today's schedule so you can see who we have going against each other. All right, here we have Infinity going against 9Z, and then we'll have Octa going against DreamMax.
Yeah, best of 5 competitions for both of these matches. Looking for them to go all the way. There is nothing left here for these teams. If you lose here, there's no more lower bracket. There's no more cushion if you fail. So if there was ever a time for you to put it all on the line, now is that time.
Yeah, now is the time here. It's going to be very interesting. First of all, here to see like if Infinity is going to keep with the personality to bring some like different heroes, for example, a 9Z with this all the players on the same page here. So it's going to be very interesting, at least as this first match.
All right, let's get to it. Let's check Infinity's lineup for today. All right, for Infinity on the EXP lane, we have Rusi, our jungle ZZ, mid lane Lionel, gold lane Zablax, and our roamer Fanboy. One of my favorite roamers right now.
Yeah, definitely Fanboy has become kind of a favorite for a lot of people and viewers out there, because he's been taking a lot of these outside the box roam picks like the Minotaur, Atlas, things like that you don't usually get to see there. But let's go ahead and see what Infinity had to say before this matchup.
Rusi, hace 4 años. Dairo, Fanny, Sanford, yo mismo, la Pulapu, la Cofre de Paquito, el Saber, el Isla, Setiam, la Fanny, Fanboy, Sisi, Sanford, a nadie. Urano, Early, Carly.
All right, seems Rusi has a hate for that Fanny, but here we go with 9Z Globant. We have on the EXP Chino, Jungle Luisinho, mid lane Fashion, gold lane Gusta Lagusta, and Rome Alboro Crazy.
Yeah, it's a very unusual lineup here for 9Z Globant, which we saw this team evolving game by game, weekend by weekend. But once again, let's check out what 9Z Globant is about to say.
Bueno, yo creo que primer puesto pondría a Jesús, segundo pondría a Papadog, el top 1 y el top 2 son indiscutibles por el tema de experiencia competitiva y demás. Después ya un poquito más abajo, tercero creo que pondría a Rusi, el equipo de Infinity. Cuarto sería Arctic y quinto creo que Orochi, esos 5.
I am looking forward to these matches between Infinity and 9Z. I wonder what they're going to bring to the table today.
Yeah, for me, it kind of comes down to some things that I noticed from the yesterday when we were watching some of the matches. Some teams have like those glaringly obvious picks that they favor and love to go with. We saw that Chikiche was kind of shut down trying to, with some of her pickups as well. They banned out Fanny or picked up Fanny to take that away here. I know to get to this position here with Fanboy kind of being at the losers bracket, I think we saw some Minotaur bans out there, some chip bans out there, some of those things that he really shines on. Even though they're not really like ingrained in the meta, they sought to be able to kind of take some of those picks away to hopefully try to cripple some of the teams here. And does that stand out, or does that weaken your draft a bit? Because now there's things that you don't usually ban that now you have to start fitting into your draft. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, especially when it comes to this lower bracket phase now. We gotta see like the two teams here. We're gonna check if they're like going to keep with their personality, for example, like Infinity with Fanboy or ZZ to bring some something just a little bit different, like Valeric, like Chip, for example. And okay, Chip we used to see more of it, but Kufra, for example, because now it's the lower bracket. So here, one mistake could be lethal, could be crucial for both teams. But what we saw yesterday also was like the teams are showing some kind of a how can I say, a respect, especially to some specific heroes. For example, yesterday we saw Alpha 7 banning a 1-1 from Gusta La Gusta. So the thing is, if Infinity is going to show the same respect on 9Z Globan here, especially when it comes to Gusta La Gusta, or they're trying a different ways or different strategies so far.
Yes, I wonder if they're gonna have that respect ban of Chip for Fanboy here. They're gonna go ahead and ban out Guinevere. She has been a menace out there in the field. They've been playing her very well, either as a roamer or a jungler. So she was one of my favorites that I used to play as well. She's really great at like a kind of like an assassin role, right? Being able to come out of those bushes and jump in on the team and give that CC to kind of help the team win. They did give that respect ban, the Chip.
Yeah, not just that with the Gwen, but you've also got a lot of different heroes that she can meld well with. Gattacacha, Terizla, anybody who's got a pop-up that you wouldn't normally think about being as deadly, but it allows the Guinevere to come in there and get that Violet Requiem, which can really be debilitating for a lot of teams. Phoveus has moved up in the weeks, I want to say in the last few weeks, very quickly to the I want to say S-tier banning for Phoveus. And it's one of those things that I kind of put next to the Zushin pickup, is that you need to have a plan for this if you're going to allow it out on some of those picks there. You talked about the respect coming out from the side of 9Z. They're going to keep Chip off of there. I do like what he provides when it comes to control over the map, and it really shortens and hinders your ability to traverse the map, especially in that early game when you got the singular rotations coming out from mages or marksmen or even XP laners or even dives coming into your own jungle. Chip can just really hinder that ability by having the entire team jump on you once he gets that ultimate. So a lot of respect coming out of there, but here Zushin left open for Infinity.
I would like as I was listening to Private saying, talking, and I was like analyzing, okay, so which are they gonna ban here, like a Baxia, that could be or Zushin, for example. I didn't expect that 9Z would let a Zushin open here for the first choice for Infinity. And now responding with Eve and Claude. Okay, Claude here could make sense for Gusta La Gusta, which we know that he's a solid gold laner, which refers to like, okay, play, farm, getting items to causing this damage on the mid to the late game. But now once again, we're seeing Infinity keeping the personality. Now Fanboy keeping and bringing here a Minotaur. By the time that we were not allowed to use the Chip, for example, because it was banned, but now Infinity comes with a Leomord in the jungle and Minotaur here as a roaming for a Fanboy.
Yes, they felt that Chip was more of a threat than Zushin, but I feel that Fanboy has so many different roams under his belt, they really shouldn't have targeted that. Now they have a Zushin to kind of answer with here. He went ahead and picked up the the Minnow. They went ahead and picked up the Fredrin as well for their jungler on the side of 9Z here.
One of the weaknesses or hurdles that I saw from Infinity where they took the loss is I felt like the roam picks. What I've really liked about Infinity is it's not just a Minotaur or the Bellaric or a Chip or a Kufra. It's compositions that really fit around some of these picks out there. And I didn't see that the last time they played. It felt more desperate, more random with some of the picks that they were taking up. Like I think the Bellaric was out there too, and I was kind of like, where does the Bellaric fit into this composition? Is it going to really be able to hold? Here, I do like the Minotaur because you've got the healing that you can bring out to help Leomord kind of stay that tanky and amount of damage that he can dish out there. Not only that, but you've also got the peeling potential if they try to dive onto the back line for Zushin, with the Minoan Fury there. And you can also use the Minoan Fury a little bit more offensive to try to offset a lot of the retributions or the Appraiser's Wrath that are going to come out of Fredrin when you're battling some of these objectives. So I do like this pick here, and I do like when the roam picks kind of really meld into the rest of the composition for Infinity.
Your team is banned.
Yeah, it makes total sense here, especially when it comes to bringing this Minotaur when you have Zunshin in that composition, because if we see here, it's going to be very hard for 9Z to put in the back line here, for example. Okay, Gusta with the Blazing Duet can try to do something, but still, Zunshin has this ultimate that she can like get this reposition. She can be able to survive in those scene fights. So it's not going to be very interesting for 9Z. At the same time, we're seeing like, okay, Infinity has nothing to do about that. So for me, Minotaur here is like, okay, Fanboy has not that responsibility on his shoulders to, okay, I have to get initiation, I have to be the hard engaged one, because I can protect, I can be the peel here for not only for Zunshin, but a possible goal laner here, possibly a carry, for example, that makes like makes a 9Z Global more like pressure on his shoulders to bring tanky heroes, for example. But now Alice, I was wondering like if 9Z was gonna choose this Alice, because with the blood, the foggy one here, so Shino is one of the other players who would be able to get in this back line, but it's not that easy for 9Z Global to jump and pop up, especially on Zunshin. And don't tell me now, because we got Irritel here that can shot by moving. Another gold lane here, like I'm not sure if it is the first time that we're seeing Irritel here in AMER South, but it's a very different one. So once again, Xena and Private, Infinity is keeping their personality, bringing something out of the box here to surprise the opponents.
Yes, for sure. They are bringing something out of the box. Irithel, is it the first time we've seen her out there? I'm not even
probably have to check the stats to see.
Yeah.
I know.
We cannot remember.
I know for Irithel, a lot of people tend to favor her when it's like you have to apply some of those Demon Hunter stacks on. So when it comes to some of the heavier Alice, Fredrins out there, she's going to be one of those ones that once you get to those 3 items, especially with Demon Hunter, you'll be able to shred them down. Katakacha being another one. So it's going to be very interesting. This is a very tanky composition coming out of 9Z Globant, and I want to say a very old school initiate and try to damage out your opponent's composition coming out from the side of Infinity.
Yeah, so now here to finish the composition of Burrow Crazy, bringing this Gato Chacha here on that composition. So we are about to go to the first game here. So if you are on the chat, you are the main star of the show. Please send the like, call your friends, share this broadcast here to whole community on MLBB. Say hello to Deadpool, hello to GM Hunter, hello to Zatchbell. I like this anime. And Cartoon, I think this is cartoon, right? Dress Ray also. Hello to Private Dancer. I heard this guy is very nice one. Ooh. GM, I said hello to GM Hunter before. So everybody, let's go, because now we are going to start just right away. Okay, now, thank you, production. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the first game. Infinity Esports versus a 9Z Globant. It's a now or never. It's the lower bracket game here, Private.
Yeah, now or never is exactly the words that came to my mind for both of these teams, as you have run out of chances here against each other. This is where you're going to have to leave it all on the line. Pretty interesting note, too, for both of these teams. Throughout the entire Swiss stage, these guys have never faced each other. So this is going to be an inaugural match for both of these teams. Neither who probably have really had a lot of experience when it comes to dealing with the other's play style. I'm very interested to see too how Rusi's going to perform, especially with the initial turtle out there. As Rusi, like, I feel like he's got to get a great engagement tool to be able to kind of sit in the bush, or not in the bush, into the turtle pit, or even be able to zone out the rest of 9Z Globant if they are the second ones getting to the turtle pit. So it's going to be all about how these guys lay out that type of priority for each other.
Yeah, so you're seeing here the emblem stats so far. Fredrin and Ivy here on the 9Z Globen's side, bringing up the Imperial Rage, Quantum Charge here for Claude. Yeah, it's a very interesting one because he's going to need some mobility when it comes to stack this auto attacks, especially here. But now we're seeing Gusta versus Zapblock so far. On the XP lane here is going to be very interesting because on one side you have Chino with Alice who can get in the back line, for example, more easily. And the other side we have Thamos who can do this front line and get this sustain on the team fight here, more benefit to Infinity. But now the first turtle here immediately started by 9Z Globen Private. Ooh.
Yeah, and on the back end, you can see Chino and Alburo Crazy trying to zone out ZZ, keep him away from this turtle. So they're not even going to... Oh, actually, Lionel coming in here is going to try to put on some pressure, but it's just not enough. 9Z Globen get that first turtle without much of a peep coming out from Infinity. A great job from 9Z to be able to zone out Lionel.
Yeah, it was a great job here, like zoning the players, especially on XP lane here. So Rusi was not able to do much on to his team here to fight back this first turtle. So yeah, first turtle here easily guaranteed by 9Z Globen. Not a big deal on goal lead, for example. Yeah, it's just even. The game is even up here. No kills. The goal lead. Only the first turtle went to 9Z Globen so far. Both teams here very caution here, Private, before taking the actions.
Yeah, really interesting too. I mean, what we saw yesterday when it came to like a Zushin pickup to try to off-end it, we saw that Lapu was picked up to kind of dive into the back line with that Bravest Fighter form, and Lapu would basically solo. He would latch on to Zushin and he wouldn't let go while the rest of the team was fighting in the back lines to really kind of create that separation. They weren't able to like really get Zushin down, but they were able to create that separation so that Zushin wasn't part of the fights. Zushin was struggling to try to get in there because you always had somebody diving in on her. And I'm wondering if that's kind of the same plan we're kind of looking for here, is to kind of get somebody, especially Chino, to dive into that back line, latch on to Zushin so that it's not going to be a factor during a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and you also saw the serious thing here when we saw Infinity banning Khalid, for example, to the roaming to avoid another hero with the potential to like get in the back line here to neutralize a Zoom machine on that situation. But once again, we are dealing with the global bans here, so at least this first game here, Infinity is going to take the opportunity and going to take this chance to win with the Zoom Shin. They have to, because it's a very strong mid lane here with the high pressure. But now on the river, let's go, Private. Oh,
yeah, you see Alburo Crazy does get lifted up with that Lantern Flare, backed up a bit, still trying to pour on the damage is Lionel from the side. Gusta Lagusta joins the fight early. Zablochin here too, 10% left on there. We do have a glorious pathway laid down. Luisinho able to pick up the Lord. Rusi in trouble, looking for the disengage. Infinity trying to get out of harm's way, even though they lost a second turtle. So an engagement there between both teams. Turtle goes over to 9Z Globen, but Infinity still able to create that distance. They don't lose a little bit more than that.
That is the lower bracket situation here, Private. No one wants to take the first step like this. Too risky first step here to make a mistake on this first game. So I believe that both teams are still believing in that outscale, because we have you have Claude, for example, on a 9Z Globen side, which has a very strong late game, but out on the other side we have Iritel, which has also a very strong late game with the Zunshin and even Rusi with the Thamos. So I think that both teams here, like, okay, first of all, we're not taking too many risks here, like not to take any false step, but now Alburo Crazy can be lost.
Ooh, yeah, he's going to have to use that Avatar of the Guardian to get out of harm's way. He kind of lingered out there a little bit too far. Ooh, actually, Chino takes a decent amount of damage. Lucino is going to have to come in for a little bit of backup there as Rusi is able to burst him down there. But you're absolutely right. Both of these teams being very careful-footed with how they approach some of these games. I feel like, especially at the playoffs right now, I mean, I feel like you need to have that understanding for your characters where their power spikes are before you start going in here. Ooh, we do have a 2v2 here. Gusta going to use that BMI to get out of harm's way. El Burrow Crazy gets pushed back. He does not have that Avatar of the Guardian anymore, as he just used that earlier. So that is going to cost him as he goes down to the damage of ZZ. Zablach going to be able to take down the tower. Now Lionel being chased down out of position. In comes Rusi from the flank to put on the damage. We do have a Throne of Rune coming out from Chino as well. Is that going to be enough? Rusi able to find the damage onto Chino. 9Z Globan now looking for the disengagement as Gusta Lagusta has to use that Blazing Duet defensively to help aid in their escape.
Yeah, so as we were talking about, like, who's gonna take the first action here, who's gonna take the first step. Now we saw Infinity here trying to not only to focus on the tower on the bottom lane, but to like taking this feed on the accelerator here. So now getting 2 kills and the 3rd turtle on the game, the first one for Infinity. And once again here we saw Chino was trying to get in the back line here with Alice, or trying to flank to get a Zunshin, for example. But in that situation, Infinity's composition brings so many comfort zone for Zunshin, because you have a Fanboy, you have a ZZ here who can activate the Phantom Steed and the ultimate from Minotaur. So it's not, once again, it's not that easy to a 9Z to try to get this flank or this back line here to neutralize not only Zunshin, because okay, you take down Zunshin, alright, so you still have Irithel, we still have Rusin with Thamos, so now Berserker Fury on Zablach's hand.
Yeah, you're absolutely right too. I do feel like though on 9Z Globan, as we start moving into the mid, into the late game, as the CC and these defensive items start coming online, you're gonna have a lot more tankier ability to get to that back line and combo in with the going in with the Throne of Ruin, or perhaps with the Avatar of the Guardian as well. You can see Rusi topping the damage charts right now. Just below him would be Feshin and Chino there as well, but it just right now Infinity has a firm control on this game. About a 3k gold lead for them, and 2 kills on their side with 2 towers. So actually making pretty, I want to say, fairly good use of these 2 kills. Still have 2 objectives there. Luisino does go in with a little bit of damage there. Gusta gonna have to use that BMI to get out of harm's way. On the back end, Luisino looking, can maybe look for the Praiser's Wrath. He gets toasted before he can click onto that. Oh, Gusta with the Blazing Duet trying to wear down his opponent's. Infinity down to about 50%. Zablach and Fanboy looking for the disengage now. 3-0 for Infinity.
Yes, Private, I'm quite sure here, like, everybody on 9Z, like, okay, a little crazy. Yeah, this is a touch here, like, for stealing the lore, it's gonna be a very, very, like, outplay and outstanding performance here coming up from Aburo Crazy. But I believe here, Private, I think that of the players on a 9Z, like, I think that they made an agreement, like, okay, guys, we are not, we're not allowed to, not allowed, but we are not taking too many risks here on this game, so we have to wait. Like Gusta gets stronger, Feshin gets stronger with this Ivy, because we saw yesterday what he's capable of with this a mage on the mid lane here. So for me, like, we're seeing, I believe that, I think that a 9Z is waiting for like the right time. They read and they know not Infinity's composition and Infinity's strength so far here. So, oops, here comes.
Yeah, we do have a Phantom Seed coming out there, mostly to zone away 9Z from that mid lane tier 1 tower, and it is successful as they're going to go ahead and scoop that one up. Lord up at top, and you can see them trying to look for possibly another zoning coming out here. They're doing a great job using that Phantom Steed as kind of a zoning tool for the rest of the team, but I actually happen to agree with you when it comes to, I feel like 9Z, like, this isn't like a normal playstyle. They're being patient. They're waiting for these power spikes to come out before they actually go all in with a huge fight here. Unfortunately, Infinity might be pretty well past the point, as we have Burl Crazy goes down as well, and a big pop-up lands on the 2 members of 9Z Globe, and out comes the real world manipulation. Rusi able to find a kill as well onto Chino. Gusta Lagusa gonna have to back up as the rest of Infinity not taking no for an answer, very quickly making mincemeat of that high ground tower at top, looking to do the same at mid. Can Gusta Lagusta be able to defend off this mid-high ground push? And yeah, I mean, they're looking for an opportunity. They're waiting for those power spikes. Unfortunately, Infinity might be too far gone by the time these power spikes come online.
Yeah, I just reminded one day I was in a job interview and the boss was asking me if I was ready to be a captain, and I said I don't know. And he said to me, okay, when you feel ready, the opportunity might pass away, you know. So for me here is like, okay, 9Z Globant is still waiting for, they were waiting for when their carry gets stronger, like Chino, Gusta Lagusta with Claude, for example. We're seeing the items here. So the Trinity, not even the Trinity core here for Claude. We're just still waiting for the next one. I believe it's going to be a corrosion site. I don't remember now. It might be, but the Golden Staff and the Timber Hunter already in Claude's hands. But the fact here, Private, is when a 9Z Globant decides to do something on this game here, it might be too late because they already lost the high ground tower on the top side, for example. We're seeing the goal lead here, like almost 10k for Infinity, 6 kills. Dude, I don't know if 9Z is going to be able to get back in this game.
Yeah, and that's kind of the unfortunate thing, is because as this game goes kind of starting and continuing on through the mid game, I'm kind of like, all right, I don't feel like this is like a typical 9Z Globant game. Usually they're a little bit more pressurized, usually a little bit more forward with their offense here. So maybe we're kind of waiting for some of those power spikes to come on. But you're at a point, Gusta Lagusta doesn't even have his third item. Fashion, I don't think, had his third item as well. And you're about a 10k gold lead or a 10k gold deficit right now with only 2 high ground towers left. You're running out of room. But I mean, 9Z Globant, they were the ones that were able to come back against Alpha 7 as well in the last minutes. So I mean, I won't count them out just yet. But here, I mean, the difference is insurmountable and beginning to stack up against them. Chino gets pulled back on the backside. Oh, Minoan Fury catches 2 members of the side of 9Z Globant. Now you have a Lord flashing away at the core, bursted down by the side of 9Z Globant, while Infinity's still looking for an opportunity to find some damage to go in. We have a Phantom Steed as well. Luisino gets dragged back by the side of Infinity, and 9Z Globant trying to defend unsuccessfully the final high ground tower that goes down, and Minions might be able to take this base. And Infinity with a very early and very dominant first game victory.
Yeah, full dominance here coming up from Infinity Esports, 1-0 to them, Zena.
Yes, that was full domination. 9Z prioritized turtles at first, but Infinity was able to negate that gold game by going to that bottom lane and just taking out 2 people and that tower. And at the end of it, they started to get objectives, fully dominated the map, and just 1 to 2 Lord pushes, and it was over. 9Z didn't even get any kills in that match.
Man, and this was like a super, for me, uncharacteristic of 9Z Globant with how weird the start felt for them. You had a lot of tools to be able to get to that back line. You had the Alice, you had Gatakacha. There was so many things that you could use and I don't even remember if I saw an Avatar of the Guardian, except that defensive one that he used to run away from the team. And it didn't feel like we were all on the same page. And I guess that kind of runs down to how good of a start that Infinity had. And by the time 9Z Globant realized what was happening, you're already 6k gold behind, and there's not too many fights that you're going to win. So you're kind of hoping for those power spikes to hit Gusta Lagusta. But by that time, I mean, 13 game, basically a 14-minute game here. By that point, you're already 10k behind. So I just feel like a very overwhelming victory here for Infinity.
Yeah, so Infinity got a full dominance on the first game here, and to be honest, we know that 9Z some situations they do like to wait for the right time here, but this game was like, okay, was unusual even for 9Z here to wait this performance, to wait for the right moment. For example, as Private said, they had some tools here to get to do something. For example, with the Tochacha or Chino. At least I think that in the first team fight here, they tried to do something, especially with Chino here. But like I think that Infinity was like so aware, with so much knowledge here that with 9Z Globan was capable of to do against them. So they I think that they were ready to deal with that kind of situation. So the avatar of the Guardian here, so as Private said, the only thing that I saw, the ones that I saw was to escape from Infinity's engage. And here, once again, I was like wondering when Infinity was like taking down the last high ground tower on the bottom lane. I was about to say something like, okay, we saw that movie yesterday versus Alpha 7, you know, but it was so fast. Like Infinity just took the right, like took the turbo here, went forward, went aggressive here to guarantee the first victory. It didn't give time to 9Z to do something in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very little time for them to even be able to turn this around. By the time they realized how far back that they were, how much gold deficit they were at, it was already too late. You weren't even able to get farmed up. And not even very much of a high killing game for either side either.
Yes, and a performance that shifted momentum and shaped the outcome. We have Rusi, our MVP of the match, 204 KDA, 53.3k total damage, 684 gold per minute. He was an unstoppable force.
Yeah, so the MVP here, the first of the day, comes to Rusi with this Tamos 204. It was a very like good XP laner here, like this function, especially because we were talking about like, okay, Chino was taking the responsibility to get somehow using like to reach the back line or the flank here to neutralize especially the carry ones from Infinity. And Rusi had to, okay, I just have to be one of the front lines here. I just have to be this protection, has to be just this sustainability situation here from Infinity. So he performed so well using this Thanos here, like who was not able to die. Only one kill for 9Z Globan in this first game. So Rusi played very well on this first game here using Thanos.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be successful when it came into some of these brawls that you would get into with the objective pits, and so I just didn't think it was going to be that successful. I mean, he was able to deal with his lane, had no problem with that. Objectives were no problem. He was pretty much the tip of the spear, being able to push back a lot of the offense coming out from 9Z as well. And yeah, I mean, a great game there played by Infinity. Very overwhelming, and it speaks very highly. Like I said, I feel like that it's like a completely different team when I feel like everybody's on the same wavelength when it comes to the draft, and picking up these good roams for Fanboy and a composition that surrounds that roam and actually helps to advance it forward, rather than it feeling more of kind of like a random pick that we saw that kind of got them down here to the lower bracket. So I mean, I kind of was focused before about 9Z's some of the hurdles that they had, but I mean, Infinity played a very, very straight, like I said, this wasn't like something crazy, wasn't something like out of this world. It's a very standard composition, an initiating factor, a tanky front line, and some very strong firepower in your back line as well. Very straightforward, very earnest, and very dominant when it came to this 3-tank front coming out from 9Z.
Yes, they really had great CC there, and the fact that they gave them the Zushin to kind of start it off, that, like I was saying earlier, the target banning of Chip was, even though you're banning out the Chip, he has a lot of other roams in his belt. Chip is not like a huge factor for them to get any type of win, because they, like you said, meld very well and building the team with the roam and making sure that they engage and do things correctly and fully as a team. So their synergy in that sense really works well for them.
Yeah, so and we can even talk about like, okay, if Infinity, what if Infinity brought something different on the mid lane, for example? What if they brought an Ivy or a Farsa? Honestly, I don't think that the result would be different here, because it was not only a Zushin's situation. Okay, Zushin is really strong, but we, as Private was saying, like, the whole like situation for Infinity, like everyone knowing exactly what they were supposed to do, the initiation one, the protection one here, so everyone like doing and working like a perfect engine here. So it was really nice to see Infinity play on this first game here so far.
Yeah, and we'll see if that kind of continues. If 9Z Globin has something else in store. The chip ban, I mean, I guess, I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to map pressure, that can be something that's very hard to overcome, especially back when we were talking about the days when Lu Yi was meta and you had to worry about the diversion. Any bush on the map became like this heat zone that you had to constantly keep checking, constantly making sure that everything is clear. And so I kind of get and I kind of understand the chip ban, why you would prioritize it, because I feel like it adds, like the Zushin, it adds a lot to your plate that you have to do correctly, that you have to negate, that you have to be aware of to be successful. So why not just take it off of the floor? And I feel like it's not so much to hurt Fanboy as much as it is to help their team, because it would mean that the Roam has to be keeping an eye out for so much more rather than just banning him out. Here, we're gonna start off with a chip ban and a Zushin. Infinity definitely not wanting to let that out, especially with how dominant they were in the last game with that pick as well.
Yes, for sure. They are still going ahead and banning the chip. That for sure is the reason then. They don't want to keep an eye out on the map there. And they do not want to give the Zushin to the side of 9Z, as that was... they knew what kind of a menace that could be. And of course, they're going to take out that Phobius as well.
Yeah, so once again here, like, okay, as we were talking about, like, just a few minutes ago, I'm not sure if like Zushin would be like this exact point here for guaranteeing a victory to Infinity on this first game. But as we've seen, like Infinity doesn't want to have this trouble on this second game, and I can go further. I don't see Infinity letting this Zushin open till the end of this match here to 9Z Global. But now we're seeing once again Freya being banned on the gold lane here, so both teams are not worried about, like, okay, I think that I believe that they watched yesterday matches and they saw like Freya losing the game, but still Freya very strong banning prioritization so far. But now Ivy is going to be the last ban here on the first base, and Baxia. Alright, so here Harley is open for Luizinho, for example. It could be a very strong a pick for 9Z Globin.
Harley, Marcel, I mean, if they pick up Harley, do you counter with the Uranus pickup immediately? Marcel's kind of the same thing. You've got counters where it comes to the Valentina can be picked up. We've banned out Phobius, so we've kind of taken off a little bit of the threat that can get onto a Valentina pick. And then we've got Sora kind of in the mix, kind of floating out there too, which is kind of, it floats out there with that Valentina pickup as well, because it gets countered by the Valentina, so we're not sure where that's going to be the fit into the year. When it comes to the gold lane, Harith, yeah, the big priority here for 9Z Global. They're going to go ahead and scoop that up first, and waiting to see what Infinity will be answering with. I'm assuming possibly the another mid lane for the side of Infinity, which we like to usually go with in the first round of the draft.
Yeah, since they already picked up that gold lane, they don't really have to worry too much on that. I would probably think they would pick the Granger, as you said, that Granger usually does well against the Harith there. I think they will most likely prioritize their mid laner here. Oh no, they went ahead and decided to get their gold lane early here with the carry, making sure that they can shred any tanky fronts that may come along.
Yeah, so the response here from Infinity was the Fredrin and carry to the goal lane. So, okay, here's the thing. I'm thinking that on the second game, 9Z is prioritizing Augusta's pick. Okay, we know that he's very strong. We know that he can carry the games here, but maybe if you're too early picking these heroes to Augusta, I think that it comes to it gives time to Infinity to think on in a strategy to not just to neutralize Augusta, you know, but to pick and do Zubblocks a comfort a matchup here for in the gold lane, because okay, Xena talked about a Granger. Versus Harriet, that could be an interesting matchup, but depending on the skill shot here for Zublock, he could be in trouble, for example. But now, allowing like not only carry to do this matchup against Harriet, but it gives a 9Z another problem here, that they have to think in a strategy and a composition with not so many tankies, because a carry is going to take advantage about that situation. But they're choosing Glue here, okay, maybe with the ultimate and maybe with the buff here can do and survive just a little bit more against carry. But still, carry in a late game here with the true damage, with the buff here to melt down tankies,
He will
I don't
shred
know.
glue.
Yeah.
He's gonna shred glue if they make
Many
it.
Yeah,
Patricks.
I mean, as much as Granger is a good counter for Harith, I think I've realized as we moved on, as I've played more, a Granger in the early game can kind of be offset by a super tanky front line. Yeah, while he will counter the Harith, I mean, choosing him early kind of lets you know, okay, they're not going to be able to get Demon Hunter Sword. They're not going to be able to really be able to shred. You really mostly just got pot shots that you need to worry about, and that gets handled really well with a very tanky front line there. So I do like the carry pickup there. However, with Glue on the other team, I don't know what we have just yet. We're still waiting for mages on both sides to see where we kind of go. We got some backline access, but we don't have a back line yet, which is weird to me, is that you have the Lapu to kind of really get to the back line, but 9Z really hasn't chosen a back line just yet to actually be that problem. And I mean, I'm not sure where you go here. You could still have options like a Lilia that can kind of be able to burst down Fredrin a bit, and then if Lapu tries to jump on you, you can use those black shoes to get yourself out of harm's way. I'm really kind of favoring 9Z's draft right now. I like the solidness of these three. We don't really have a great early game just yet, but I do favor it over, I want to say, you've got the single target damage that's coming out from carry, and not really a great accessibleness in that early game to really facilitate carry getting all of the items that they need right now.
I was gonna say they were gonna pick up Lunix, but they wanted banned Lunix. Okay.
Your team
Oh,
is
Gord.
Okay. Once again here, Gord being picked by Infinity on this on the second match here. Not in this today, but we used to see Gord yesterday as well here on MCT AMER South. I was thinking about, okay, with more mobility here from Infinity, because they are like, they have Gary, they have Fredrin here. Okay, it's just to secure and buy more time in this long team fight, for example. But they choose a Gord. All right, so when it comes to the magic damage, when it comes to this burst, he is a really interesting one. But I don't know, maybe now with ZTN here, especially when it comes to the her ultimate, to do something against that composition from Infinity, it might work as well here for 9Z.
lead the charge.
looking at this, I was almost half expecting possibly a Chode to come out from the side of Infinity, just because with the Gourd, you have the Way of the Dragon, and you have like a burst potential to be able to single some people out. But then with the Kalea picked out there, with the Zeshian pick up there too, I feel like that's a good counter for it as well, because you can lay down the Fury of the Phoenix and be able to really stun out the opponents when they're trying to get that rush onto your team.
Yeah, so and finishing the composition here, like Fanboy securing Hilda on Infinity's lineup here on the heroes. So a big harassment on the jungler. Okay, no control, like no hard engage when it comes to Infinity, but okay, maybe they can compensate with the stun from the Gore, for example, or Rusi with the Lapu to buy more time in those team fights here, especially on the damage follow up. On 90 Global situation here, we're seeing a Boro Crazy with this Grok. All right, so it's not the hero that then can reach a flanky or a backline, for example, but with the wall and the tectonic charge, it might be a very interesting wombo combo when it comes to 9Z Global composition. But ladies and gentlemen, my friends, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the second game, Infinity Esports versus 9Z Global. 9Z Global versus Infinity. Who's gonna win? 9Z has to be so different than the first game.
Yeah, I mean, this is different. I like this draft coming out from them. I'm actually very curious as to where Infinity is going to be having their access. I feel like Lionel, I feel like he's kind of signed his death warrant here with the Gourd pickup with so much control on the side of 9Z and so much possible access to that back line. Chino can pretty much burst through the lines. Feshin will be able to get the global CC out there, and Alburo Crazy with the Tectonic charge. I mean, as soon as that Mystic Gush comes out, he'll be able to kind of spot you and aim a lot of CC in your direction, which is something that Lionel's gonna have to have a problem with, especially without the early rotations. You have a good clear when it comes to Lionel and Fanboy here, but you don't really have the rotation because Lionel is just so slow on this Gourd when it comes to his movement speed. Both teams kind of jockeying around, getting a lot of information, trying to feed that back to their teams.
Yeah, maybe they didn't like trying to compensate just a little bit with Hilda here and the Fanboy, but oh, he can be surprised. Ooh. Okay.
A little bit of a taste of things to come there. You see the Fanboy on the Hilda able to find an escape there, and then immediately backed up by Lionel, able to find himself a stun to cover the escape.
But now here the first turtle on the downside of river. Both teams lead like a 4v3 situation for Infinity. 9Z Global with a Boro Crazy, and now Fishing coming up to the party already on level 4. Who's gonna be and who's gonna guarantee the first turtle? Let's go.
Yeah, you can see both roams do not have level 4 just yet, but the team's kind of jockeying for a little bit.
Oh!
This Mystic Gus comes out there. Luisino and Chino gonna have to find themselves a flicker escape out of there, but Luisino able to find himself a retribution there, followed up by the first kill for 9Z Global. So a turtle in their pocket, followed by a kill for that engagement. Off to a better start than the last series we saw from 9Z.
Yeah, so we saw here the blocks taking just a little bit of the golden energy, but still, that was a clever move here when it comes to coming up from a 9Z Global, because we saw like a guard using the ultimate here, like causing much damage, but it wasn't enough to guarantee the kill. And then after that, 9Z came with a good response with the tectonic charge from Grok here and the Bro Crazy, and Suyo with Luisino with the follow-up in the burst damage, and to get better, it came with the Gusta La Gusta, like who head down from the goal lane on the top side here to get this first blood and get the first turtle for 9Z Global. But oh, a little crazy.
Yeah, you can see, and I'm kind of, I mean, you have the Mystic Gush, but you don't really have the CC, which means that I feel like Lionel's going to have to be the one that's setting the tone. He's going to have to be the initiator so that he can get the CC down, start the Mystic Gush, and then you can have ZZ come in with that, I believe it's the Crystal Explosion or the taunt that he has to kind of hold them steady. Otherwise, you're going to have a bunch of enemies on the side of 9Z Global who are going to be able to basically walk walk away from your Mystic Gush because we don't really have a lot of CC to be able to kind of maintain that damage onto them. You see a little bit of a rotation here now, 3 members up here, possibly looking for Gusta Lagusta, who definitely smells it in the air and backs up to his tower.
Yeah, but still, Gusta Lagusta took a high risk here because maybe he didn't have this information about like the 3 players of Infinity, and especially when they were heading for the top side here. But now, oh, she still got the golden crab here. But now, once again, a second turtle on the top side of the river. Both teams are dancing around this goal, and Fanboy, oh, almost here with Chino using his buff. So let's go. Oh, Gusta Lagusta.
You see Lionel trying to wait. He's definitely looking for... Oh, Mystic Gus actually comes out here. Chino in a little bit of trouble here, but we do have the Fury of the Phoenix to find a stun onto all members of Infinity, allowing ZZ to come in and find himself a great retribution to claim that. He does end up getting taken out, though. So 1 turtle apiece here. Now they're trying to chase down Chino, looking for an escape. On the backside there, Fanboy gets spotted out by Feshin. 2-1 right now in favor of 9Z Globin.
Yeah, but Infinity got this second turtle. Oh, Chino versus Fanboy here. Hilda's axe here hurts a lot, Chino, so you have to take care about that. Oh, Gusta!
Oh, tried to flicker away, and Lionel was ready with the flicker himself, even laid down the Zaman force, and still got picked apart by that Mystic Gush from Lionel. So even without the CC he has there, still doing a great job of being able to make sure that most of his opponents can suffer the full point of all of that damage.
Okay, Private, I have the impression here, like maybe Gusta, especially what happened on the first game here. So I'm feeling that Gusta is just a little bit like impatient about like, especially when he is still tapping on this top side here on the goal lane, when he knows, or at least he doesn't have the info where the players, like where Infinity players are. Because it was the second time that we saw like he playing too aggressive, you know, like, and there was like almost 3 players of Infinity on the top side here. So he was like surprised. He was taken down. It was a flicker battle here because Lionel used the flicker also. But I think that maybe for Gusta Lagusta, he has to be more careful on that situation.
Yeah, I feel like that too. He's especially before. I mean, you kind of want to start becoming a big part of these fights as soon as you get a lot of that cooldown, and he should be having that cooldown by level 4. Unfortunately, they're starting to fall a little bit. It's a little bit too even. It's basically a 50-50 right now. For another Mystic Gush actually comes out there, followed by the Rage Fury of the Phoenix. There, Lionel is able to find himself a kill onto Alburo. Crazy Infinity looking for the damage here. Rusi in the midst of this fight with that Bravest Fighter form. Last, but Luisino able to find the kill. Now the rest of 9Z Globin chasing down Infinity. ZZ gets taken down, and that's going to be the jungler for the side of Infinity. They no longer have a retribution to be able to take this turtle. Still continuing that pressure down at mid, and it looks like 9Z Globin will be able to find themselves a tower.
Yeah, Luisinho now here with the cold blood situation. He was able to like handle all the damage coming out from the Mystic Gush here. But once again, 9Z taking a clever move here, especially when it comes to Infinity trying to do something, trying to take these actions here on the second game. But now 9Z is like more aware. Oh, Gusta, the blocks.
Oh, he didn't want to stay in there. He didn't even take any tower shots. He was just a little, I feel like Gusta trying to be safe there. I think he actually had probably like 2 more dashes before he was actually going to be in trouble, but didn't know where the enemy was there. Didn't want to take the chance of them trying to be able to run in and find that gank onto him. He does push back Zablotch, however, not able to get any pressure onto this tower. Right now, as far as towers are concerned, I feel like 9Z Globit has a little bit of an advantage, especially Infinity because they have been able to take that mid tower. Mystic Gush is out. Alberto Crazy gets bursted down even without CC on the back end. They're going to have to find themselves a flicker to get out of there. Luisino able to close the distance onto Lionel, but gets trapped underneath the tower. Out comes the Zaman Force, and Rusi's going to have to use his flicker to get out of harm's way. 7-4 right now. Luisino able to really hone in and find the kill onto Lionel on the back line.
Yeah, so Infinity here once again with a good action, with a good initiation. But I believe, on the bottom lane here, okay, Chino has his info. But what I'm seeing here, Private, is like, okay, Leonel is taking this action, especially with the stun and the ultimate here, but the target is the target isn't a Burrow Crazy. The target is a Chino. Okay. Even if you have this damage, like this high damage, it takes a little time to take down these heroes, you know, like Glue or Grok, for example. So by the time Infinity use the other resources, like the other ultimates, it gives 9Z Globan time to respond back. So after that, like Burrow Crazy, okay, he was taken down, but it took too much for Infinity here. So it was like the 9Z's response here, getting the more kills, and now the opportunity to get this allure. But once again, all the 5 players here, like both teams are complete, but Fanboy is on the top side here, so maybe it's a good chance to 9Z to get this important objective here.
Yeah, I think I have to agree there, especially that you are able to take down Alberto Crazy, but you just use an entire Mystic Gush plus some more damage to be able to take down the tankiest member of 9Z Globan. Meanwhile, you have the rest of 9Z able to come in with a lot of your spells and ultimates down. Are they going to be able to find themselves a way into here? Luisino able to still grab himself a Retribution. Out comes an Appraiser's Wrath that just narrowly misses, and now comes the Fury of the Phoenix and a huge Titanic charge that latches on the 3 members of Infinity, and 9Z Globan are cleaning house.
3 kills here for 9Z Globan. Once again, as you are talking about, Private, the Mystic Gush from Gord Leonel. It was on Chino, but at the last moment, Chino used the ultimate to still survive on the team fight here and buy more time for 9Z Globan. That was when 9Z respond back very clever here with his ultimate and guarantee 3 kills. Now, the Lord heading on the bottom lane here for 9Z Globan. Here come the boys with the 9.
Yeah, I mean, not just the Mystic Gush, but also the Appraiser's Wrath coming out from ZZ. It just waited for that Appraiser's Wrath to come out and immediately used a split to jump onto ZZ's head and negated almost all of that damage. Not just that, but a great Fury of the Phoenix, able to latch down onto all of the enemies, keep them stunned, and Alberto Crazy found the perfect place to find a tectonic charge, hit a wall, bounce all of the members up, and a huge amount of CC that allowed a Luisino to come in there. And this is what I was expecting out of the first game. There's a lot of potential here for wombo combos like that, where CC after CC after CC, which will allow Luisino to come in. They just weren't able to take off in game 1. Here, game 2, a 10-5 lead right now, and almost a 10K gold lead.
Yeah, so now the move is different here on the second game. But not only about that, but I'm not like we are not used to see Fanboy with this roaming which has no CC, right? So we used to see a Fanboy with Grok, a Bellaric, or a Chip, for example. Oh, here comes Chino.
Ooh, yeah, they did miss all of that Fury of the Phoenix. Chino onto the back line. Ooh, latches on to Lionel, and another Titanic charge does a land onto him. 2 down for the side of Infinity, 3 down now as they are continuing to work their way into this push. Only 2 high ground towers left for the side of Infinity. 9Z Globan looking for a way in, trying to put the damage out. Looking onto Zablotch now, putting the damage onto the tower. Trying to get Fanboy down. No, they're going to go ahead and turn their attention to the tower to tie things up here for Infinity and 9Z Globan.
Yeah, so the second game here went to 9Z Globant. Everything is tied up here, Xena.
All right, it looks like it could have been nerves on that first round, but they seem to have gotten it together this time around. They fully dominated the map, just like Infinity did on the last one, and did a wonderful job just taking it all, winning, taking the objectives, taking control of the map, getting those kills in. Luisinho was doing an amazing job, 707. I don't know, I think that's what I saw before it ended, but he was a force to deal with right there.
Not just him, but I feel like a lot of it was set up by his team. You had the Fury of the Phoenix come down, immediately followed up by the Tectonic Charge, and then he would finally go in there and start just being able to get a lot of those Soul Severs and Blade Surges onto them. The Blade Surge being another CC source for his team as well. When you're talking about CC after CC after CC, and now when you finally come out of this coma, you've got Luisinho on this Suyo swinging away at you. There was very little that could be done on the side of Infinity.
Yeah, so it was like a full, if we saw full dominance coming up from Infinity on the first game, we saw this full dominance now with a 9Z Global performance. 14 kills versus only 5 here from Infinity. Yeah, so by the time they were talking about, like, especially with that composition, right? So, okay, Private, you were like, what are you
Fashion has 15 assists with 14 kills on the team. How does that work?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Math in here. But
yeah.
You know what?
Maybe the base is counting. Maybe they're counting on the base. They're like, okay, give it the base here.
They probably didn't count that last skill one.
But go on, Rico.
But we're just talking about like this 9Z's situation here when it comes to this follow-up, especially when the CC Fury of the Phoenix Tectonic Charge here from Boro Crazy, so everything worked well. Once again here, like Gusta burning my tongue, but say, okay, maybe it's not a good idea to get this first choice for Gusta, but playing with Harris, he was on fire once again here to not only to guarantee those kills, but to make the team more comfortable when it comes to get those initiations. Not only to get those initiations, but to respond Infinity's initiation when it comes to like the stun from Gore, the Mystic Gush, or like Chino trying to do something as well here of Lapu Lapu. So by the time that Infinity was like trying to use all the resources to get down a Boro Crazy, for example, or Chino, I think I said Chino from Infinity. No, it's Rusi. I'm sorry. So they were like supposed to use all the ultimate resources here, so it gave time, buying time for 9Z to respawn back. Not only that, Private, but also with Infinity, with the Fanboy, with Hilda, like not like that CC hero, that initiation with the hard engage here for Fanboy. Okay, maybe sometimes like it's not the right purpose here for an Infinity bringing a Balearic for a Fanboy, for example, but we used to see more victories coming out from Infinity when Fanboy is with these heroes with hard engages.
Well, I mean, it's not even just him. I mean, well, you're talking about, this is the nice Tectonic Charge that lands on 3 members there, pops them up, and then they absolutely get exploded by the rest of 9Z Globin. But an initiator would have been perfect here. I don't even feel like we got a lot of value out of this Hilda. I didn't feel the harassment. I didn't feel them really being able to enforce a lot of that for this team as well. And secondary too. Yeah, there's just two big blaring reasons to put Fanboy on something that's more initiate heavy or tanky for him to be able to be that front line or to score some type of CC onto 9Z Globin.
Yes, they did wonderful. You were right. He probably did need to have an initiator for his role. But here we have from early skirmishes to the final fight, our MVP, Luisinho, with 807 KDA, 42.5 K total damage, and 896 gold per minute. He was a force on that field.
I thought we would see Fashion with 15 assists here to be the MVP on the second match.
He got that. He killed the Natalia, you know.
But it's still well-deserved MVP here for Luizinho with a Suyo. My goodness, 8-0-7. Especially when it comes to 9Z responding every Infinity's initiation here. So with Suyu, not only the Tectonic Charge, not only the Fear of the Phoenix here with Zetian, but Luizinho with this burst physical damage, allowing 9Z to get this advantage on the team fight here to guarantee more kills and the objectives on the sequence. So Luizinho playing very, very well here as Suyo on this second game.
Yeah, and completely enabled, not to underspeak the rest of the team, who did a great job of enabling a lot of these kills for Luizinho too, whether it was the CC or being able to kind of help run them down. You see here the Fury of the Phoenix is coming out there, did such a great job of being able to really hone in. Another Tectonic Charge here. Just a great job by the entirety of this team. And this is like what I was saying, what we were waiting for from that first game when we saw a lot of that CC, a lot of the potential for some of those wombo combos to come out. Unfortunately, when it came down to it, they were just so far behind. Here, a great match, and they didn't start off. I feel like the early game was a little bit of a crawl for them. They were still trying to find their way. Those little newborn legs all shaky and stuff, trying to figure out how do we get this wombo combo to work perfectly. But those last two fights, picture perfect when it came to understanding. Fury of the Phoenix first, Tectonic Charge, then we send in Luizinho to pick up the scraps on a lot of these fights, and that's exactly what they did.
Yes, they for sure worked in sync there. Together, they found that synergy for themselves. They had so much CC there to kind of help give that front for the backline to make a big difference for them as well. So all in all, great show there. It could be anyone's game next, for sure.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was wondering, like, okay, from the first game, like how the first game ended with the full dominance from Infinity. Like, I was thinking and I was wondering, like, okay, what if like 9Z absorbed that thing, you know, like absorbed that situation, but it was okay. It was totally different now on the second game. They guarantee this victory with yeah, it was a very good advantage. Don't remember like Infinity taking down a tower, for example, but it was a very good dominance for a 9Z global. But now everything is tied up. That's the beauty of global ban also here, because we are not allowed to see Infinity or 9Z repeating this composition unless it's going to be the opposite, for example, like Infinity copying the 9Z's composition so far, but I don't think so. But so let's see what they're about to choose, what they're about to bring for us as a surprise in this third game.
Yeah, I'm really eager to see what we go for on the side of Infinity, especially because that last I wasn't a big fan of that last draft from them too, especially concerning the Gord pickup there. There just wasn't enough to enable him. You were really rolling the dice to kind of just hope he caught himself a stun and is able to unload his full combo on them. Then maybe as you reach the late game, you'll also have Zablotch able to help you out with the damage that comes out from the speedy light wheel on that carry. But I mean, because that's how they were, I feel like that's how they were able to get any of their kills from that last game. It was mostly just, okay, we were able to catch them with a little bit of stun from Lionel, and we're going to be able to get the Mystic Gush on them, even to the point that we had the Flicker to get one of those. But when it came to team fights and having that amount of control on the team, especially when it comes to having the Fury of the Phoenix, like I would almost try to wager that I would try to do everything I could not to use that Mystic Gush until I saw that, because I mean that's just a perfect immediate answer that comes out. It immediately stops the Mystic Gush. Not just that, but now all the opponents know where you are and can lock in on you.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
Yes,
I
for sure. That combination that they had was really great, and they had it on time, and like in sync for sure. They're gonna go ahead here and ban the Zushin on Harley on the side of Infinity and Chip. They're gonna keep on with that Chip ban, and they have Freya here. I feel that the Hilda didn't do well. You said that Hilda usually does well against assassins, right? So them having a tanky person, he couldn't really fully invade well and to do what Hilda does, right? So I think that's probably where that kind of fell through and fell off as well for the team. And the team didn't do very well themselves, so that kind of like has her as kind of handicapped.
Yeah, but I think that Hilda's performance depend very much on the mid choice also. So when you pick like a Zunshin, for example, or a mage with more mobility, it might be better for a Hilda here to make this harassment to cause suppression on the river, on the jungle, for example. But you choose Gord, you know, so he doesn't have this mobility, he doesn't have any type of escape here to like be free or to not to pick so much pressure on Hilda's shoulder. We're seeing now Baxia here as the first choice coming from Infinity. It gives now 9Z Globans a chance to choose like Fovias, for example, on the XP lane with who might be maybe with Khalid on the river here to make this pressure, especially into with these objectives. Or Private is still focusing on Gusta Lagusta's heroes here to get this advantage on the gold lane.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing. I feel like maybe you go with the Valentina to offset potentially getting a Sora on the enemy team, as well as picking up that Phoveus. Definitely, I feel like Phoveus has to be part of your plan here. I do know that they like securing Lewis. They like to secure Gusta Lagusta very quickly to make sure that he has the picks he wants. This is a little bit of a change when it comes to, I want to say, some of the way 9Z has been drafting. Is I feel like they feel more comfortable when Gusta Lagusta is locked in. I feel like that's probably the hardest part of the draft for 9Z Globan, is to get him on something comfortable that he likes, that he's going to be able to carry with. Once that's over, then they can just draft around it. Here, Khalid going to be picked up by them, and Phoveus is actually very interesting to me that we didn't pick up Phoveus at all, because that's actually an option for both of these teams.
Well, they have these teams, yeah, they've been playing Phoveus. That is not an option that they have chosen just yet, but they still have a chance here on 9Z to kind of pick it up, right? They still have either, because Khalid can go into the EXP lane or be a roamer, so they still have that chance open to them.
Yeah, so it might be a chance here to 9Z guarantee this for VS on this XP lane. But when it comes to Infinity here, like working on this range situation, especially with Granger and Yuzong here to zoom out 9Z's players, especially in around objectives, for example. But Guinevere here is the third option for a 9Z Globan. Okay, we saw Guinevere yesterday in Paquito's hand on Alpha 7, so maybe it's from roaming. No, not roaming, because we also have we already have a Khalid. So yeah, so probably on
so many things.
probably on Luizinho's hand here.
Yeah, and I wasn't even a huge fan of the Guinevere as a roam. I feel like it's got a very harsh cutoff point where it's like useful to your team. And it's like, and it becomes really hard to be successful with that, because now the rest of your team, like you've lost pretty much, I think, any use that you have, because you have to dive right in the middle of most of this team. I was actually checking. I wanted to see if Phoveus was just not available for these players for some reason. It's very interesting to see that, like, for him not to get picked up here is huge for me right now. I'm very interested. I mean, you've got the Yuzong already out there, I guess. Now it doesn't need to become a priority for you unless it gets banned out. They're actually going with the Terizla as far as what they want to be able to ban out on the side of Infinity. I almost feel like And maybe I'm just missing something, and I don't understand where Phoveus wouldn't come in. I feel like he'd be like the great pick to try to latch onto a Granger or something like that as well. So very interesting drafts coming out for both of these guys right now.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. They still have a chance at picking him up because Guinevere can be either anything there. She could be a jungler. We've seen her in the roam position. We can see her in the EXP lane as well. But I'm thinking that is probably their jungler, probably. But they went ahead. Oh gosh, well they don't get that chance anymore. And ban that Phoveus. They're like, yeah, no, let's just take it out. We gave him a chance and they didn't take it. So there you go. Valentina also banned here as well.
Yeah, but I think that I was wondering, like, at the same time, like, when 9Z choose a Guinevere here, like, for me, the Phoveus choice for XP was, like, very not probably. Am I right? I think I am.
Probability.
So, yeah, thank you, Zena. Because when it comes to Guinevere, okay, Guinevere has the jump and the Wreck and Violet, but most of the time, you like to make this thing work, to make a Guinevere work, you have to have someone in your composition with some kind of a CC or slowing down, for example, you know, like to help the Guinevere's performance. So Phoveus has a very advantage to get in the back line, like getting with the demonic force here to jump on Granger's head, for example, or maybe Kagura now in the mid lane, you know. But at the same time, it wasn't like so helpful for Guinevere here on in the jungle to help this with the jump. But now analyzing here now, Kufra and Infinity once again here on Infinity's hands. Now we're seeing Kufra on Fanboys, a very hard engage one. On a Fanboy's hands now, Kagura on the mid lane, mobility, a very burst, high damage burst here when it comes to magical damage. So it was like a good idea here. It was like very, very interesting for Infinity. Assuming now there's only the mid lacking for 9Z Global, Valier.
Okay. I feel like that's.
There's always someone. I love when there's picks when you're just like. As your brain tries to compute this information, like, all right, where does this fit in? How can this be helpful for us? Kufra goes in, tries to get the Tyrant's Rage on us. We're going to be able to push him away, get a lot of CC on him, potentially. However, it's a Valier taking on a Kagura. It's gonna be a little shaky there, especially because Kagura is just so mobile. It's got a lot of escape. The potential for the yin yang overturn that can absolutely burst down your opponents. This will be a very interesting game for 9Z Globin. When it comes to the drafts here, I gotta say I'm leaning towards Infinity a little bit here.
Yeah, me too. Especially like because fashion here with Valier, I think that it's just a little bit what we saw on the last game with Lord, you know, like a magic. Okay, mage. It has had the stun situation, it has like the damage situation here, but once again not with the mobility that they need, you know, because okay, with the Tyrant's Wrath here coming out from Kufra, maybe Valier would take just a little time here to get this follow up here, especially to damage or trying to finish someone on 9Z's composition. But let's see what is going to happen on this game number 3 here, because Aboro Crazy is trying to do something here on Zizi. So welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number 3 here, Private. Let's go.
Yeah, bro, crazy. I mean, he's just saying hello to his neighbor. He's just gonna say, asking for a cup of sugar if they had anything over there, getting that information back to his team to let them know. And this is probably the inaugural to see Khalid again too. I think we didn't even see him at all yesterday. And I was actually questioning what had happened. We had so many Hildas, and Khalid kind of just fell to the wayside, especially with what I think is like a very early and great game that he can kind of have when it comes to being able to enforce that early game presence. Oh, fanboy, just continue to take so many shots. I mean, as much as I'm not a huge fan of Valier, he can be so frustrating to deal with when you're trying to make your way through that L bush at mid.
Yeah, actually, I made a mistake here because I thought that Gufra was like in the same composition from Valier. It is not. So it's Khalid that is on Fashine's composition here. Oh, Bodo Crazy. Okay, now he's using the Sands of Time here. Look! No, it's not the whole skill here, Private. I'm sure about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, to try to disengage from a lot of the umbrellas that are coming out from Lionel here. The only problem here for the side of Infinity is right now you don't have an amazing amount of rotations in the early game. Fanboy and Lionel going to be a little bit struggling there. Ooh, Albaro Crazy trying to go in, put the damage on the Lionel, who uses that umbrella to get a little bit of shield onto the turtle. 9Z Globit, Luisino doing a great job down to 20%. 10% now, going to be able to scoop up this turtle without much contention coming out from the side of Infinity.
Oh!
Greedy. Is that going to cost Gusta Lagusta? And ZZ going to come in here and try to put the damage on. And unfortunately, Gusta Lagusta pays for that flicker with his life.
Oh my goodness, Gusta Lagusta wanted so much that kill, he wouldn't be able to get down, and now he was killed, guaranteeing the first blood here for Infinity on ZZ's hands. Okay, at least the first total went to 9Z Global, but at the same time, Border Crazy was like doing some troubles on the mid lane, but Lionel forced him to use the flick. But now in the mid lane once again, Border Crazy. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a pullback there for it. I mean, oh, man, that fight up at the top, that's unfortunate, especially when it comes to side laning. That's why they talk about it like the gym. When you're going to side lane or you're going to go to the gym, you need to make sure to leave your ego at the door for reasons like that, where you're going to try to go in and you think that the opponent is leaving you a huge opening, but he's only doing that to kind of bait you out so that the rest of his team can kind of come in there. Now using the Raging Sandstorm from Albaro Crazy defensively to get away from this duo coming out from the side of Infinity.
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of Border Crazy and use the ultimate only to survive here on that Infinity's initiation, and to get worse, a little bit worse here for 9Z Global because Lagusta doesn't have this flicker. Okay, it's going to be back. Oh, here comes.
Yeah, they're still trying to kind of poke around, get a little feel for where everybody is on the map. Ooh, actually here, and Lionel just so slippery on that Kagura, and that can be so frustrating too. As soon as you have a great kind of leap on to be able to find some of that CC, immediately going to be able to use that umbrella escape.
Yeah, but once again, oh!
Yeah, Albaro Crazy's gonna have to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Cheeto in a bad way between three members, but he's on a Lapu. Eventually gets taken out by a Lionel there with the damage coming out from that Kagura. 9Z Globit now gonna go ahead, focus onto this turtle, even though they are a man down. Rusi on the backside, Raging Sandstorm does go wide. Umbrella and Rusi able to take down Albaro Crazy. This does provide Luisino time to be able to pick up a second turtle though.
Yeah, so for me here, Private, okay, the second turtle was to 9Z Global as well, but I believe that the first kill on the gold lane side here, like, okay.
Oh, unfortunate. We go to the mid, we go back to the mid, and we see mid bounce Lionel in the bouncy House of Doom there, as Luisino already had the Violet Requiem onto him, gonna be able to put a 9Z Global on the board.
Yeah, so 3 kills here for Infinity, but the goal lead here is like the goal difference is like even for both teams. So I was about to say like maybe the first kill on the top side on the goal lane, maybe the shaking a little bit of the 9Z Global composition team, but they're back here, so they're okay, especially getting the turtles and this kill this kill now on the mid lane here, especially to Fashin. But now here comes ZZ. Oh,
Albaro Crazy. I'm actually quite confused as to why he went in there. Throughout this entire thing, while you were talking, you could see Albaro Crazy basically following Fanboy, literally step for step, trying to make sure that he wasn't going to be able to come in with a Tyrant's Wrath to be able to kind of find that rubber band pop-up, and then ends up going in without the rest of his team there present and gets bursted down by 4 members of Infinity.
Yeah, so the game was even so far, but now Infinity getting one more kill and getting the first tower here on the gold lane, the top side. So maybe now things are about to get just a little bit complicated for 9Z. Oh, the mid lane fishing! Oh!
This is exactly what we were talking about. The burst of damage, even before Fashion is going to be able to react. You have an umbrella hit his face, and then the yin-yang overturn coming out from Lionel on that Kagura. This is going to enable Infinity with a great pacing to be able to kind of come in on this turtle. Chino looking for maybe a way in, is not able to find the Black Dragon right there to go ahead and press him back as well. Another turtle, first turtle picked up for Infinity of this game.
Yeah, so, and oh, the river once again here. Lionel trying to do something in Bro crazy, but now in the bottom lane here, 2v1, Chino.
Yeah, Chino taking a lot of damage, but I mean, as a Lapu, I mean, he's been doing such a great job of understanding his hero, understanding how much damage he can take and when he actually needs to be able to get away. Ooh, Fashion in a little bit of trouble there. He's gonna have to use that push on that Valir to clear out some space for him and his team's escape. 5-1 right now. Infinity's lead beginning to grow.
Yeah, beginning to grow here. Okay, the goalie is not too far from Infinity, but the first hour at least working on the macro goes to Infinity. We're seeing now Fanboy getting this info for Infinity now. Boro crazy. You have to be careful, but he's going to see the
A beautiful combo comes out with the umbrella from Lionel and Zablotch right there to be able to get the win. That was perfect poetry in motion coming out from Infinity. That's going to raise them 6-1 right now, while Luisino trying to create some distance here. Rusi, unfortunately, not going to be able to save the tower at top, but with a match there, Zablotch going to be able to take the tower at bottom.
Music to our ears here now, but 9Z took down the first tower on the top side here, so they are responding at least on the macro. But destroy it now, the tower number 2 on the gold lane.
Oh, what a nice flicker there. Is able to go ahead and get Zablotch, but now goes deep into enemy territory. Black Dragon from the side. Oh, he does not have the support of his team. Great communication there from Infinity too. Rusi realizes, pulls back on that. He could have engaged on them, but he would have been taking on like 3 or 4 members of 9Z Globit without the rest of his team able to catch up right away.
Yeah, and they're already taking down the tower number 2 on the bottom lane here. Now the Lord immediately started by 9Z Globin. Where are Infinity here, Private?
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, is that Infinity actually a step behind here. Luisino going to be able to take up that first Lord. 9Z Globin got that without much contention. Even Infinity, you saw Lionel was actually about to go recall back home, stopped it because they realized that 9Z Globin was going for this Lord. And this actually might be a little bit of breathing room. But I mean, when you take a look at it, it's actually Infinity the one who's actually pushing towers right now.
Yeah, so they lost the Lord here, but they got the tower on the mid lane in the process. But once again, I think there was a sneaky call here coming out from 9Z Globin, taking the time and chance that maybe they're waiting for this opportunity to get some players of Infinity heading back to the base. But now on the mid lane here, Boro crazy.
Yeah, Bro Crazy dives into 4 members here, taking a lot of damage on the back end. Chino comes in, 2, finds a stun, Big Violet Requiem onto 3 members of Infinity, down for the count. Out of nowhere, it is just Lionel and Zablotch to try to protect this core. Now we have a Lord coming crashing in up at the top. Minions at mid as well. That's going to be a mid tower down. Tier 1 for the side of Infinity. Look at the pressure being mounted by the rest of 9Z Globit. Another tier 2 tower at mid. Lord crashing down at the bottom, and suddenly, out of nowhere, Infinity is left to only high ground towers to protect their base.
That's how you do jumps here when you go to the gym. What a fantastic wombo combo coming out from 9Z Global. A great jump here from Luisinho, knocking up 3 players. When with the rest of the combo here with the Bro Crazy and the ultimate fetching with the Flames of Vengeance, and to to finish in the gold with the golden key. That came Gusta Lagusta with the carry to guarantee those kills for 9Z Globen. And so fast here, Private, like a blink of an eye, 9Z Globen not only got back in the game, but now they were like, they went through for it in the gold lead and the macro game as well, because only the high ground towers for Infinity on this game.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of waiting. I mean, you've got some good set potential coming out from the side of Fanboy. I don't think that this is a turning point just yet for 9Z Globit, because you've got the set, the initiation potential coming out from Fanboy, if he can find it just yet. He's been doing a decent job of it. I feel like 9Z Globit are much more waryful of finding out where Fanboy is, or if they can't see him, constantly moving or constantly backing up from bushes so they don't find that gank again. Ooh, Albert Crazy goes forward a little bit. You see Fanboy, ooh, just misses that Tyrant's Wrath.
Almost here, but now the second Lord, but now Infinity started immediately here to try to make this sneaky as 9Z did for the first time. Let's go.
Oh yeah, do they actually have a way to get in here? Black Dragon in on the backside there too as well, and this is gonna be a clean pick up there for ZZ. On the backside, Rusi gonna go ahead and put the damage out. I think that was an immortality proc out there. Luisino very, very low. Gusta Lagusta finds a kill onto Rusi. Alburo Crazy gonna have to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Down goes Fanboy. So Infinity able to pick up the Lord, but they lose 2 in the process.
You cannot let Gusta Lagusta free on the game. You are not allowed to let him do what he wants to do. As we saw here, getting a double kill with carry on the late game with the true damage. We know what she's capable of. We know her strength here. So Infinity has to do something about it. We're seeing now the items. Wings of Nature, Demon Hunter, Golden Staff, and Corrosion Side also for carry here. Grangen bringing up with Hallbeard, Malefic, Roar, Sky Pierce, and Hunter Strike so far. So we're waiting for the Sky Pierce here to get inspect with the kills from Zablox. Is still all got only one. Holy Crystal now for Lionel. I think that there's so much game here for both teams, but once again, you cannot let Gusta Lagusta free on the team fight.
Well, not just that, I feel like Zabloch doesn't really have a huge amount of damage on the Granger. You got the Hunter Strike, you got Sea Halberd, which isn't exactly, I mean, that's more like kind of the anti-heal that you get from that is why you're gonna go ahead and pick that up. And then I believe you had the Malefic Roar too, which can get a lot of penetration out there. You're really leaning on Lionel to be able to do this damage. But from 9Z Globins, I think I saw like at least 2 or 3 Athena shields on their side too as well. So they're going to be able to last a lot longer in a lot of these fights, depending on how well Zabloch, how well Lionel are going to be able to kind of focus fire on a lot of these, even when you get some of those perfect sets. Where on the side of 9Z Globin, I mean, you've got a decent amount of damage, decent amount of surprise that can possibly come out from them, but it's definitely leaning on, can Luisino land some of these jumps? Can Alburo Crazy find some of these initiating factors to be able to kind of really put a dent into Infinity and their pushing power? Right now, both teams I think are on even kilts when it comes to what they can do in objectives, to the point that you don't really need to worry just yet if you're Infinity. You want to push in, try to take these objectives from them, keep it 50-50.
Yeah, and you're totally right here now, checking out like these two teams. Okay, only Alburo Crazy trying to get this info, especially on 9Z Jungle, but 3 players now heading up for 4 players on the mid lane here from both teams. While like there's a minion waves on the bottom lane, like just in favor for 9Z Global, because the next Lord is here on the bottom side of the river. Infinity now zoning the players of 9Z Global with a better position. So let's see what is going to happen. Oh, fishing.
Yeah, Yin Yang Avatar actually comes in, but Fashion already picked up an Athena shield for him, so he's going to be able to out-tank a lot of that damage. Lionel running for the hills, going to be able to get away with 10% health up there on the backside. Alberto Crazy still trying to force their way in. In comes a Tyrant's Revenge. Is he going to be able to get the ultimate off on them? Immortality has been proc there. Alberto Crazy looking for the hills, have to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way, and then the healing sands coming in from him is going to allow him to survive. Both teams with a skirmish and nobody taking any types of deaths just yet.
Yeah, so many ultimates here, so many fights, but no kill at all on this last team fight. But once again here, Infinity is starting immediately the Lord. But now here comes 9Z Globan with the full composition with all players. But now Alberto Crazy is trying to do in the flank, but Lionel is aware of that.
Yeah, you see both of these teams kind of vying for a little bit of a position. Gusta Lagusta doing a good job, definitely trying to stay out of harm's way, staying out of sight too, trying to make sure that when he comes in, it will be a surprise for Infinity. The moment he puts his position out there, oh, another Tyrant's Revenge, followed up by a Tyrant's Rage. Is that going to be enough? Alberto Crazy going to have to use that Sandstorm to get himself out of harm's way. Out comes the Black Dragon, trying to get some distance out there, gets pushed away by Fashion on that Valier. This is going to open it up for 9Z Globan. Try to come in, put some damage on to this Lord. Fanboy ZZ and Rusi dancing around at the bottom. I'm not sure they're going to be able to find themselves a way in. Zablosh with the suppressive fire and that Rhapsody. Oh, in comes the Bravest Fighter for Zabloch, gonna go ahead, create some distance there. Still on the Lord right now. Zabloch able to turn it around onto Chino, and is Infinity able to get it? They are not. Gusta Lagusta able to use that speedy light wheel to contend and find himself a Lord on the back end. Alberto Crazy tries to find a flank onto the enemy team. Infinity is ready for it though, as they turn around and find the damage onto him. 8-6 right now, but that Lord goes over to the side of 9Z Globans.
Why do you need the retribution when you have Gusta Lagusta here to guarantee this Lord with the carry? Another epic team fight here when it comes to the both teams. But once again, 19 losing 2 players, but getting the Lord in the process. But apparently a useless Lord, because the most 4 players here of Infinity melting down this Lord before he even gets on the high ground tower. So that's it. Lord is taken down. Infinity trying to cause this pressure, especially on the mid lane here. But once again, I have to mention here, Private, a good job, especially on the sides here from 9Z Global, because on the Lord team fight, Lionel was forced to head back on the base and clean it up. The minion waves coming up from the top side here, but not only the top side, the bottom lane was like a big wave coming out for Infinity. So for 9Z Global, sorry. So Infinity has to take care once again, especially on the sides. Ooh.
Yeah, what a burst that they do find onto the roam of 9Z Global. Alberto Crazy goes down quickly. Great Umbrella coming out from Lionel. That's going to be a lot of ultimates used there. Fanboy and Lionel no longer have ultimates. Still 80 seconds for the next Lord. So a good gank there coming out from the side of Infinity. Alberto Crazy got surprised inside that bush as they were able to clear that thing out, and not much of a reply on the side of 9Z Global. But now looking to potentially get a bit of a push into the mid lane here. Luisinho and Affection here on the outside trying to clear out some of this minions, and they are able to successfully clear it out.
Yeah, so Alberto Crazy now with 3 seconds able to be back on the game again, but Infinity is focusing on the second tower on the mid lane. And now is Infinity's turn to cause this pressure. The question is, will be able to at least force the Holy Shield here on the high ground towers, but I think that they're heading back. They're waiting for 9Z Global to playing forward to move to the jungle, for example. Alberto Crazy. Oh.
Yeah, taking a little bit of a Rhapsody there. Out comes the Umbrella from Lionel's going to have to use that escape to create some distance between him and Alberto Crazy. Alberto Crazy is still kind of lingering at the bottom. Oh, come in very quickly. Immediately, Infinity locks on, but gets pushed away by Fashion. And that's kind of the value now starting to come in for this Valier.
Yeah, but crazy like was trying to push the mini waves on the bottom lane here, so he is spotted 2 players from Infinity, like maybe heading down on the bottom lane. So he like, okay, I have to get out of here. But now once again, the next Lord, the evolved one, like 70k of HP, is started by 9Z. Let's go, Private.
Yeah, now they're kind of fighting it over. 9Z Globin got a good prime position for it on the backside. They are going to go ahead, reset it out. Oh, Immortality has been procced. And is that going to be enough for Ancient Sandstorm to get himself out of harm's way? Now trying to chase down Zablotch. Still has the Immortality Tyrant's Rage, but a Violent Requiem lands onto the bunch as well. Rusi taking a lot of damage. Immortality on his side being procced. Is he going to be able to get an escape? Gusta Lagusta right there with the Speedy Light Wheel to be able to take him down. Rusi and Zablotch down for the side of Infinity. 9Z Globin are now free to start on this turtle.
Yeah, with 2 players down from Infinity here, 9Z Globin has the chance to get this Lord free easily for 9Z Globin. So here it is. One more important goal. 9Z Globin now in the sequence, trying to deny the jungle, causing dispersion, waiting for the next minion waves here. Oh, Bodo crazy. Okay, right. So he has the sands for. Oh, what a great jump!
Yeah, Violent Requiem lands on a fanboy. So if he uses that flicker to get himself out of harm's way, still has the Immortality out there. ZZ on the back end, trying to support his roam with an escape. As we see, Immortality has been picked up for Chino.
Nas, no Immortality now from ZZ. The Lord is heading on the top side with no higher ground towers. Why? Meanwhile, 9Z is focusing on the mid lane here with the car minion. Okay, he was already taken down, but now they are waiting for the Lord getting the base. Maybe here could be the end of this game, Private.
Yeah, 9Z Globin looking for a final push. In comes the bravest fighter for no. Luisino comes in with the clone of his own. Pop-up lands on the Chino, who tried to come in with the tire with some damage of his own. They are going to be able to go ahead and burst down this Lord, but pressure mounting at the mid-high ground tower. They are going to be able to find themselves a way in through there. Only one more high ground tower left on the side of Infinity.
Yeah, so it was not the end for Infinity here. They defend the base very well. Okay, they lost the 2 high ground towers. Only the bottom lane here left. But now once again here, us checking out the items. Both the carry here, both the gold laners are in the full build. They even sold the boots here to get one more item, to get more damage in the process. Malefic gun here for Gusta Lagusta. Blade of Despair here for Zablotch. We're seeing our box here with our Radiant armor here, with the Anti-Kiraz, with the Green Horko, Immortality here. Blade armor here for Rusi, especially when it comes to Gusta Lagusta's damage to deflect just a little bit. Athens for Chino to avoid this burst damage coming out from Kagura. Not only Chino, but we're seeing Luisinho even fashion here with Athens. Gusta Lagusta with fashion just to avoid this bursting damage coming out from Kagura so far, Private.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think they went to, they were handing out Athena shields out there for the side of 9Z Globin. Every single one of those players not trying to be the one marked by Lionel on that Kagura to get hit in the face with an umbrella and take that huge amount of damage. And with that off of the table, your only real huge source of damage at this point would be Zablotch on the Granger, who's really going to be able, you can really offend that by having yourself a strong front line. Speaking of which, we do have a going into the backside. Violet Requiem lands onto Fanboy, who is going to be able to tank out all that damage. Conceal play comes out. Rusi going to put some damage onto Chino, who's looking for that bravest fighter for him. Alburo crazy on the backside looking for Lionel, but gets disabled as well. Ooh, Luisino comes in, but the clone is going to have to bounce right back out of that. Chino has to find himself a recall to base as he gets dumped down to 10%.
Yeah, Chino here is forced to head back in the base. Rusi is on almost a half on HP here. ZZ is aware about this Lord getting started by a 9Z Globin. But Fashion here with almost a half of HP. Once again, the Lord getting full reset. Both teams are dancing around this lethal, crucial objective here, Private.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting as both teams are kind of pulling out the Lord, looking for a fight, waiting for the other side to make themselves a little bit of a mistake on the backside. Zablotch right next to the Tyrant's Wrath. Oh, Tyrant's Revenge, I mean, and did not connect. So that's going to go ahead and take one little initiating tool away from the side of Infinity as we wait for that cooldown to be up. But you can already see 9Z Globe, Gusta Lagusta starting up on this Lord. ZZ on the opposite side, looking for a way in. Alberto Crazy from the flank position. Oh, Chino actually discables from the Lord. Now they're going to come in with our Raging Sandstorm. And the flicker on the two members. Is that going to be enough? Chino able to find himself a kill onto Zablotch. The Lord, Gusta Lagusta, able to find himself another Lord. Immortality has been procced, and that is not going to last long for the side of ZZ. And a reply coming in from Infinity, trying to burst on Alberto Crazy, who still had his immortality.
The dude here has a name, Alberto Crazy and Chino. What a fantastic initiation on ZZ and Zablotch, neutralizing the jungler, the retribution, the gold laner, and now here comes 9Z Globen to the possible end here, my friend Private.
Yeah, 2 players down for the side of Infinity. Lord crashing through the mid. Umbrella is out there to do find a pop up and a Violet Requiem. Is that going to be enough? It is going to be enough to take down Lionel, and that will be game 3 going to 9Z Globant.
A very tied up game here. Game 3-1, leading up to 9Z Globen. Now it's 2-1, Xena.
What an amazing fight there. They had a lot of back and forth. Infinity pulled the lead slightly in the beginning there. Then after that, 9Z started to take it with basically by the 10-minute mark, they gained the Lord, took out 3 members, as they took total control of the map, and then one misstep changed the map, and Infinity was able to claim the second Lord and push back. There was just so much going on there, and the jungles acted more of a support this time around. Both of them were like low on kills and high on that assist, right?
I honestly, I was actually very surprised, especially because we had the Fashion on the Valir. I thought Valir was going to be like the biggest target for this team. But the build path coming out from the side of 9Z Globant, the early Athena shields too, really shut down a lot of the surprising firepower that could come out from the side of Infinity. Kufra would still be able to come in, find the Tyrant's Revenge, but Lionel, even with like a full yin-yang overturn, was not going to be able to burst on a lot of these people who were holding an Athena shield, and that meant that like your only source of damage was going to be the Granger, and he definitely without having the best game of his life. But even with the Granger himself, you're only able to kind of really hit that front line. You're not going to be able to get around, or it doesn't really do AoE damage. And unfortunately, I feel like those types of changes and differences in this composition is what led to 9Z being so successful with it.
Yeah, and we already saw here like how much 9Z was taking this game so seriously, especially when it comes like I think that almost all the players here like made Athena shield here to avoid the trouble that could come from Lionel on Kagura. But more than that, we're used to see like Alberto Crazy very proactive with Khalid here, always trying to flank, always trying to get this info for 9Z Globant, and Luisinho to hit some jumps with the Requiem Violet for so you're seeing this trial here, we see this initiation versus Alberto Crazy. So if anyone here has to die on that composition, it would be Alberto Crazy. But now once again, we're seeing the jump coming out from the ultimate from Alberto Crazy here with Khalid and Gusta Lagusta with the speed of Chakram here to finish the team fight, getting the kills, getting the advantage for a 9Z Globan, but not only that, getting this confidence. So once again, very different what happened on the first game here to a 9Z Globan. So Gusta Lagusta getting this carry here as we were seeing. So he always getting a good position, like maybe a 1 or 2 map of distance, especially on the team fights here, to guarantee that he was able to survive. So he was like really good for 9Z Global in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Gusta Lagusta even coming in to find two retributions, able to find himself to help secure 2 objectives despite not having the retribution for his team, and then kind of sitting, I believe, ending the game at like 6-1 or something like that for his side. Zabloch tried here. Infinity. I just feel like their composition fell off pretty hard. I feel like it got countered actually very hard by the side of 9Z Globen as you're when you're trying to talk about the usefulness of a Kagura that is mostly burst damage. The whole team getting Athena Shield really was able to kind of slow down any momentum that she was going to have there. And unfortunately, the second half of this game, pretty dominant for the side of 9Z Globen and still able to push in for the win.
Yeah, we're seeing now in the last team fight here. So Burro Crazy and Chino, the fantastic duo here, like doing not only the flank but surprising the opponents and getting the kill on Zablox. So Zablox here with the Granger working on this range situation. It was like a comfort zone for Infinity, especially when it comes to fight these objectives, to fight to these goals. So now once again, 9Z Globen took in the actions, guarantee the second victory here, Zina.
And here we have it. They stepped up when it mattered most and carried the pressure with confidence. Luizinho has taken that MVP with 208 KDA, 34.3k total damage, 591 gold per minute. Wow, and didn't even die. I feel like wow. That's all I'm gonna say. Did an amazing job there for her.
What? I mean, there were plenty of opportunities that we saw that, I mean, there was that one where the camera panned back to mid and we were already mid Violet Requiem. And you saw that, unfortunately, I believe it was Lionel had already been caught by it. He found a great amount of opportunities to get in, find that Violet Requiem, and his team was able to burst down. We did see, I think, a few Radiant Armors, but I feel like the answer to the offense coming out from your opponents was just much more apparent on the side of 9Z Globen, where you saw 5 Athena Shield coming out from them because they realized that Kagura was just such a huge problem for them. On the side of Infinity, I think we saw maybe 2 Radiant Armors coming out from them, so not really a lot of them. They were kind of hoping that they were going to be able to burst through it, and especially on the Granger too. This is one of the reasons that he's kind of one of those iffy picks against the Herod that I was talking about before, just because especially if you're gonna try to build some, we saw the Sea Halberd on him. If you're gonna build him like that, they've already really nerfed a lot of his damage and what he brings. You're not gonna be melding very well with Demon Hunter Sword either, so you're not gonna be this big factor when it comes to super tanky front lines. You're just gonna be able to kind of like put on some suppressive fire, get some poking in there for them. But with him as the only source of real damage, because you built so many Athena shields, and then we even saw there too, I think half the team had what comes after, what was the armor that stacks with abilities, the Antique Cuirass, sorry, the Antique Cuirass, okay, which really kind of shuts down a lot of what Granger can output as damage anyway too as well. So I mean, I feel like they did just such a great job understanding when it comes to itemization and being able to shut down a lot of the offensive power that was coming out from the side of Infinity.
Yeah, so that was a good reading on the situation here coming from 9Z Globen in this game number 3. A Granger. Okay, a Granger is a very good hero, but we have to think in so many situations when it comes to when you have to choose this hero here, especially when you have a matchup with a very like, okay, we can say that Granger might have this high DPS here, but you know, like the movement of the auto attacks, for example, is like really different from the others. It's different from a carry, it's different from a Harriet, for example. So it has to not only have the skill shot situation, but also waiting and waiting for this delay in animation to cause the attacks and cause the damage. You know, like it's really different from the other gold laners that we are used to see here. A Moscow, for example. So a Granger, it works in some situations, but with Infinity, I think that it didn't work because it depended so much like in what Fanboy was about to do, using the Kufra, for example, or Leonel to get a good response with the Umbrella in this burst damage on the mid lane. So for Infinity, I was like, they played good, they played well, but I missed something to get the second victory. So 9Z Global only read that situation, bought the right items, is Athens and TKRS here to handle the damage coming out from the enemies, and it worked well for 9Z Global. But now here, game number 4. Draft coming up, we're seeing like so many gray heroes here, like that the heroes that are the teams are not supposed to get to pick. So let's go and let's see what is going to happen. Zunshin and Freya from Infinity, and now 9Z banning Chip once again, and Ivy here on the blue side.
Yes, that was a very strategic play on 9Z's part to kind of build up like that. Like you guys said, very smart. They pulled those Athena shields out, nerfing the Kagura there, and Carrie was able to bring out her big guns at the end there and shred them down so easily. So they pulled it off, but that was a pretty long game for sure. But at the end of the day, the smart play was from 9Z there. They're gonna go ahead and make sure that Phoveus is not being picked up, and Boxia as well here.
Yeah, so Phoveus off there. I mean, Marcel has kind of, I don't think we've seen him in the last few drafts as well, so I feel like he's kind of fallen to wayside. Harley's still open. I feel like that's going to be the next pickup here, unless you have Suyo open on your side, which it looks like 9Z Globin does have. No, he does not. It's right. Okay. Sometimes it's kind of a little hard to just make sure. This is why I was talking about before that I'm not going to be a coach, because it's kind of hard for me to kind of keep all these in line with how these global bans kind of come out there. So I'm assuming Harley's going to be the pickup by the side of 9Z Globant, unless they're kind of worried about a counter coming out from their side, and then possibly an answer on the side of Infinity that would be ooh, or not. We're going to pick up the Valentina, I think, possibly to kind of ward off the possibility of a Sora pickup on the other side.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish the shadows.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Suyo and Harriet. That was a good response here for Infinity on this draft situation so far. The jungler and the gold lane here now with Zoblox, so different from a Granger on the last game here. So let's see what is 9Z is about to bring it up. Maybe now, maybe they can focus on the jungler, for example, bringing out like this Harley. I'm sorry, for example, Fredring, are they allowed to use Fredring? I think yes. No, they use. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no Boxia. I think that Harley is a good possibility here to assure this jungler so far. But now Bruno for Gusta and Hilda for Bodo Crazy.
Well, I mean, Hilda didn't work well against the Suyu on the last match when it was like the opposite, because I think this is kind of like 9Z had Suyu and then Infinity had Hilda on the other side. It's kind of like the same but flip-flopped, because also they had blue too. So this is gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna pull this off. They went ahead and banned here the CC as well, so
yeah, the priority going to the marksman picks up here, and possibly the Roam on the side of 9Z Globit. So I'm assuming that we're gonna see. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I was assuming maybe we're gonna see a little bit more bans coming out from the jungle side for Infinity, but they're gonna take out the CC. And I'm actually kind of curious where we go for the jungle here. we've had like that influx of Yu Sun Shins kind of coming in as of late. Joy's been one, but I don't know if you kind of go with that here. It's got a decent amount of burst potential. You could take out a lot of the minions from Glue as well out there. Ooh, a Badang ban out there. That's a pretty interesting one that we haven't seen too often out here. It's got a lot of CC, a lot of early game potential too. And I'm kind of wondering, on the side of 9Z Globit, we don't have the Khalid. Do we have something else to kind of help out the Valentina, kind of enrich that early game, especially with the damage that is able to be dished out by an early game Valentina?
Yeah, so I believe now that that's the last ban here from Nazi Globen. That could be for the mid lane here. Maybe an Farsa, for example, to avoid this damage coming out from a mid lane. That could be, or still focusing on possibly an XP laner here, but there's so many because I'm lost here, like looking for the heroes who are not allowed to be repeating themselves here. But now Kalia, it is the last ban here from 9Z Globen. Now it is the time to Infinity coming up from with the fourth hero here. I believe it's gonna be the mid lane. Kali, no, Saromer. Oh, so Glue is going to be in XP lane. Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say, for the side of 9Z, they could pick up Terizla because you were saying, they need something to kind of hold them down, but they went ahead and banned that out. I'm like, all right, no, I guess they knew that was probably going to be a possible pick for them there. They still can pick a ZTN here on the side of
I'm smelling Nolan.
Or Farsa.
I'm
Right,
smelling
Nolan for Infinity? Or no, Nolan
No,
for
9Z. A Nolan.
Smelling. Maybe
We don't really have anything to without. We don't have any initiating factor. We would basically be like guerrilla warfare to the side of 9Z Globen.
Fanny.
Wow. We go with the Fanny pickup. I'm trying to see what type of season.
Eudora.
Not even a hesitation.
Yeah.
They're like, Eudora, boom. All right. Anyways, now that we've got the Fanny handled on the side of the 9Z Globen,
like,
we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, so
This is gonna be fun, guys.
it was automatic here. Like we saw Fanny Xena, and it was like, right away, Eudora.
Yep, exactly. They knew the answer right there. They're like, boom, that's it. You're done.
On the side of Infinity, yeah, they're just kind of like, why would you go with such a silly pick when we still have Eudora to pick up? It was very interesting. I would love to see how well this kind of stacks up there for Luisinho. I mean, this is something I've always talked about. If you're good with the Fanny, it doesn't matter what the enemy picks. They can have the Franco, the Akai, the Eudora. If you're good enough on a Fanny, you'll be able to get your cables around there, do enough damage despite the CC that is out there. And I want to say there's not a great amount of CC on the side of Infinity, so you're really banking on this Eudora to be able to kind of hold you down.
Yeah, so you're totally right here, Private. So let's go once again. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number 4, I guess. Yes, number 4 here. Infinity 4, Infinity versus 9Z Globen. So let's go.
Infinity kind of on the back foot right now. 9Z Globen sitting on a possibility of game point here. Pulling out the Fanny too, showing how confident they are in their ability. A lot of damage coming out. You can see Fashion already putting a decent amount of damage on the 3 members of Infinity. And it looks like that Little Wanderer actually did go over to Infinity.
Yeah, but one thing here that I didn't like, I did enjoy from Infinity. Now it's like, okay, here comes Luisinho. Alright, so he was about to steal the golem? I thought he stole the golem, right? Yeah. So a thing here that I did not enjoy from Infinity here, Private, is that when you play against a Fanny or a Link, for example, you know they are very dependent on the purple buff. So maybe here, like, you working hard to, like, dominate this jungle, to cause trouble, to avoid this buff for Fanny could be a very good situation. But,
yeah, a lot of damage actually going on to ZZ, and he almost gets taken out. A big flicker coming out from Alburo Crazy. He's going to find himself a disengagement to get out of harm's way, like a thief in the night, escaping without a reply coming out from Infinity. Lagusa almost got caught. There's a blotch on the backside. Might have bitten it off a little bit more than he can chew. Alburo Crazy 2-0 right now.
Yeah, so we saw that movie on the last game here, but the result was different. We saw Gusta Lagusta using the flicker to trying to get the kill on the last game, but now it was Zablox here to try to get Gusta Lagusta down. He couldn't do that, and in the process, he was taken down. Now, the first total on the downside of the river, but both teams are ready to fight back.
Yeah, you can see now vying for position 4 members of Infinity. Alberto Crazy runs through all of them. He is not afraid of anything on the side of Infinity. Chino gonna go ahead and start off this turtle. Fanboy looking for a good position while Luisinho getting himself fed a little bit there, trying to wait for his team to come into position. One thing though too that kind of comes out of strategies with a Fanny on there is you're basically saying to the rest of the team, I feel like 4 members of my team can handle 5 of yours, because Fanny's not going to really be able to come into a lot of these fights until like you've kind of sat there. The Lord is getting pretty low. Some of the Infinity is very low as well, just like kind of as a cleanup, not really the initiating factor. Fanboy taking a lot of damage, is going to have to use that healing on his side. Meanwhile, Rusi keeping that information of the turtle, feeding it to his team, really not giving Luisinho any opportunity to be able to kind of take up this Lord. Now both teams vying for a position. Chino and Fashion hiding on the backside. Alberto Crazy running through all of the members. Now they're going to come in. ZZ able to find a retribution on the turtle, being chased down by the cables. Luisino able to find a kill onto ZZ on the backside. Ooh, we do have a split there onto Fashion, who might be in a little bit of trouble, looking for himself a little bit of an escape. Out comes the shadow, or it comes out the sandstorm coming out from a Fanboy. Does miss a big flicker coming out from Fashion to avoid that. 3-0 right now for 9Z Globin.
Yeah, so when it comes to the team fights here or getting the kills, so nothing is working for Infinity so far. 3 kills for 9Z Globin. At least they got the turtle here for Infinity. But once again, with the kills, Infinity...
Oh, how quickly able to take down Lionel, who's supposed to be the counter for this. I don't even think Lionel knew what happened. He saw the cable and he was like, ah, and then got killed and run down with that cutthroat from Luisinho. 4-0 right now for 9Z Globin.
Yeah, once again, here, like, Luisinho able to steal the golem from the ZZ jungler, but oh, a little crazy here, like, with the hammer axe here on the Fanboy. He is in trouble. Gusta Lagusta versus Zablox. Okay. Oh, Luisinho.
Oh, yeah, you have the Zaman Force laid down there. Luisinho tried to come in for a little bit of a cheeky play on there. Oh, Luisinho, he smelled blood in the water, just could not make it work with those cables. He's going to be running back to base as well. 4-0 right now. Not a huge lead for the side of 9Z Globin, and they really haven't been able to make any type of objective moves out of these kills just yet. So it's not completely out of Infinity's hands just yet.
You see? Did you see what I saw here, Pravit? It's Sky Pierce on ZZ's hand.
Oh wow!
I'm not sure it was like it is the first item here, but maybe from the third. But that might be good. But I don't know, man. But 2 deaths so far here on this game. So,
you're basically negative on that Sky Piercer. Fanboy takes about 50% of damage. Alberto Crazy trying to run away there. Does have the glue onto top of his head. Chino on the backside looking for damage. The Blotch able to lay down the Zaman Force and find a kill of his own for his team. The first blood for his team. In comes Luisinho looking for the damage. Fanboy able to flicker away while ZZ able to find a kill onto Chino. Meanwhile, at the top lane, off screen, Gusta Lagusta able to find some macro push for 9Z Globin. They do lose themselves some heroes, but are able to recover themselves a good tower. Unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be much of a match here for Infinity when they take this turtle.
Yeah, just because I said it here about like ZZ Sky Pierce, he got a kill, but now on the top side, Luisinho,
yeah, the damage coming out from Rusi, and in comes Luisinho. He says the tower is no protection from me as he swoops in, finds himself a kill, and is going to go ahead and turn his attention. Ooh, Zaman Force laid down on the bottom and not able to find a kill. I think Zabloch more used that as a disengagement tool to help him get away from the damage coming out from Chino.
Yeah, you can run, but you can hide. But Fashion, what are you doing? Oh!
Yeah, Fashion went too deep underneath that tower. I think they were really hungry to really equal out that macro at the bottom side as well. Fanboy, a little bit of trouble here, tries to use the healing, gets immediately stunned by Alburo Crazy. You see the Hunter Strike being picked up by a ZZ on the side of Infinity.
So now let's see. Okay, he got the first kill here, like is good for Sky Pierce. He's got stacks here, but once again, 9Z focusing on this bottom lane. Fanboy using the Sands to recover the HP. Now the third is gonna be okay. I'm not sure it's gonna be the next turtle. I think that is gonna be the first Lord here, but both teams are like trying to search the angle, trying to find here in the back line for this possible next team fight. But once again, they have to take care about like Luizinho on Fanny, always like doing this split push here on the top side, but only able to get fast in the team fight here to get the kills for 9Z Global.
Yeah, I mean, he's at least for Luizinho, he knows that he really can't, until we have an engagement opportunity, he's really not going to be able to make much use of his kit. So he's trying to stay active, trying to get those split pushes in where the rest of his team can't really join him. You see, now we're going to have to turn somebody else. You're going to have Rusi go up there to try to answer that. Meanwhile, Luizinho is going to be able to have himself a great answer to get back into these fights very, very quickly. Lord is up now, as you see both teams vying for position. Luizinho and Alburo Crazy kind of up at the top. Alburo Crazy now going to go ahead, join the fight at the Lord right now, as Luizinho trying to cut off and get a little bit of a damage onto those minions on the backside. Cutting the lane up at top. Now looking to join the fight again here, being chased down by Rusi. Is he going to be able to come in? Oh, beautiful. Raging Sandstorm comes in, but Lionel goes down. Oh, actually, that was an IMU Raging Sandstorm. That one actually came out from Fashion, landed onto Lionel, and now we do not have our counter for the Fanny left anymore on the side of Infinity. So I feel like we're going to have ourselves a free Lord here for the side of 9Z Globin.
Yeah, at least we think there's gonna be free Lord here for 9Z Global, but at the moment they're not starting this objective here. But now Infinity has the 5 players once again. The Lord is started by a 9Z, but Infinity is coming for a fighting back.
Yeah, damage coming out. Fanboy poking his head into there. Rusi coming in as well. Alburo Crazy in trouble against 4 members, getting burst down. Is able to find it. Oh no! Zablach able to find the kill there. Rain down with that Zaman force as well underneath the tower. Rusi's gonna have to disengage from the head of his opponent. And on the back end here, do we see enough damage? Rusi gonna have to find himself a recall back to base here. Infinity looking to start now on this. A Lord, Gusta Lagusta, Chino and Fashion in a good position. They have that information. They understand what's going on. Are they going to be able to find themselves a way in? Luizinho does have the purple buff, so he's going to be able to have that energy he needs. Turtle has been poured out. Infinity want the fight. They don't want the objective just yet. They want to be able to kind of find this engagement. In comes the cables coming out from Luizinho, looking for the damage. ZZ able to find the retribution onto the Turtle, and the kill onto Chino. Down goes Luizinho as well. Infinity with a double kill there for ZZ. Actually a triple kill there for ZZ. Is that going to be enough? Gusta Lagusta able to chase down Fanboy. Lionel down for the count as well. It's just ZZ alone. Turned that around. How did 9Z turn that around on the back of Gusta Lagusta?
Yeah, Gusta Lagusta here got a maniac on this team fight. The team fight was like was so split it up here. Oh, ZZ is getting like the purple buff here. At least at this time he stole the purple buff from Luizinho. But the Lord guaranteed by an Infinity on this last team fight here. That could be like a disaster for 9Z Global if it wasn't for Gusta Lagusta getting a maniac here, Private.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually about to say, I mean, Infinity about to roll their way down through the mid lane, but Gusta Lagusta came in, found himself a maniac 4 members on his own, able to take him down, even without the help of a lot of his team members who had already been taken down on the backside. We do lose, well, you can see the damage kind of starting to settle in. 11-6 right now, and just narrowly over a 1K gold lead. Ooh, a barrel crazy gets caught. 3 members here trying to pour on the damage. Is that going to be enough? Flicker going to go ahead, trying to put them underneath their tower. Raging Sandstorm going a little wide there from Fanboy there. That's a little bit embarrassing. I'm sure he's going to go back to the base and cover his face there. Up at the top, though, they're going to have to answer. The big push coming in from Luisinho is going to go ahead, try to put some damage onto that tower and find himself some cables to get himself away.
Oh, Luisinho now was too risky here because Eudora was heading up. If Eudora like hits the stun, I think that Luisinho could be in trouble here, at least for this situation. But now 9 seconds from the next purple buff here on 9Z's jungle. Luisinho will still have the chance to get this buff now to cause more trouble on the last possible team fight here. But now the Lord is about like only 50 seconds. It's still like too far from to get in on the pitch here on the topper side on the river. But once again, the goal lead here just a little bit ahead for a 9Z Globen, like 2K ahead. We're seeing here almost a 1K and a half for Gusta Lagusta with the Has Claws, with the Berserker's Fury, with the Malefic Gun. Now heading out for the Golden Meteor here. Okay, now already closed by finished by Gusta Lagusta. The Stadium side here, the Holy Crystal for Harry, but almost.
I was kind of scared there. That was a little brave or crazy coming out from Luisinho, especially into Lionel, who would have a stun if he had just timed that perfectly. You'd have a Fanny down on the ground here. 11-6 right now, putting the damage onto Rusi. He's trying to be a little bit of a point on the spear here for the side of Infinity. Do have the Lord up right now. Gusta Lagusta starting to build up his stacks here. ZZ on the opposite side here, going to try to match him up. In comes the Raging Sandstorm with the flicker, is able to catch Gusta Lagusta, but that's going to be matched up with the Shifting Skies coming out from the Sora. Rusi taking a lot of damage. Down comes the Zaman Force. Are we going to be able to get into here? ZZ able to find the Retribution. Fanny finding the kill onto Rusi. A double onto Zabloch. Now looking for more. Lionel able to find himself a flicker. A triple for Luisinho as Gusta Lagusta able to take down ZZ. 4 members down for Infinity, but they were able to get that Lord.
Gusta Lagusta like stole the maniac from Luisinho now on the last team fight, but it doesn't matter because the 9Z Globant is heading on the top side here. Only Fanboy alive. This could be the end here, Private.
Yeah, 2 seconds for Rusi to come up. Zabloch is going to be the next one up there as well as the rest of 9Z Globant looking to put the pressure on. They are not going to be able to get the rest of the towers here. They still have tier 2 towers at mid and bottom. Top was cleared off, but that was due to the work that Luisinho was actually putting in there during a lot of these fights, pushing up that top, making sure to keep the macro heavy up there. So, I mean, it's no wonder that high ground tower has actually already been taken down there. So now probably going to be looking at more split pushing coming in from Luisinho to kind of work his way towards some of the other ones of these pathways in the mid and bottom lanes as well.
Yeah, and in this process here, Luisinho was able to steal the purple buff from Infinity, and now he's guaranteed himself here his purple buff. So here, 15 minutes and 31 seconds on this game here. 15 kills for 9Z Globen. The goal lead now heading for like almost 5K for 9Z Globen. So far away here for the next Lord appear on the river. Fanboy is like, okay, on the bush here, on the pit of the Lord, just to get this info, just to face check here what is 9Z Globen's position. They have to take care. Luisinho pushing the minion wave, but he is really careful about that. He was able to like now head back on the base because he knows that he is not allowed to like playing so aggressive on the sides.
Yeah, right now, I mean, you've got a good spread coming out from Infinity, but once 9Z Globit realizes that, I think we're going to have a big fight coming up onto this Lord. Still trying to keep a lot of this pressure mounted. You can see, I think that they're expecting, you see Lionel kind of posted up at top. They're expecting the fanny push up at top, the solo fanny push there, but you can see Luisinho going ahead, focusing at bottom, trying to put some pressure down there as well. Top lane's going to have to be something that is on Infinity's mind, because you can't fight too long without those minions beginning to push into your base. And we've seen that over and over here in the South, where a lot of teams begin to start forgetting about the macro coming in from some of those side lanes, especially if they've lost towers. The minions can start pushing in so quickly, and the longer and longer you sit into these objective fights, the more and more of a risk it is for your base.
Yeah, once again here on Luisinho able to get this purple buff. The Lord getting started by 9Z Globin. Rusi, Zoblox, and Lionel just like a little bit far, but on the top side here, Luisinho versus...
outplay coming in! Luisinho gets taken out by ZZ. That means you don't have a jungler for this retribution, and I'm not sure what 9Z Globin is going to be able to do. Luisinho looking for the 1v1 onto ZZ, and ZZ able to turn the tables onto him. That's going to mean that this Lord's going to be able to go to the side of 9Z Globin. Actually, it looks like they actually want to fight this out, but you don't want to go for the Lord. You actually want to try to find yourself a kill here. Lord down to about 25%. Rusi taking a heck of damage. Here come the Shifting Skies out from that Thora pickup. Split is out there, but they're able to get him into the back line. Looks like that Lord was picked up by the side of Infinity.
Luisinho was in the top side here. Like before that, we saw Lionel with ZZ playing together, but that was like, okay, suddenly I think that ZZ said, okay, I'll do it myself. So maybe you are heading for the Lord, for example, and I can deal with Luisinho on the top side. And dude, what a match. What a duo here. What a 1v1 situation coming out from Infinity, and it was really good for Infinity now, with the Lord heading on the top side. On the bottom side here, Rusi trying to like push this minion waves, plus the Fanboy and Lionel. Here comes the Infinity Esports now, Private.
Yeah, Lord crashing in at top tier 2 towers, looking to be taken down at mid and a bottom now. You have 3 members of Infinity here trying to help escort this Lord to the high ground tower up at top, trying to even out the playing field here. Down goes the high ground tower. Zaman Force has been laid down by Zblotch. In comes the cables from Luisinho. Not too much damage that he's able to put out there, as the rest of his team's going to be able to go ahead and finish off this Lord. Next high ground or next tier 2 tower is down at the mid lane. Only 2 more high ground towers, and just like that, Infinity manages to flip this game over and take the lead.
Yeah, go lead now, heading for Infinity. Okay, it almost like not useless, but it almost like not mattering so much about the goal lead for it, because everyone is getting almost in a full build here at this point of the game. But we're seeing out the damage without ranking when it comes to Fashion with the 57k so far, and Zoblox with the Herald with the 56k on the goal lane here coming out from Infinity. And now 60 seconds for the next Lord. Another epic game here between these 2 teams. 9Z Globin trying to find a way, especially with Luisinho, to get this Lord, and not only that, to work on the sides here to cause more pressure on Infinity's shoulders. Let's go.
Yeah, Luisinho going to go ahead and try to scoop up his purple buff. Fanboy there trying to go ahead and get that information. Ooh, a lot of damage going on to Alberto Crazy. Zaman Force was laid down by Infinity, but they were not able to stop Luisinho from grabbing up that purple buff. Meanwhile, it's going to allow him the cables he needs to get to the bottom, get that push, and get out of harm's way before anybody knows the better.
Luisinho. You might be in trouble. You have to take care about that. But now here on the mid lane, both teams are like working and trying to find an angle to get a peek off, for example. Luisinho. Oh my God, Luisinho.
Lionel. Oh, Lionel finds the stun. Is that going to be enough? And Luisinho still able to find the cables to get himself out of harm's way. Even with the gank coming in from Lionel, they do see a little bit of an opportunity, so they're going to immediately try to rush up to this Lord, try to put the pressure onto it. Luisino's right there, does have himself. You saw he was able to pick up that that physical damage bonus there. Comes in there. Does he have enough of damage to be able to help out his partner here? Zeno, ZZ is able to find himself a kill onto Albero Crazy. The rest of 9Z Globe coming in for the damage. Out comes an IMU Sandstorm coming out from Fashion. Now Luisino coming in to find himself the crumbs he needs to find himself some damage. A double kill coming out from ZZ. Fanboy able to find Gusta Lagusta and ZZ with the full team wipe.
Infinity with Fanboy and Zizzy is still alive and could be the final minion wave heading on the mid lane here. Only the high ground tower and Zizzy alive here. I think this could be the end. No more chance here for 9Z Globe and Private.
Yeah, 9 seconds for Albero Crazy. ZZ's gonna make mincemeat here. And ladies and gentlemen, Infinity bringing us to a game 5.
Everything is tied up so far in this first match of the night. Xena 2-2.
Oh my god. What? I just gotta say, what a throw. I'm just kidding. But 9Z was confidently going in there. They had full control of the map and they just were doing an amazing start, right? But then just that misstep at the end where they lost 4 people and I forgot. Sorry, I forgot what happened. But that misstep at the end just turned the tides. They wiped out the whole team and was able to regain that and push that mid lane right there. Infinity had it all right there, and what a great win for them.
I wish I could see hopefully see the replay at that last fight there, because you pushed back Luisinho to the point that he had to go back to base. So the entirety of Infinity was running for the Lord to try to get to that objective first. As they got there, I believe they were intercepted by 9Z Globin, but now you're fighting a fight 4v5. And I believe ZZ got a couple of good kills there. You dropped Gusta Lagusta, who was the main damage dealer. And then that was kind of a wrap for 9Z Globin. Even with Luisinho coming in there, and especially kind of coming in early, he really is the pick-off one. Like, yeah, once you get everybody very low, that's the one who you want to kind of come in and find the cleanup for him. Unfortunately here, a great job by Infinity to read that interception that came out, and 9Z Globin went down 1 by 1.
Yeah, so I think that, in my opinion here, regardless like Fanny's mobility, especially with the cable, that she's able to get in the objectives like so fastly, you know, but I still like don't think that would be the best of the ideas to like force Luisinho and like assign Luisinho to work on the sides, you know, like to work on the top side, for example, to work on the bottom side, for example, to push this minion waves. Because, okay, the first time it didn't work for Infinity because like Lionel was not in this idea to surprise Luisinho on the sides, and actually it didn't work for Infinity. Only when ZZ went to the side to trying to face a 1v1 Luisinho, it worked really well for Infinity here, because by the time that there was not Luisinho and the Retribution, so 9Z was not able to get the Lord, you know. So in this team fight here, almost like it was almost the victory for 9Z Global, but the players of Infinity came right on time on the game. But like from the mid to the late game, the things like were interesting for 9Z Globin so far. But Luisinho with Fanny, you have this like strong point and weak point when it comes to Fanny on this partner at this point of the game. So we're seeing here is a bit the last team fight. Oh yeah, so ZZ like with Suyo, I believe in those in that situation, because Fanny has to worry about like the cable, has to worry about like connecting ones. Only like for Suyo is only okay, like auto attack skills. So he was like better for Luisinho so far here. sorry, ZZ. Sorry.
Alright, yeah, a true difference maker. This MVP here, ZZ, of course. He took that 933 KDA, 81.7k total damage, 857 golds per minute. He was a true difference maker for sure. There was no doubt about that one.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it came to a lot of these fights, I think you hit the nail on the head when it came to ease of use. And this has always been like my biggest complaint when it comes to Fanny, that I feel the skill needed, you have to be like, the skill and amount needed and concentration needed to be even mildly successful on a Fanny far outweighs how easy a lot of these other junglers are that you can just pick up willy-nilly, like ZZ on the Suyo. You basically get in front of them, you're able to hold down, I believe it's your second ability, boom, you have the Soul Sever. A lot of damage coming out from that, and then really able to do a great job of negating some of that stuff too. We even saw that 1v1 where the Fanny tried to go up to the top lane to face ZZ, and ZZ answered back immediately, was able to kind of get that kill. And I feel like that was a turning point here. ZZ able to get that 1v1 on there, put the fear into Luisinho when it came to somebody split pushing, because he knows now I have a matchup up there. If they send him back up there to there, I might not be able to get away. And we almost saw that there right before that last fight as well. You see here, and man, ZZ just with some of the great plays here, just standing in the midst of it. And that's why he's such a great jungler. He basically has everything you could ever want. He's got mobility, he's got tankiness, and then just a bunch of damage that he can dish out.
Yeah, well-deserved here MVP for ZZ, and even more because he was with the best skin in Mobile Legends, that is Sasuke, okay? So he's the best character on Naruto, so if you agree with me, you just breathe, you know? So when it comes to MVP, and it was well-deserved. And now, everybody here, my friend Xena and Private, it comes to the last game. I'm not sure if you already saw a match like with the 5 games. I think we saw, but I'm not sure about that. But here on the lower bracket is going to be on the 5th and final game here on this first match.
Yes, I for sure had a feeling that this game was going to be a tough one and it would probably go the full best of 5. I actually have that thought kind of as well for the next game that we have coming up. But both these teams are doing a wonderful job in growing and working on their synergy that it could have been anyone's game there. They just have to just keep on that momentum. But with the Fanny pick there, you guys said, she really heavily relies on that blue, and she kind of fell off there at the end when she lost it one of the times, right? They kind of came up, took it from her, right? She was not able to gain it. I think that was like one of the times I had heard. But she wasn't able to kind of regain that momentum, even though she was going around the map and trying to keep control of it.
Yeah, and a little bit of a side note when it comes to stats here. The last full series best of 5 that we had involved DreamMax taking on none other than Infinity. So Infinity do have a little bit of experience when it comes to best of 5s. Unfortunately, that is actually what dropped them here to the lower bracket here, was that game 5 loss there to DreamMax. So here, a little bit of experience on the side of Infinity, maybe a little bit more that they can use to be able to overcome 9Z Globant here. And a great game. This is just kind of one of those things, like I said, if you're gonna, that's why I say when you use the Fanny, you had better be so good on that Fanny that it doesn't matter what counters you have out there. I didn't really see the Eudora being a big issue for Luisinho on this on the Fanny. However, it still came down to the fact, I feel like there's just you're putting in so much effort as a Fanny. Like, you ever seen those memes where you got that one dude, you see the vein popping out from his head as he's like trying so hard. Meanwhile, the enemy jungler is just sitting on easy street, just like playing up with a Suyo pick there and able to really turn the tables for you. Here, game 5 of this, a full 2 rows of heroes that are not able to be used. Does this favor the standard picks that kind of come out from 9Z Globin, or maybe it favors the more flexible picks that we've been seeing from Infinity out here that leaves open maybe possibly a lot more of the meta here in Game 5?
Yeah, so I'm thinking like I'm seeing like all these gray heroes here. So I wonder who's gonna be here on the fifth game here. Rafaela, Leslie, Hanabi,
It's gonna be Angela. Just kidding.
Angela. Papi Pum are about to already be able to see Papi Pum.
Expose the
I don't know about that, but Baxia from 9Z Globin.
Oh, wow.
Okay, forget what I
They
said.
still
I'm
have
so
it.
sorry what I said. I'm so sorry. And Marcel, and now the next one here from Infinity.
Yeah, they for sure still have a lot of the meta picks open for them to choose from here. They're going ahead and picking that Marcel and Beatrix combination over here on the side of Infinity. They got that free Boxia there on the side of the 9Z. This one might be a really good matchup for them. It all depends on if they actually know how to use Marcel correctly here to help the team out.
The only thing that kind of I feel is off about picking this Marcel and the Beatrix is the last time we saw this successful Marcel and Beatrix is because Beatrix went ahead and rushed that BOD. So you had Nibiru's Passion blasting away at everybody, held in line by the Golden Hour, and once the Golden Hour was up, all this damage just wiped over the team. Right now, you're going to be facing a Boxia, so I feel like the priority is going to be to try to pick up a Sea Halberd to try to negate a lot of the healing that Boxia is going to be able to output, and that's going to nerf a lot of the damage from Beatrix, at least in the early game, where I feel like this combination might shine. So that's the only thing I'm kind of worried about when it comes to this. Here, picked up an Akai, especially going up against the Farza. Very interesting from the side of Infinity.
Yeah, the only thing that comes through my mind now is a Beyblade Festival here. So we have this skin coming out from Hawkeye and the Boxer here with the first skill so far. But I agree with Private said about like the Golden Hour and all the situation that comes up with that ultimate. But I think and I'm feeling here that 9Z like is working on a composition that has some kind of ability to escape from this Golden Hour. You know what? Farsa with the bird form here, Moscow with the first one with the dash, Boxer even. So, okay, the idea with the Golden Hour here might be very good. Now with the guy to get the heavy spin and like getting someone stuck on the wall, for example. But with the delay, the animation delay here could be like a problem for Marcel, especially if 9Z read that situation and escape from this ultimate coming up from him.
Yeah, they have so much mobility on the side of 9Z. Could even get away from Beatrix's like ultimates that she may be gunning at them, you know. So I feel like this is a smart choice there on the side of 9Z, and the fact that Moscow is able to like switch positions quickly with his skills there as well. Right now it's looking rough for them to try to catch the side of 9Z here with their CC for sure.
Yeah, but it's not just the Golden Hour that you have to be worried about when you're facing a Marcel. It's that passive that he uses to be so upfront in early game, because that's a stun too, where he can just run into you, get the stun from you, and that is what sets up a lot of the tempo for a lot of these fights as well. So you come down with the feathered airstrike. Marcel immediately runs at you to try to get that stun. Even if the stun doesn't land, you've disengaged the feathered airstrike that came out. So that's a big part of the damage that comes out from 9Z Globin here. So that's going to be very interesting to see where we go from here. I believe Akai, is that going to be the jungler here? I think we kind of put it out there as the possibility of being something that's flexible for the side of Infinity. I do assume it's probably a roam pickup from Infinity, just as history goes, because Fanboy, I feel like, is a little bit more comfortable using some of these different roams that can come out.
And Marcel goes where, on the mid lane? Or
oh, yep, I don't know what I'm talking about, obviously. Brain power gets used all the way up to the fourth. to the fourth for the best of 4, and then best of 5. There's just nothing left when it comes to trying to compute all of this out there.
You know the best part? I was buying your idea. Like, okay, maybe we'll have some visionary situation here. Like, okay. Well, like, okay, Marcel was gonna win, like, on XP lane, for example. But now you're seeing the XP lane is gonna be on Terizla. Oh, a very, like, the situation here now, like, it changes a lot for Infinity with the penalty zone, the heavy spin here. So it means, like, more benefit to Marcel to get his stacks with the control on his buff, and even the golden hour here to make this do this execution for Infinity. Wow, it's a good one. It's a good pick here from the XP lane. Once again here now. Okay.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Nobody panic! Nobody panic!
Over here, they added the control there from Terizla. I was talking about how the mobility from 9Z was hard to deal with for Beatrix to kind of land her shot, so that was the answer for them. But they went ahead over here and picked up the Xborg and Lolita. Xborg is also one to kind of be able to escape in, like, the CCs or all of that. And then they picked up Valentina here on the side of Infinity. Lolita, I don't think she's gonna block too much. I mean, like, you can block some things from Beatrix, but
What?
some shots, a little, like, easy shots, that's it.
Well, hear me out,
But
because if
not
you
a
are
lot.
using the golden hour to set up the Nibiru's Passion, that gives Lolita enough time to plan and get that shield up in front of it. When the golden hour ends, you hurry up, you run up there, you get the shield, and you toss all of that back at them, potentially. I mean, I would love to see it in motion. I just feel like it's better on paper than it is in actual gameplay here, Rico.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about here. Like, Lolita, I like Lolita a lot, but
Yeah.
dude, but on that competition here, maybe. Okay, using the shield here to, like, avoid the projectiles coming up from Beatrix, for example, or even Valentina, that might be good, you know. But against the golden hour, I want to see how it's going to work here on 9Z's composition. But now here, my friends, everybody on the chat, everybody who's watching the AMER South so far, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the last game and decisive one. One team is going to keep on the competition. One team is going to say goodbye after this game. So let's go private.
Yeah, guys, if you are watching the stream, please drop us a like and a share. Maybe set up that alarm so you can sign out when the rest of MLBB North America will be fighting as well, as we go into this 5th and final game here of our first series of the day. Waiting to see, I want to see Fanboy. The aggressiveness, that's what I'm going to be looking for Fanboy here. You can already see him already going ahead, trying to get that information from, actually takes a little bit of stuns coming out from the side of 9Z. Globin is going to be able to find himself and escape, but the great Marcel users that we've been seeing so far are the ones that are aggressive. They use that passive on cooldown. As soon as it comes up, boom, another stun, and that's going to be what's going to help out Infinity set up a lot of these engagements that they're going to come in with. Speaking of which, is ZZ going to come in here? Chino, a little bit of trouble here. Faraga armor is out for him, and is going to use that flicker to get away from ZZ and Rusi. Luisinho waiting is gonna come in. I wonder, I don't even know who stole that gold in there.
Me too. I don't know, because of the Beyblade form here. I was like I wasn't able to see that shining point heading to the player. I didn't see that, but the turtle here is started by Infinity. Oh, Fanboy here with, like, so low HP, but still the first turtle here had by Infinity private.
Yeah, big pick up there for Infinity. That's going to go ahead and set the tone for the rest of the map. Not just that, but you can see the pressure up at top. Rusi already putting some damage, taking some gold off of that top tower as well. Once we start getting into these team fights, it's going to be very interesting to see if Luisinho is going to be able to kind of keep himself up, especially with the threat of a penalty zone coming out from Rusi. When it comes to the drafts, I have to say I'm kind of in favor of this, the side of Infinity right now. Gotta say, when it comes to, I just feel like there's just more initiating factor. Oh, Fanboy almost got taken out. Numenon Blast coming out from Alburo Crazy to help facilitate that escape from Feshin, who did lay down a feathered airstrike, almost finding himself a first blood here over Infinity.
Yeah, so Fanboy here almost caught up by a feather airstrike coming up from Feshin here. A very strong mage here, a very strong mid lane that we have to keep on eye the session with Farsa. We saw him with Ivy yesterday, and he was really good. But now with Farsa, let's see if he can repeat the performance from yesterday. But now Alburo Crazy here, that 2v2 situation on the mid lane. The first turtle had for Infinity, and now 38 seconds left for the next one. As you were talking about, Chino taking so much pressure here on Rusi in Terizla, taking the gold energy on the tower on the top side. But it's still not like a dangerous situation. But now ZZ on Lizinho. Okay, ZZ stole the golden crab, right? Okay.
Yeah, definitely, because I didn't see that float over to Luisinho there, but now we have a double down at the bottom. Ooh, Feathered Airstrike comes out, followed by the Numenon Blast, and Last Insanity does not find the kill. Feshin with the momentary flicker out from the backside. Luisinho comes in looking for the stun on the backside. Fanboy able to find himself a little bit of an escape, while the turtle being started by the side of Infinity. Little bit of a fight coming out there as the rest of Infinity come in to provide that suppressive power onto Chino. Down to 10%, and ZZ finds an easy scoop up of the second turtle of the game.
Second turtle here goes for Infinity as well, like working on this high tempo here. The initiation on Fashion here, like forcing him to use the flick, heading back to the base to get this HP back. So it was the perfect time to Infinity to get the second turtle. But now here on the bottom lane, it's a 3v3 situation. But Luizinho is around here with the Baxia to respond any kind of initiation from Infinity.
Yeah, right now both teams kind of relaxed around the map right now. Still a very low kill game, 0-0 right now at the 5-minute mark. You see a glowing wand has been picked up by Lionel right now. Still haven't kind of gotten out of the laning phase just yet. Both teams very easy, a lot of are very even, a lot of respect being paid for both of them, not wanting to be the first one to make a mistake. This game being so important for both of these teams. One will be going home, one will be moving forward after this. You can see Fanboy takes a little bit of damage there from Alburo Crazy, more or less just kind of getting feelers out there from both of these roams.
Yeah, so now you see Fanboy here playing aggressive. Oh, I think that Alburo Crazy has this information here. Oh, here comes. Okay, the bottom lane. Oh, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, but he does have that shield there, and I feel like the safest place for him is kind of in the marksman lane there too, especially because you're gonna have that shield that's gonna be able to reflect a lot of those, a lot of that marksman damage anyway. So it's not really much for him to have to be worried about as long as he has that shield up. Ooh, Lionel gonna have to use that IMU Last Insanity very quickly. Fanboy comes in, gets a little bit of that passive off, finds a stun onto Alburo Crazy. That's gonna help Lionel be able to get himself away so that he can come back even faster. 5 seconds left on this next turtle.
Yeah, so here the battle on the mid lane, like could be a 5v5, but Gusta is on the top side, but with the Spear of Destruction, he can join the fight anytime he wants. But oh, the turtle!
Yeah, Numenon Blast comes out, but that's going to be a third turtle for the side of ZZ. Meanwhile, 9C Global is going to be able to equal this out, get a tower of their own. Gusta Lagusta able to get that. Oh, on the backside, Chino might be in trouble. Going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Here comes the golden hour. Is this going to be enough for the rest of the team? They just actually end up disengaging. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication coming out from the team as the feathered airstrike raining down damage from the side of 9Z Global. Now trying to put the pressure onto that mid-tier 1 tower. Heavy spin, putting Luisinho onto the backside, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a first blood at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, first blood here. It could be better for Infinity because Fanboy got the kill here after the hard work coming up from ZZ with the heavy spin. But still, Infinity getting this first blood here with the 3 turtles. Goal lead here heading for Infinity, almost a 2K ahead. And 9Z Global. Okay, they have Goose like getting the farm on the sides here, like waiting to get these items, waiting for the power spike for Moskov. But still, Infinity is trying to do something. It's being proactive all the time in the map.
Yeah, I think I was right when it came. Ooh, a tower. Actually, Rusi able to find himself a tower, but I feel like I was correct. I saw Zablotch did pick up the Sea Halberd, so definitely not rushing the BOD here. Definitely going for more of a kind of a support early build there to kind of counter the healing that's going to come out from Luisinho on this Boxia pickup. So you're not going to really have that huge amount of damage in this early game when it comes to some of the golden hours out. Albero Crazy in trouble. He's going to have to use that dash to get himself away. Now you can see Infinity really starting to push their luck, push into the jungle. Numenon Blast coming out. Rusi very slow, catches a little bit of damage on the back end, but no worse for wear as the rest of Infinity still continuing to try to mount this pressure at the mid lane.
Yeah, I was expecting here Lydia coming with a flicker to use like this Numenon Blast in a better way, but now Gusta with the golden staff. But as you said, Infinity here like being more proactive. Luisinho with the Beyblade mode here, he could be killed. Golden Hour?
Golden Hour is going to go ahead and back off. Last of the team, Last Insanity coming on. Oh, Burrow Crazy, who gets taken out by a Lionel. And that's going to be the second kill of the game as minions begin to start their descent onto the mid lane. Ooh, Fanboy gets taken out by a Fashion. Answered back as 3 are down for the side of 9Z Globin. Luisinho, Fashion, and Burrow Crazy.
Oh, Gusta Lacusta with like 2 HP here, 2% of HP here was able to survive, but still Infinity now having so much pressure on the map, on like 9Z Globin side. Gold lead now heading almost to 5k to Infinity. The Lord heading on the top side, only the high ground tower on that side here. More advantage for Infinity. Here comes.
Yeah, Lord beginning to crash up at top as the rest of Infinity beginning to mount their offense on the rest of the towers here, mid and bottom. You can see mid with the minions all around it, and Infinity starting to crash out there. The rest, the bulk of 9Z Globin starting to try to take down the Lord up at top as minions begin to clamor for the bottom. Fanboy comes in, finds himself a little bit of a stun there onto Luisinho as the rest of Infinity look for the disengage.
Yeah, it's a very important game here, like it's the 5th one, the last one here. So Infinity doesn't want to take any kind of a risk here, doesn't want to do any overextending here to maybe give that advantage for 9Z Globin back. So they head back here, so they choose for the safest way. Probably they're waiting for the next Lord here to maybe to cause the end of this game. But once again, we saw that move yesterday with 9Z versus Alpha 7. So they have the resilience, they have the patience here to anytime and anyhow reverse that situation.
Yeah, for me right now, my only thing is I'm not seeing the value that comes out from this Lolita pickup. Waiting for them to, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for like, where is the value? What are we waiting for to really kind of kick off to kind of get the combination that we want to be able to kind of maybe turn this around for our team? Because right now 9Z Globin on the back foot, almost have their backs against the wall, still have all the high ground towers up, but Infinity looking very, very strong here. 5k gold lead for their side.
Yeah, 5k here for Infinity, 20 seconds left for the next Lord, and yeah, they now trying to do something on the bottom side here, maybe find someone lost, but 9Z is much worried about the Lord, so they have a better position now. They have the full domination on the river, and 6 seconds, that could be like the advantage that 9Z needed to reverse that situation.
Oh, looking for, do we have a golden hour? No, just a little bit of a freeze trying to come out there. Big penalty zone lands onto 3 members. Numenon Blast gonna have to be disengaged there. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Suppressive fire coming out from Fashion as the rest of 9Z Globin looking for the disengagement. And they are on their back foot. Infinity, super comfortable here now to be able to go ahead and pick up this Lord without much contention coming out from the side of 9Z Globin. Still holding on to this golden hour. Luisinho cannot find himself a way in. Gets caught by the Golden Hour. Infinity now looking to close this one up. Can they find a kill? Down goes Luisinho. Zablotch there with a kill of his own. 2 down as they take down Chino as well. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Gusta able to find a tier 1 tower to try to equal out some of this pressure with some macro at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and somehow to delay the Lord, but oh, here comes Infinity here to finish the game.
Yeah, Alberto crazy. They do find a stun onto him now. That's going to make mincemeat of this high ground tower. 5 members. Heavy spin is out. Onto the backside. Numenor Blast trying to put the pressure onto Infinity. Easy. Very low. Immortality has been proc. Gusta Lagusta right there trying to put the damage onto him. Is this going to be enough? As Rusi taking a heap of the damage coming in is Fanboy to get some of that CC onto the side of 9Z Globin, who has to turn around and deal with this Lord crashing at the bottom.
Once again, 9Z Globin able to defend the base. They lost the high ground towers here in the process, but is still alive. But you see the base here, HP now. 1 more minion waves heading for the base. Defended by a 9Z Globin. Infinity heads back once again. The damage dealt ranking so far comes to Leo now and Valentina and Rusi with the Terizla. So Infinity being more proactive all the time here, especially when it comes to Marcel and getting the stacks on his buff and getting the control with the Golden Hour, with the penalties on here coming up from Terizla and Beatrix from the blocks with the 3 kills so far, being more proactive also. We're seeing the items here, so the Halberd, the Has Claws, the Malefic Gun, the Blade of Despair to Beatrix, Wings of Nature, Demon Hunter, Golden Staff, and Corrosion Sight for Gusta Lagusta so far. Wishing Lantern and Infinity Glaive here for fishing on Farsa. She has a very interesting damage, but I want to see like the 4th item here from Farsa, like to finally see her causing more damage on the next team fights. But maybe it might be too late for a 9Z Globin when this item comes up.
Yeah, and I was about to say that. Looking at that build right there, we don't really have any raw damage coming out from Farsa. No Holy Crystal, no Genius Wand, or any of that raw magic attack there. We've got just a lot. You got, I mean, Glowing Wand. You've got some penetration coming out from them too, and then you've got the raw damage that comes out from the Wishing Lantern there. But you're lacking in that just raw, scary damage that would back up Infinity or find you some kills there just yet. And that's why a lot of these engagements, you're just seeing Infinity bully 9Z Globin back without much reprieve. Even when you put down the Feathered Airstrike, Infinity's just kind of standing in it. They're just not really afraid of the damage that's kind of coming out there now. You see them kind of building up this wall, trying to push off the rest of 9Z Globin. Numenor Blast comes in, lands on the 3 members there. And Last Insanity out, looking for the damage, is not going to be able to find itself a kill just yet there. Golden Hour latches on to 1 player for 9Z Globin. Luisinho in trouble there as they're still pushing and bullying back 9Z Globin. Finally, Infinity turned their backs and are going to go ahead, try to pick up this Lord as 9Z Globin have to return to base to try to lick some of the wounds of the damage that was caused here by Infinity.
Yeah, the nominal blast here was really nice, knocking up like 2 or 3 players on Infinity, but still the goal lead, the difference of the items here, resources, it is too big, it's too large for Infinity. You see the goal lead here is almost a 10k on this last game. So even though you had a good execution coming out from 9Z Globin, it lacks items, it lacks damage, it lacks this follow-up here to reverse that situation. And now the Lord heading on the mid game here could be the final push heading out from Infinity here, Private.
Yeah, I feel like this composition kind of lacked the same thing that we saw in the first game from 9Z Globin, where we didn't really isolate that early game to kind of facilitate us getting to the mid and late game. Here, we're constantly waiting for the evening out. And then we do have the Feather Airstrike raining down damage. The Lord down at half health now, putting on it as we clash with all members. Have a good penalty zone, comes in, lands on the 2 members. Down 1, Luisinho down for the side of Globin. Here we have a Golden Hour out as well. Alberto Crazy is down. The rest of Infinity now focusing on the core. And ladies and gentlemen, moving forward will be Infinity in the playoffs.
Infinity here surviving on the competition. A best of fives with the 5 games here, Zena.
Wow, okay. Both teams had so much on the line there, but Infinity made sure that they were securing their spot here in the playoffs and sending home R9Z Globant, who has to go for the day. Super out of the tournament.
Yeah, we'll be saying goodbye to Chino, Luisinho, Fashion, Alberto Crazy, and Gusta La Gusta. But moving forward, we'll be seeing Infinity, who I want to say were possibly the underdogs of this competition, especially when it comes to this series. I was not expecting them to have such dominance, especially when it came to, I feel, very, very calm and purposeful drafts here, which is where I feel like 9Z Globant kind of crumbled back.
Yeah, especially like thinking about like Lolita's choice here from 9Z Globant versus this versus Marcel here with the golden hour and all the follow up from Infinity's composition. You know, like with the heavy spin here, which worked so well on ZZ to avoid problems and avoid like Luisinho to get to use this retribution on objectives, for example. Lionel with Valentina here playing so well, especially using the last insanity from Xborg here to cause this damage, especially on the back line here to neutralize Fishing, to neutralize Gusta, for example, which didn't appear on this game. So he was full build here on Moskov, but he was totally neutralized here on this last game here by Infinity. So it was like a very good situation for Infinity here when it comes to the composition, because we already saw like Terizla with the penalties on, Beatrix here with Nibiru's Passion, and Marcel with the golden hour working so well in that execution. So I almost saw like everybody with the 82% of team participation on Infinity, but no, Zablux with 64 and Fanboy with 91 here with Marcel so far. So Infinity did a great job here in the last game, thinking so well on this draft and that composition that they were about to bring it up.
Yeah, for sure.
As we take a look at some of the highlights here, you can see some of these fights kind of coming in here. That first blood as they pushed Luisinho all the way back to their base there. Infinity, that's how they got their first blood. And then after that, it was just basically all Infinity here. Even when it came to the golden hour, it really wasn't used as an engagement tool, more or less just as a body block for trying to get into a lot of these objectives. 9Z Globant getting bullied back, and then you would have the golden hour coming out to be able to keep them back while these objectives came out there. Look at this beautiful heavy spins coming out. Meanwhile, backed by Lionel, who would come in for the rest of the damage and the cleanup there as well. So just a great job by Infinity when it came to a lot of these pickups here. I believe we had another golden hour that came in here, but it just, like I said, it really wasn't an initiating tool. They weren't able to really get too many kills here. They chased them down here, got themselves the objective, and unfortunately for 9Z Globant, much the same like we saw from the first game, where we had a composition, but we were constantly waiting. When is this going to take off? When are we going to get the items that we need here? Because what ended up happening is you had something that took off at like the mid to late game, but no way to secure that in the early game. And you were constantly dealing with this snowball effect coming out from Infinity, who just continued putting on the pressure and amounting that until there just wasn't enough left for 9Z Globant here at that final push.
Yes, and when the game demanded impact, this player answered without hesitation. We have Terizla. Oh, Rusi on the Terizla. Wow, he got an MVP. 207 KDA, 43.3k total damage, and 643 golds per minute. He was that defining force for the team.
Yeah, so I don't know, guys, if you remember the quick questions made from Rusi here. Who's the MVP? Me. Who's the best player? Me. Who would like to?
Yeah, he did say me.
A well-deserved MVP here for Rusi on the XP later with the Terizla once again. using the penalty zone so proactive here, not only for zone players, but also to work with Marcel's golden hour and any kind of situation that is on 9Z about to bring for Infinity situation here. So, Rusi, especially causing this pressure on the top side versus Chino that you were about to see on the early game, especially when we trying to not trying, he's taking just a little bit of the gold energy on the tower number 1. So we saw what's about to happen on this this game so far here for Rusi. So well deserved MVP.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of people really underestimate the amount of damage that can come out from a Terizla when you land that penalty zone and then land those triple strikes that he does. That's why you usually see him kind of pitted up against the Fredrin, against the Boxia, and he does well against some of the squishier members too, because he'll chain them in. They're not going to be able to escape, and he's going to be able to just get a huge amount of damage, which is almost kind of like a setting tone, because you can allow the rest of your team to catch up to a lot of those strikes there. Not just that, but Zablach as well did a great job. I was kind of critiquing, like I said, I'm not a fan of using kind of like a supporty build when you build out the Sea Halberd early on the Beatrix, because you're lacking a lot of that offensive damage. But the rest of the team more than made up for that when it came to a lot of these golden hours coming out or being able to dish out the damage. So he was able to get a lot of that anti-heal out there, really negate the export, really negate the healing that came out of the Boxia as well.
Yes, they for sure had that massive control to kind of support their Beatrix there for sure. I feel like the Lolita was not the choice here. I don't know what she was able to like block. I think the only thing that she could block is a few, like only one skill each of the marksman or the mid laner, right? So for that choice, that wasn't all. I don't know. It was off choice for me for sure. And she hasn't been doing well here in the tournaments as well. So that choice, I feel, kind of marked their grave as, for me, Infinity already won in that draft.
Yeah, so we're talking about like this Lolita's choice on the draft for a 9Z Globan, especially when it comes to what we had on the other side with Marcel, with the Terizla on the penalty zone especially. So I think that not only about Lolita situation here, Private, but also, once again, as we were talking about, like, okay, it might be very similar what happens on the first game when 9Z was like, is still waiting, but by the time that he was able to do something, it might be too late for them. It were too late for them to do something. So, victory for Infinity.
I think I'm kind of on the same page when it comes to Lolita, and I think it's more or less because I've faced Lolitas, and I think I even faced one last night that actually did a great job of countering. But that's when you got a lot of marksmen on your team and a lot of projectiles that she's going to be able to reverse. We had one player that I felt like this countered, and I felt like you were putting all of your beans here to try to counter this Beatrix, and kind of not really looking at the rest of the team and what they were going to be able to bring. So a very interesting draft there coming out. I mean, it wasn't all sunshine and roses for Infinity 2. They had a couple of drafts that I was kind of like, I'm not sure where this is kind of taking off or where we're going. But I mean, eventually, like I said, this was their inaugural meeting. These guys hadn't met in the Swiss stage before, and I feel like 9Z kind of got a little bit overwhelmed with the different picks that could have come out from the side of Infinity as well. They started things out with I believe it was the what was it? The Minoan Fury and Thomas was the first pick. So that automatically gives you, I feel like the more you can get outside the box, the more it frees up those prime picks for later on. Once you get to the game 4 and the game 5s, where now a lot of people are like really stretching their hero pool, but you now still have some prime spots left because you were able to maneuver in a lot of these off picks that were still victorious for you.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to let you guys know, remember to like, comment, and share this stream so we can get more eyes on it as we move forward into the grand finals later on. We want to make sure you check out our socials as well. MLBB Esports, Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. This is a place that you can go and see all the highlights from our past games, announcements on what teams are matching up next, and just be up to date on what's going on in the tournament.
Yeah, especially in case you missed anything from this first match here between Infinity and 9Z Global. You're about to see everything, especially on the highlights here, like recorded by our amazing voices here during the week. So everything you need to know is follow our social network here to keep tracking everything that is going on, not only in the Americas and America North and America South, but when it comes to MWE, when it comes to MSC and other events that is coming up in this year for MLBB. So make sure you follow our social networks, okay, and you can talk to us, you can interact with us.
Oh yeah, there's so many events kind of coming up too. I think we've got the qualifiers for MWI coming up as well. Pretty soon EWC will be kicking off. There's just so much going on, especially with MLBB North America. Like we said, this is the inaugural AMER tournament here. You're dealing with the South right now, but one of these teams will be chosen, will fight their way to face what the best team is in the North as well. So it's going to be a lot of information, a lot going on, a lot of different opportunities and different tournaments going on. So keep your eyes peeled for our socials to get all of that information for yourself.
And speaking of opportunities, we got diamond drops for you guys. Make sure you stay and hang out in the chat. Keep talking. Make sure you keep engaging and stay here because you will get a chance at getting these diamond drops.
Yes, you have the chance to get free diamonds here if you stay tuned and watch our streaming, our live here on AMER South. So you have the chance to get these diamonds to buy that recall effect, to buy the emote that you're looking for, or that skin that you are looking for. So make like ZZ using Suyo and Sasuke's Sasuke's skin. That is the best one here. So yeah, when it comes to the collab with the MLBB, they are the best ones.
I'm not gonna lie, especially when it comes to some of those skins. My favorite personally is the Naruto. I love the way they kind of blend in a lot of the different forms that Lucas has to kind of bring in that skin as well. But yeah, you guys, tons of diamonds for you to be able to buy your own skins and find your favorite as well as when it comes into it. So keep active and keep it positive.
And just so you guys know, we couldn't be here without our sponsor, of course. It is runestone.gg. Make sure you check them out. We get the data and analytics from them, and you can too, to up your game to be on top tier just like these players here in the tournament.
Yeah, way even better than get those skins that you're looking for is to improve your game level with a Runestone here. Check your stats, everything that is happening here, so you can check on Runestone. So thank you once again to make this happen and to help the community to grow everything up on them MLBB.
Yeah, Runestone doing their best to become that one source of everything that you need for your games. Make sure to join them and check them out at runestone.gg, guys.
Yes, for sure. What amazing matches so far, guys. This tournament, it took all the way to the best of 5. That is an amazing fight that they had here, for sure. But before we go, we're going to take a quick break here, and we want to see you back for the last best of 5 we have going on. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Every diamond count, and with Bonox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCTBNX to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with Bonox and play it at next.
dreams and nightmares.
And we are back with some more MCT AMER South action here. A lot on the line for sure for the teams going against each other today. We had to say goodbye today as well to 9Z Globant.
Yeah, a somber farewell for them. A lot of improvement that they had throughout this entire tournament here. Unfortunately, I mean, Infinity put up a heck of a fight, tooth and nail, to move themselves forward.
Yeah, so after first a match here, insane match with 5 games between 9Z Global versus Infinity. So later now we're about to see the another one, the second one of the night here. It's going to be Octa Gaming versus Remax. There's so much history between these two teams, so much rivalry. So we're going to see what is going to happen. And again, it's a now or never situation on that screen here, Zina.
Yes, that's for sure. All right, so let's see. Today we had Infinity going against 9Z. They went the full best of 5 here. But the game went to Infinity with 3 wins. And then next we have Octa Gaming versus DreamMax up next.
Yeah, this one has a lot of history behind it. As we said before, Octa Gaming have faced a DreamMax before. All times have been complete sweeps in favor of Octa Gaming. So DreamMax have their backs up against the wall. This is something I've said before. One of the most dangerous animals out there is an animal with its back up against the wall. However, I do want to say Octa Gaming got here getting surprise sweeped, I believe, by was it 9Z Globant?
Yes.
Yeah, so you know they're kind of hurting. They want to prove themselves again here for something that possibly could have been a little bit of an embarrassment for them that brought them down here.
Yes, let's see who we have on our lineup here for Octa. Today we have Lucy on the EXP, Thanato Tizzy on the jungle, mid lane Sajin, V2 on that gold lane, and our roamer will be Saber.
Yeah, so here comes Octa Gaming, the an unbeaten team, at least like on the last game. So let's see what is Octa Gaming is about to see. What the hell, unbeaten? They lost.
Salve rapaziada, meu nick é Thanato, sou o jungle e capitão da Octa Gaming e eu vou trazer uma gincana para vocês citando qual seria o meu Dream Team da MPL. Vou começar pela rota. De rotação, eu traria o Vaguinho. Ele tem um estilo de jogo característico bem agressivo, coisa que o Saber também tem. E eu já conheço o Vaguinho, já jogo com ele há um bom tempo. Então acredito que faria sentido trazer ele. Para complementar o outro mid, faria sentido eu trazer outro jogador que já trabalhou comigo anteriormente e também já trabalhou com o Vaguinho, que é o Syndra. Eu acredito que o nosso mid ficaria bem conexo, os 3 juntos, teria uma boa conexão. E seria um trio mid bem agressivo, o que facilitaria para a gente jogar da maneira que eu gosto. Puxando agora para Gold Lane, eu poderia citar vários nomes que são excelentes na Gold, só que eu vou priorizar um pouco mais quem já jogou comigo, além de também priorizar pessoas que eu não teria barreira linguística, como por exemplo o Zia, que seria uma opção excelente de Gold, porém meu inglês não é tão bom, então eu não sei se faria sentido eu citar ele. No caso, eu traria o Joel Krill como Gold Lane. Ele fala espanhol, mas ele já mora no Brasil há um tempo, então não teria tanta barreira linguística, ele entende o que eu falo. Já joguei com ele anteriormente, onde fomos campeões da outra. Então acho que seria a opção mais segura para mim trazer de Gold Lane. E na Exp eu não consigo pensar algum tão facilmente, porque tem muitos Exp-laners bons aqui no Latam. Poderia ser o Rezu, por exemplo, mas entra na barreira linguística. Então acredito que para suprir esse papel de Exp-laner e que seria uma boa substituição pro Rezu, para mim provavelmente seria o Black. O Black é alguém que tem muita experiência, tem um estilo de jogo característico com boas calls. Eu acho que o Black seria a opção mais segura para Exp-laner também. Então no final o meu roster saiu eu, Vaguinho, Syndra, Joel Krill e Black. É isso.
All right, let's see. Oh. Let's see if their synergy, like he says, is enough to beat DreamMax here with our EXP laner, Goo, our jungler King, mid lane Shaikiche, gold lane Zeus, and Blink will be the roamer.
Yeah, impressive roster here with the changes that came out from DreamMax. It has basically formed a completely different team than we have seen from the Swiss stage. But with that said, let's see what DreamMax had to say before their matchup.
Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Blink, rotação da DreamMax, e hoje vou fazer aqui uma brincadeira de respostas rápidas. Blink 2019. Harley Zilong Luiz King Ling Flash Collector do Granger. Nossa, Joy. Saber. Zushin. Eu. Resu. Gulu. Early game. Shot caller.
Blink seems to think very highly of himself answering all those questions as me.
Yeah, I was about like to hear especially. I think there's the last one. Which player would be like? Would you steal that? Me? No. What? Boy, what the hell? But now here's like. Yeah, I was seeing like, and Blink saying a lot of information like not so different from his line. Like the favorite, like his main was Harley, a hero that he would like to play. I think there's Glue. Okay, at least Glue can be used in Roamer. So many. His favorite skin, Collector from Granger. We're like, oh, he's a Roamer. It's like being a Collector from a Marksman here, but okay, that's okay. There's so much to see and talk about here. This match, this best of 5 between Octa and DreamMax here private, because as you said, Octa Gaming came with a victory from a DreamMax, and now they have the chance to get the full revenge, especially after these changes that DreamMax been through.
I feel like it's unfortunate to say, but we've watched DreamMax because they went from the bottom of placements of seeding to the bottom 4 of seeding here in the playoffs. To a team that has grown, that has been able to defeat Infinity, which is the team we just saw that just got over on 9Z Global. Even got a dominating game win over Entity 7 that we saw yesterday, which came out of nowhere. So there are those little bits of hope for them here. They do, but this is a huge mountain that they are going to need to climb here. And like we said before, they've already been wiped twice by Octa Gaming. So Octa Gaming has an understanding, but they've never faced, I want to say, this version of DreamMax yet. Some things from yesterday that I kind of had notes on. Shaikitse, I feel like one of the biggest game plan was to shut her down. They took away the Kimmy pick from Shaikitse there, as well as I feel like a lot of pressure was placed onto Gu, where I feel like he was kind of held down, and I feel like the frustration started to, that's where a lot of the cracks began to come, was the XP lane and the performance coming out of the XP lane. So if they want to have, I want to say, a hope of being able to find that victory, find that positivity forward, those are going to be the main areas that you need to focus on to be able to build that victory here against a team like Octa Gaming, who a lot of people thought, including me, thought was going to be basically like second seed here coming into these playoffs.
Yeah, Entity 7 did find the ingredients to kind of counter DreamMax to get them from getting any more wins there. Shaikiche and King are a major factor in a lot of those wins that they had there. They're gonna go ahead and ban out Phobius, Boxia, and Kalea on the side of Octa here, and banning out Freya, Suyu, and Zushin, picking up that Harley for first pick here on the side of Octa.
Yeah, Octa Gaming here picking Harley here on the jungle for Thanatos TZ, so an early game, like a consistent early game when it comes to Octa Gaming. Especially they prefer and they are used to play in this style, like prioritizing early game especially. But now let's see what is DreamMax is coming up here. Maybe like with Valentina, maybe for Shaikichi, or guarantee the goal lane for Zeus. That could be another idea, maybe with the Harriet here. So we have to wait because they're cooking so much. Okay, Hilda and Claude. Okay, Zeus is getting Claude here in the gold lane.
Yeah, so they do go ahead, secure up the gold laner for their team, especially adding to that a lot of early game pressure. It might be a little early to show the Hilda in my taste, just because I feel like you leave it open to kind of be countered out by a Gatakacha, another tanky front line that can really slow down the Hilda, where she has a lot of issues when it comes to CC or slows that can really be a detriment to a lot of her kit. On the side of Octa Gaming, definitely curious where we go with the Harley out there. Maybe we secure up a Uranus here just to kind of take that off of the table for DreamMax, something that is usually really big in being able to counter out the Harley. Or do you save up the Uranus in case the enemy picks it up during some of the other rounds? But it does look like they're going to go with the Glue and the Valentina pickup here.
Yeah, I did say, you mentioned before that Hilda is great against any squishier heroes to start with that are junglers. So the Hilda pickup was I feel like a kind of smart pick on their side if they were gonna go and invade and kind of stop Harley from farming, because if he cannot build up, he kind of falls off there for sure. Yeah, so I don't know what else they're gonna have to go ahead and pick up a mid lane here for DreamMax. Oh, and there they go. Of course, Shaikiche goes with the Lunix, one of the ones she's comfortable with here, and is really good against the Harley as she can escape with her ultimate.
Yeah, there it is. So Lunix here now in the mid lane from Shaikichi. It was a good one, especially to escape from Harley's ultimate, escaping from her glues here, somehow ultimate also here. So it is a good choice for DreamMax. For me, Valentina's choice here, I think that it avoids the trouble of getting a Sora, for example, from the DreamMax side here when it comes to this natural counter. So let's see the next ban phase here coming out from DreamMax. Maybe DreamMax now can focus on the gold lane here. Maybe taking out carry, for example, and focusing on tanky composition. Oh, they already took it down here in Moskov. Maybe the next one could be carry, for example.
Yeah, definitely trying to focus on that. And that's a big reason for picking up the early marksman. It means that now that you have yours, you can start trying to ban out some of those priority picks from the other side there as well. I do like some of the answers that are kind of coming back and forth here when it comes to being able to secure and protect. Like you said, the Valentinits is really going to offset a Sora pickup there from them. And then on the other side, you answer that immediately with the Lunox pick, which we've seen before, just does a great job of being able to counter out the glue and the damage that can come out from there. Here, preambling this pickup of the Harley with the Kalea ban as well. So I'm kind of wondering, and especially we went with the Hilda, so we're not going to be able to kind of go with any type of isolation type of composition from the side of DreamHack. You're going to have the Hilda, but the big thing for me is, are we going to be able to kind of make use of this Hilda and kind of have that front line where and especially because I feel like we're kind of lacking in CC. That is where Claude really shines. You get that CC down, Claude can come in and he's just got a nice amount of time that he can lay down a lot of that blazing duet there. On the other side, interesting that we have the Terizla ban kind of coming out. I was actually quite curious where that was coming from. Possibly to set up a Fredrin pickup by the side of DreamHack.
Yeah, they still need their jungler here as well, and an EXP laner here on the side of DreamHack. So that could be a possibility to kind of like negate that. But you are right, they are lacking that CC that is needed to kind of hold down the enemy for Lunox and Claude to kind of dish out their skills on there and take them down. On the side of they're gonna go ahead. Well, they're still missing that CC, but they're picking up this Lancelot. I wonder what they're gonna choose here for that EXP.
All right, so here a choice from DreamHack. It comes to Lancelot to a King. It's another one here, like if he uses the triangle here at the right time, he can avoid the burst coming out from Harley's ultimate as well. So that could be another situation for DreamHack. But still, as Privis was saying, I'm feeling some lack of CC here coming out from DreamHack's composition so far. Maybe now with like too good coming up with an Alice, for example, to get in this back line and trying to do something here with this control. No Terizla. Uranus, I don't see like they using Uranus, but now Sora. Oh, another CC here, another control coming out from XP Lane, and Bruno here to V2. Okay, a very interesting composition. Oh, Yusong here is the last one for DreamHack.
It's very interesting here. I feel like we have a full-on engaged composition coming from DreamHack here, where everybody really needs to be on the same page. Either you engage or disengaging, because you have no CC to stop anybody. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities for you guys to read off of each other just because the lack of CC. So it's either in or out on who's making those calls. A very interesting composition. Octa Gaming, I like it. Like we said, it's got a lot of the standards that you look for in a composition, whether it's the damage, the CC that comes out, and a decent front line to be able to kind of protect your squishier players in Segan and V2.
Yeah, so especially like I think that this is battle on the river, especially around the objective here, is going to be very very strong for both teams, because on one side you have Valentina, Harley, and Glue. On the other side you have Lancelot, Chaikichi with the Lunox, and Blink with Hilda. I think that Hilda is going to cause just a little bit pressure here on the river, for example. But when it comes to CC, Saber has the advantage on Glue, especially to buy more time for Octa Gaming. So I believe that most of the things and most of what is happening on this first game is going to take out from this Trinity: the mid lane, the jungler, and the roaming here so far on this first game here, Private.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see how this kind of takes off. I feel like what we lack in CC on the side of DreamHack, we make up for in mobility and damage output that can come out. However, Shaikichi and Zeus, you're really waiting for a decent amount of items to come out before they really start to come online.
Yes, 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 and online here we are once again. Now is the second match of the day, of the night. Octa Gaming versus DreamHack here. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. One side, Octa Gaming, other side here, DreamHack. Let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, like we said before, DreamHack have had this matchup before against Octa Gaming. Octa Gaming have been so dominant, able to find 2 sweeps off of their opponents, and now DreamHack's looking to change that history here with this third series here. This one's going to be a best of 5, and we're hoping to see this one go the distance.
It's going to be sweet. It's going to be very wild here. Both teams working on, especially on the mid lane here now. Sagan, and Chaikichi, and Saber, right? Yeah, Sagan and Saber. Like it was like almost a tongue twist here for me.
Yeah, putting on a little bit of damage there. Oh, yeah, going to go and put some on to Blink just yet, and they're going to be able to cleanly secure up that Litho Wanderer for them. The only thing right now, I feel like Blink, he's trying to keep pace with Saber, understand where Saber is so that there's no surprises that come on. Surprisingly enough, Goop doing a good job pushing in the lane on the side of DreamHack here, pushing it into Octa Gaming there to kind of get some domination in that. So now he's going to go ahead and like basically call for some of the reinforcements. King going into a bush. I wonder if he knows that Octa Gaming's in there. Yeah, it does discover them in there as well. 9 seconds for this first turtle.
Yeah, King was like, oh, I'm a crazy live, but not so far. Oh, King!
Ooh, yeah, has a little bit of that disengagement. Ooh, Petrify comes in and a Popo! And down goes Thanatos Teasy. Black Dragon into the tower of Octa Gaming. That's going to be a potential free turtle for the side of DreamHack.
Here comes the surprise coming up from DreamHack. See the Petrify from Goo, guaranteeing the first kill for Shaikichi and the first turtle as well for the Dragon Boys. Oh, Zeus here and Shaikichi now taking a lot of damage on the bottom lane, but they still survive. They'll be able to get back in the base, and the first turtle goes to DreamHack here, Private.
Yeah, you see there, and that's one of the big things about the Flying Cloud map. Zeus, you saw him immediately turn around to go back to base, and he's going to be able to get back fairly quickly before he loses anything much on his side for this for these minions here. V2 going to take a decent amount of damage there, goes underneath the tower. Blink takes a bit of damage for that. BMI used by Zeus to get him out of harm's way. The one thing too is there's a lot of damage negating abilities on the side of DreamHack too. You've got the Black Dragon, you've got the Thorned Rose. Ooh, Zeus, as I say that, Zeus taking a lot of damage. Speaking of damage negating abilities, it doesn't really have much on his side, but Black Dragon, Thorned Rose from King, Shaikichi has the Brilliance that can come out. So you've got a lot of, I think you isolate a lot of targets. Octa Gaming has very few targets they can go for that don't have an ability that will be able to get them away from a lot of that harm and a lot of those danger zones.
Yeah, so we're seeing now once again here like Blink trying to get this harassment, trying to get this info from the jungler. Saber is on the bottom line once again here in a 2v2 situation. Meanwhile, Thanatos TC clearing the path, but oh, Saber.
Yeah, Saber takes a little bit of damage there from Blink. Ooh, with the ultimate coming out from that Hilda pickup, but not enough to really do much, especially when you've got that split. Glue is just so durable, and that's why he gets so much pickups here so in the current meta.
Yeah, so he didn't head back to the base here, like using the green zone to regen the HP here. Now the second turtle on the top side of the river. Both teams are dancing around that. Let's go!
Yeah, we do have 4 members here. Black Dragon is out as well. Blink does kind of suffer a split there as well. Big pop-up lands onto King. Brilliance comes out from the back end. Shakichi able to find a kill onto Lucy. Goo in trouble, getting blasted up as Blink chasing down 2 members. Thanatos able to find himself a kill onto Glue. So 1-1 apiece here for this is going to be able to push Octa Gaming away from a second turtle for DreamHack.
Yes, 1 player down here for both teams, but the turtle, this next one, goes for a DreamHack once again. But now, see, Thanatos, he's up to do something. He's up to something on the bottom lane here, maybe to surprise Zeus here on the tower. He is very patient. He is waiting for the right time, but oh, DreamHack knew that something's weird on the bottom line here, so heading up the players to respond back any kind of the trial here from Octa Gaming.
One interesting thing that I'm remembering from yesterday is that interview that we had with Alpha 7, and we kind of questioned them on what they had noticed from DreamHack that had changed since the first time that they had fought. And one of the biggest things that he said is their team fighting had gotten monumentally better from DreamHack. Not so much the rotations or picks or anything or draft, which they've always kind of favored, but the team fights were just so much better coming out from DreamHack. And here, I think maybe a little bit of a surprise there coming out from Octa Gaming, as DreamHack have been able to have pretty successful 2 objective pushes here so far in the early game. I think we got about 46 seconds for this next hurdle, but so far DreamHack, even with the composition that I'm not too favorable of, just because of the lack of CC, I still feel like DreamHack has a good thing. Oh, Shifting Skies comes out there, and out comes the negate there from King. We have the Thorned Rose that was able to kind of get rid of a lot of damage, and then he was able to puncture his way out of that damage.
Yeah, and actually it's kind of interesting here because as you were saying, like you're expecting Octa Gaming to get the 2nd seed, for example, on the AMER South so far, especially because of the first performance of Octa Gaming. And then suddenly, like, they got a 3-0 sweep from 9Z Globan. And okay, and the river, oops.
Yeah, Brilliance actually coming out. That's the IMU, and the Flicker Singing might be in trouble here. Underneath the tower, Blink finds the kill, and is able to get away. Meanwhile, King taking the deadly magic, is able to find himself an escape. V2 finds a kill onto Goo. 2 down for Octa Gaming, 1 down for DreamHack. Is this going to equal up a turtle for the side of Octa Gaming? I know DreamHack is very low, so there's not going to be much contention on their side. Meanwhile, pressure mounting at the mid. Blink on his side looking for an engagement, but is going to have to turn around and recall back to base.
Berserker Fury now heading for a V2's hand on Bruno with already on the has clause here. So on the last team fight, King was not able to fight back this turtle, guaranteed by Octa Gaming. But once again, Octa Gaming here working on this turtle. They took down the first tower on the bottom lane. In the mid lane here, Blink. Okay, he is able to survive as well. But once again, DreamHack being more proactive, especially when it comes to Blink here with Hilda to trying to get his backline and trying to neutralize anyone before an important objective here. But so far, Octa Gaming is responding in an interesting way. You know, like when we check the goal lead here, like almost none for DreamHack, despite all the actions that they are trying to do so far.
Yeah, because we really have, and this is something else that we had talked about too, when it came to facing a team like Alpha 7, they were having some problem. The Overshifting Skies come out there, have to use the puncture. The Phantom Execution. He keeps trying to Phantom Execution, and he cannot get away. The damage and the CC coming out from Lucy on that Sora pit kept on resetting and resetting. He must have tried the Phantom Execution 3 times, and each time it got CC'd down, he was not able to find that escape.
You can call me old-fashioned, but don't call me to play in a competition which does have NCC. The top lane here, killing spree for Thanatos TZ, plus the tower on the top side, and mid lane as well for Octa Gaming. Private. Like, for the last 2 minutes ago, we were talking about, like, DreamHack's advantage. Thanatos TZ. Oh.
Yeah, Blink's going to be able to clean that up nice and easy. But yeah, we were talking about, I feel like Octa Gaming just waiting for a couple of those power spikes before they actually go in. Split there on by Saber there. Shakiche looking for an angle to get in here. Possibly looking for some of that surprise. Blink on the other side. Goo coming in here is going to get surprised by Segan coming in there. Do we have a Black Dragon? Down to 50%. Goo probably gonna have to use that Black Dragon to get out as Saber taking a lot of damage. Shakishi comes in here, finds the kill onto Saber. This might be able to set up this first Lord for the side of a DreamHack. They're gonna go ahead and start on it as Lucy looking for another way inside of here. Possibly looking at a Shifting Skies coming in, and King able to find himself an escape plus the retribution on to this Lord. Goo again getting taken out with that deadly magic. Goo right now sitting at a 0 and a 4.
Okay, a worthy sacrifice here for a DreamHack, taking down Goo to guarantee the first Lord. Now, with one player less, okay, they're on like 11 seconds left here to him to get back in game once again. And the Lord now activating on the bottom lane here. DreamHack has to take this chance, take this opportunity to take down towers on the map, because so far Octa Gaming is dominating. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty even when it comes to golden kills right now. We do have a little bit of a Thorn Rose that does land on the Saber. Oh, Phantom Execution actually comes out there. But, oh, the damage coming out. We do have a little bit of a problem for King. He does get disengaged there with another Thorn Rose. Thanatos is going to have to find himself a teleport out of there. Goo in trouble again, looking for an escape, is being chased down by the rest of Octa Gaming. 0 and 5 for Goo, but it does allow DreamHack the opportunity to clear the tier 2 tower up at top.
I believe that in DreamHack communication, I believe that someone say like, okay, if someone has to die here, it has to be Goo here on the XP lane with the Yuzong so far. But now, oh, here comes again.
Yeah, we do have the Brilliance kind of coming out from Shaikite. She's going to try to put the damage here onto the Saber. Yeah, there it goes again. Shaikite picking up another kill. 5-0 right now on this Lunox. I mean, who else but Shaikite would be able to do that so early in reaching into the mid game? Immediately knows what target she needs to go for, knows that it's going to be Saber on this glue, and is always around to be able to kind of find some of those kills right now. Still, I feel like it's a little even on both sides. 3 towers to 4 in favor of Octa Gaming, and the gold lead not really there for either of those teams. But however, I feel like the further and further we get into this game, Octa starting to come together, starting to find the kills, starting to find some of these objectives.
Yeah, so when it comes to the map domination here, Octa Gaming just a little bit ahead from DreamHack. The goal lead here is none for both teams, but now, oh, in the top side here, so we're seeing something out of the range, especially from DreamHack. Blink or now King. Oh, here comes Black Dragon.
Oh, they want V2. They're going to try to dash back there, have the Phantom Execution. Here come the Shifting Skies. They're trying to get back to V2 and get him down. King chases him down, but pays for it with his life. Octa Gaming trying to turn this around onto DreamHack. 2 down. King and a Goo down for the side of DreamHack as they try to pull Saber down. Oh, Blazing Duet on the backside is going to put a lot of damage on the Saber. Brilliance coming out from Shaikite as well. Now looking for the disengagement. They are able to find it. 8-8 for both of these teams.
Yeah, the chase V2 here, but the price was too high for them because they lost 2 players in the process. They lost King here, the retribution situation from DreamHack to this Lord. But now here King is able to be back in the game again, and now Octa Gaming has to finish this Lord as faster as they can.
Yeah, they tried to, but out comes the Black Dragon. You can see them now starting to back up, trying to get into proper positioning. Zeus and King coming in. Ooh, we might be able to get this Lord off of them again. Coming in, looking for the retribution. Lucy able to find the damage onto the Lord. What retribution as a DreamHack take a loss to King and Blink. I believe that's going to be a double for V2, and this is why he was the first target in the initial engagement. engagement. They knew the damage that he's going to be able to output. They knew what happens if you leave him alive. And here, getting a double now accompanying this Lord into the high ground of a DreamHack. Only 3 members left there. Big charge coming out from the Lord as the rest of Octa Gaming makes short work. Shifting Skies come out, and the big damage on the Goo, who is down for the count. Now trying to put the damage onto this core as well. Shifting Skies, Shaikiche finds a kill onto Saber, but it's not enough to stop the push. Octa Gaming clear out game 1.
An early and mid game here, very tied up from both teams, but now Octa Gaming take the step forward and guarantee 1-0, Xena.
Yes, and they kept it very tied up for sure. It was looking in favor of DreamHack there at the start, but one little misstep from them. That second Lord was able to push, tear that all down by taking out all the lanes. They lost 2 players on the side of DreamHack there, and then they tunneled, visioned for that crystal. It was the end, and that was all she wrote for them.
Oh man, I mean, they put in the effort. Shaikiche did her best to kind of come in there, like I said, narrowing down in the skill that she had, or on the player that she was supposed to focus down. Unfortunately, it just took more than that. Octa Gaming had some great disengagement tools here too, even to the fact that I want to applaud DreamHack for the target and understanding of what they needed to do. They saw V2, they went in on him, even with how far back he was looking to disengage. King with the tunnel vision, able to still find that kill under eventually though taking a death his own. Unfortunately, I still feel like one of the biggest the problems right now for Decided DreamHack is I feel like XP lane is kind of getting outmatched right now when it comes to a lot of these team engagements. Octa Gaming put on a huge show here, especially Lucy on this pick. I feel like that was a big part of the success for Octa Gaming here too. You have the pickup of the Sora, and you already had the only counter out there in the Valentina pickup as well.
Yeah, so I agree with you here, especially on Goo's situation here, because okay, he was with Yuzong here, especially with the Black Dragon when it comes to the situation to zoom out the Octa Gaming players, for example. But the follow up here, especially from DreamHack, that could be better if they like worked better with a Goo, for example, you know, because we saw like most of the times like Goo being just a little bit lost here, so getting taken down on this team fight, and with this misadvantage from DreamHack. Oh, Lao King here trying to escape, but the whole like Octa Gaming, almost whole Octa Gaming composition was like back on his feet here to guarantee the kills. So Goo was trying to, especially on this flank, but with the Yuzong here using the Black Dragon, it's back to when you see DreamHack with a follow-up with this damage caused by Shaikiche, for example, or Azu. But what we saw here was Goo sometimes lost.
All right, now it's time to spotlight the player who left their mark on this match, our MVP V2 with the Bruno, 414 KDA, 67k total damage, 762 gold per minute, a defining factor for the win, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason you saw such a thirsty dive for him. I want to say 2 minutes before the end there. Because they understood how much damage he was going to be able to output, that if he's left open, they're not going to be able to withstand all that he was able to dish out there. And you saw it with that last fight too, just able to pop away and lay them out. And it was just a huge, it was a huge opening for them to be able to kind of use that to be able to get that final push up as well. And I know we talked a little bit, we were talking a little bit about Goo, but he's one of the newer players when it comes to the side of DreamHack. So there still is some synergy that needs to come in there for them. Oh, look at V2, just the damage coming out, boom, right on the blink as he was trying to get away. A big flicker there, and then able to find himself another one as well, another kill on to the side of DreamHack. But there has to be, you have to kind of throw it out there that Goo is one of the newer players for the side of DreamHack, so it's going to take some time for that synergy to build. I know we have some high expectations because of how well they did with some of these switching. King, I mean, that's an easy fix. He's been playing on the team the entire time. All he had to do, he just moved over one space from the XP lane into that jungler position. So it's going to take some time for them to kind of find that synergy. For what I'm hoping is that Goo kind of sticks around so that they can kind of build that with them, because there's as far as like weaknesses or things that hurdles and things that you have in the way, there's very few that I feel like are holding DreamHack's back. You change out Goo with a brand new XP laner, I think you're going to be resetting this entire thing as well. Stick with what you have, and maybe I feel like the communication needs to be just a little bit better from the side of the DreamHacks. To talk to Goo, make sure he understands where you guys are at, what you guys are doing, so everybody is on the same page when it comes to a lot of these engagements, because I feel like that's a very small problem to have as a team that could potentially see you guys ahead. That was an outstanding early game for DreamHack here, taking on a team that has swept them 3 times. Unfortunately, the end kind of led to about the same thing, but it just takes a few of those little minor changes to kind of push you into a victory against a team like this.
Yeah, Goo was kind of he wasn't doing great for sure this round, and that's something they do need to work on to kind of get their EXP laner and their gold laner on the same page with them, as they both are new to the team. But Shakiche, she was doing a wonderful job there, but it was not enough. She needed more of that protection. She got most of the kills, a majority of the kills for the team, but in the end, it all depended on everybody working well enough together. And like you said, if they work on that synergy, they can probably bring that up instead of like swapping him out, right? So there goes that first game. Octa was able to get a first win, kind of a revenge match there for themselves, and like, because they got swept the other day. So they're gonna go ahead and ban out Phobius first here, and most likely Freya up next.
Yeah, I agree with you, and especially when it comes to my mind, memories from the last season on here on the South region, when DreamHack, they were with another gold laner. You know, it was not Zeus. It was another gold laner, a Gremio, and for the first matches, he was like, okay, he was not performing. It was not like not performing bad, you know, but from the expectations that the people had from him, like it was his performance was below these expectations, you know. So before, like after some matches, he was getting the confidence, he was getting some MVPs, for example, and DreamHack was able to get huge performance on the playoffs, for example. They were not the champion, okay, but still they were like very, very high on the last season. And maybe something similar is happening to Goo here, because he was not even able to get on the lineup here, because King was playing on XP lane, on the XP laner, so now he is back in the jungle, and Goo now is in the roster. So maybe for him it takes a little time to get this confidence and get this this performance with the rest of the team, you know. The thing that I'm saying about Goo, I can say also not at the same power, at the same level to Zeus, for example, the gold laner from DreamHack, because when we talk about like gold laner, we talk about the carry. We talk about like this guy which is responsible to cause the damage to win a game. You know, like when it comes to gold lane, we talk about Gusta, we talk about Upatizi, we talk about from the Alpha 7. I forgot like the name from. Oh, Batizi, right? Alpha 7 is Batizi. What? I'm lost. And so some gold laners here. So for me, Zeus has to show his potential. You know, he's not like his full potential so far here in this lineup, in the DreamHack lineup so far. So as the reason that we talk so much about Chaikichi and her performance, the King and his performance, and Blink, you know, so the sides, I think that they have more potential to show a brilliant performance here on DreamHack.
I think that brings up actually kind of a valid point when it comes. They both, Zeus and Goo, might be kind of on the same levels for it. It just so happens that when you're a melee hero and you're not performing like above standard, you're gonna suffer a lot of deaths. If you're playing something like a marksman, especially marksmen, they're gonna have a lot of disengagement tools, a lot of ways to get out. You might not be getting a lot of the kills, but you don't have to die, so you're gonna be able to find an escape. Not as easy when you're a Yuzong, especially because you're basically all in once you go into that Black Dragon and you're flying into them. It's just like, well, I guess this was a bad turn. Bye, folks, as you take that death. But on the opposite side of that, on Octa Gaming here, I mean, you're talking about a team who took a loss, a full sweep that put them down here. So you know they're trying to make a point here. Even with, I mean, that chase would have taken down most teams here. V2, he did end up going down at the end there, but I mean, still kind of maintain that focus. The team understood what they needed to do well as.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I'm like,
threw me off. Let me finish my thought before I deal with this emotional trauma here that I'm about to see on the side of DreamHack here. So Octa Gaming, like I said, I mean, they had a great game, especially with showing how they handle a lot of that. Okay, so. Yeah, it's not emotional damage. It's just there's obviously something was wrong. Thank God.
Something's wrong here. This was right.
But yeah, I mean, especially to a team like Octa Gaming, I think that was one of the big things that I noticed is just that they're taking a lot of the early game. They were taking a lot of bumps. They lost, I think, they lost 2 turtles and were able to get the last one. But I mean, to the patience that they were able to show, the understanding of what they needed to do, they just needed to wait for some of those items to kind of get onto the Bruno, and then they could just let him loose on them, and then they were able to close up very, very quickly.
Yes, for sure. Once they got into the later game of the match, they were able to come back with their marksman. They built it up pretty well there. Like you guys were stating, Lara, as I was saying too earlier, that I felt like Zeus and Goo both need more training with the team before they can kind of like launch off. For me, I feel like I haven't seen Zeus do as amazingly as the other marksmen that have been in this tournament, right? They mostly heavily relied on King, Blink, and Shaikichi, the trio, to do most of the work, and they were just there to kind of help support that trio. But so I feel for them to kind of be better and continue on to do well in the playoffs, they really need to up their own aggression or to get on that same page with King Shaikichi, right? To dish that damage to help the team more.
Yeah, so I was wondering, like, I was thinking when Private was saying, like, okay, Octa Gaming knew what they had to do on the first game here, just waiting for the power spike. I just remember the first game on 9Z versus Infinity, right? So, because I mean, a 9Z was like, oh, wait. Hey, we lost the game. So, what? So we were waiting for so long here, like maybe waiting for power spikes from Gusta, for example, and other players, but I think that they lost the right time to respond back on the first game. So now Octa Gaming, differently from the first match, what happened to 9Z versus Infinity, they did different, and it worked well for them.
Well, yeah, and then not only that, but when you're talking about a team, especially that type of composition that we saw come out of DreamHack, where it felt like it's all has to be reaction, very little communication, because you have no CC. There's no little stuns that will give you that little bit of time to be able to talk it through. It's all going to be reaction, move, get to the back line. We need to shut down Bruno or disengage quickly because we have no CC. We need to find our way out of it. It's a tough composition to pull off for even the most seasoned teams that have that synergy and stuff like that. But like I said, and I've talked about this before too, when a team starts falling behind, the first place you usually see that start affecting is usually going to be the melee heroes, because they're the ones that are going to feel the brunt of that force, whereas the mages, a lot of the marksmen are going to have their escapes, their ways to disengage from there. So it's going to take some time for a lot of these things to kind of line up in the way that they want. On this side though, Octa Gaming giving up the Zushin pickup.
Yes, it seems like they're not gonna go with the Layla.
Your team is
but yes, great pick on their side here, picking up that Zushin first, and then they're gonna be answered over here on the side of Octa with Suyu and Harith, other top tier meta heroes right now.
Yeah, honestly, guys, here I want to see what Octa Gaming is about to do versus Zushin, because okay, we are in a competitive scenario here on MLBB. The meta says that Zushin is way too strong so far here on the meta. You know, like both teams that I'm not sure about like the win rate percentage, but I believe this is gonna be like more than 50% here when it comes to Zushin. You know, and we still see teams letting Zushin open, you know, like, okay, we have a plan, we know how to deal with Zushin, but the fact is, most of the times, like most of the times, we're seeing like the teams though who picks Zushin, they win, you know, especially on AMER South here. So I don't know, maybe for Octa Gaming, maybe like not letting Zushin open and think about another strategy could be better to let Zushin, because it's not only Zushin, it's a Zushin to Shaikichi. You know, it's like 1 + 1 is 2 here for a DreamX. So I don't know. I don't think this it might be a good idea for Octa Gaming, actually.
I mean, we've seen it before. I think one of the things that's kind of stuck out in my head was I don't believe it was this series or was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday where we saw the Lapu picked up, and his only job was to bravest fighter form into the back line, chase down the Zushin every which way, and that was his only job. Even if he died back there, while he was doing that, his front line was basically pushing into the enemy territory. But what it did is it made sure that Zushin, while the Zushin wasn't dying all the time, it was not a factor in any of the fights, because constantly had to run away from the engagement that you were getting from a Lapu. There's other XP laners and other ways that you can do that to chase, but it's always been something that has been that I kind of stressed when it comes to having a composition and allowing Zushin out. There needs to be an answer to get to that back line to at the very least, provide some type of pressure to get back there. Here, Hilda possibly, I guess, could provide some type of pressure. I don't know how much it could be, just because of the ability for Hilda to get around the map, find a flank onto the team, could help try to maybe get that surprise on the Zushin. Suyo can burst into the back lines, but I feel during a lot of objective fights, his focus is going to be on that turtle, on that lord, to make sure he can get that retribution off. So I feel like if we're looking for some of those things here, we're looking for these last 2 picks on the side of Octa Gaming, something that's going to get to that back line, something that's going to be able to provide that pressure.
Yes, that's true. They did target the Zushin before, and that did help the team win in that case, but they went ahead and they're target banning the mage picks for the Octa right here. They've banned Eve, they banned the Lilia. So we're gonna have to see what else they have to choose here. ZTN's also open as well, so they also have the Lunix. I don't know, they have a few options still on the side of Octa here. They went ahead and banned Lapu on the side of DreamX.
Yeah, so let's see now if they are about to choose the main lane here for Sagan. I don't know, maybe Valir here for disengage coming out from Leomar, but they have to wait what is coming next from the rest of DreamX composition. So maybe now they can focus on the XP lane here for Octa Gaming. No Lapu Lapu here on the first on this second game. No Fovius. Maybe Terizla could be an option here for Octa Gaming, because once again here for me it lacks a CC here in this composition so far, or Alice here for Lucy, but nope, none of that. Uranus it is.
Who said there are no shortcuts in life?
It's pretty tanky, hard to like. I said before with Zushin trying to get a Uranus, it's like picking up a rocket, like. And I'm like putting it back down.
That is one thing that we have seen before, is that Uranus, first of all, when you're using that lantern, you're providing Uranus a whole bunch of stacks that he needs to be able to get his passive up. So he's going to be healing, especially with that full 20 stacks. And then if you're lifting Uranus up and bringing him to your team, he's still got a lot of tools, the consecration to be able to get out of CC. And he's just a super tanky. And once you're wasting so much abilities trying to pick up the Uranus, who's going to be front loaded onto there, you're going to have a very little left for the rest of the composition that's out there. Oh, Esmeralda, is that the first time we've seen the Esmeralda?
I'm almost sure that is the first time. I don't remember Esmeralda.
I don't know. I feel like we've seen her once, but I'm not sure. I might be wrong.
In the Mare South? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not sure. We gotta look up.
I've watched the North too, so I might be confusing it, but yes, he's all over here.
Yeah, so Esmeralda here, especially for Harriet here when it comes to Shield and Uranus. You imagine, Zena, imagine this: Uranus with the large shield, Harriet with the large shield, and Esmeralda, it is like something like,
oh yes, that's true.
So many shields here from me. Yummy.
Of ancient myth.
And just like you predicted, the Valir pick kind of coming out for the side of Octa Gaming here to kind of disengage from the Leomord as well. It's going to be very interesting. I kind of checked out the stats. I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure it's the north side that has picked up the Esmeralda, but she does have a 20% win rate. So not exactly sitting at the tippy top pinnacle of win rates here for the AMER tournament. But both teams have their full compositions locked in here. The mobility and map presence coming out from the side of DreamMax, and a very heavy front line coming in from the side of Octa Gaming, and then the disengagement that you're going to have and the pushing coming in from Segan on this Valir. I'm very interested to see how they clash together.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, especially when it comes to this global presence here from DreamMax with a chip. So let's go to the second game here. Everybody, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the second game of Octa Gaming versus DreamMax. Octa Gaming has the lead so far here, 1-0. Taking this time and this opportunity to say hello people in the chat. You are the main star of the show, so send the like, share the broadcast here, call your friends, call everybody here to watch this match here, Octa Gaming versus DreamMax.
Apparently they didn't want to start yet. They need a little bit more time to think it over, because you know it is a tough match here. Someone's going home, so they got to make sure that they got to be right and be on it, right, to make sure they take on these matches.
Yeah, exactly. So both these teams want to be make sure that they're ready. Like we said, you're pretty much out of any more cushion zones for any of your teams here. There's no more lower bracket for you to go to. If you lose here, you are going home. Winner will be moving on to face Infinity as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these matches play out. Right now, like I said, DreamMax just looking to try to even this out. They've faced Octa Gaming. It has been one of their just big nemesises when it comes to the Swiss stage or the playoffs this entire tournament. They have yet to really be able to figure out the ingredients or the combination needed to be able to win over Octa Gaming, despite how much I want to say DreamMax have made these huge waves. And I talked about it earlier. Alpha 7 even made comments in their interview yesterday about how much DreamMax had improved, especially when it came to team fighting ability. It was something that was very shocking. But in the end, DreamHack did get dropped to the lower bracket, so we do know that they do have things that they need to kind of clean up if they want to progress here. But I say from with a lot of these teams in mind, I feel like DreamHack has made a lot of waves and probably have the least amount of distance that they need to go if they want to be like entirely successful here in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a lot of a tradition here. It's a lot of classic when it comes to both teams here, because most of these players know each other. They used to play together. They used to play against on the last splits on the last season here on the South region. So everything is possible when it comes to these two teams, especially when you have like former champions on the both sides. You have King on DreamHack side, for example. You have Sagan on Octa Gaming side, so they know well how to play, how to deal on that situation. So everything is planned out to this time here. Even this time here to let you go to call your friends to watch this game. So let's go here, Private. The game number 2, Octa versus DreamHack.
Yeah, right now you can see already Blink trying to do this. Ooh, actually almost came in there to try to look for the steal. But I'm sure Thanatos was able to go ahead and get that retribution. Now we have this is probably the biggest fight I've ever seen for a Lethal Wanderer in my life here. But it was picked up there by DreamHack, so King's gonna have a little bit more of that speed to get through and move through his jungle.
Yeah, so even though here like Blink was forced to use the flick, so maybe he doesn't have the flick here on the first total fight. But still, I believe that even in the first turtle here, this is not getting the level number 4 here to use the portals and use it made to get the rest of the teammates to fight these objectives. But even though DreamHack is being more proactive, you see now Gu doing a proxy here between tower number 1 and 2 versus Lucy, and now he is still heading on the jungler here, trying to do this info and trying to steal and deny more farm to Octa Gaming.
Yeah, right now, still a kill-less game so far. First turtle going to be up in about 5 seconds now. Looking at how these team fights are going to round out. V2 and Zeus are going to be going at it here. Pretty interesting. I feel like V2 does win out the lane here. As we're now, do have a little bit of damage coming out there. Lucy gonna have to find himself an escape, and it does get pushed back as well. But now look at the damage coming out for Gu and Blink as they're trying to keep in here. Saber gets taken out. Gu with the kill there. Segan finds a kill onto Blink as well. Gu trying to maintain those shields is gonna be able to find himself an escape.
Yeah, I think that the turtle ended up here like I think it was like Blink's life on the pit, but still now the first turtle here getting on Octa Gaming's hands. As we were talking about, Private, the fact that losing buying this time here when it gets stacked by the Shy Kitty's lantern, and now Sky Pierce on Shy Kitty's hands as the first item here. That is so much confidence so far.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, we have a little bit of a fight up there. Saber getting latched down onto it. They're not able to find the finishing job there. Saber going to be able to recall back under the safety of the tower there. 1-to-1 apiece here as Lucy and Thanatos looking to try to take on Gu, who's trying to clear out his lane there at the bottom. Now a little bit of engagement coming in here. Blink does find a stun onto Lucy on the back end. Gu trying to put those shields onto Thanatos and Lucy as they fight it out, and you see a disengage coming from both teams as the pressure mounts at the mid lane.
Yeah, so I think that this Esmeralda is going to be a huge difference here on this game for DreamHack's favor. Oh, here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you see Lucy might be in a little bit of trouble here, gets dropped down on his head. Shaikichi there with the kill. That's going to be the second kill for the side of DreamHack. 1 for Gu and 1 for Shaikichi. Might have been a mistake, like you talked about in the early game. Might have been a little bit of a mistake for them to go ahead and give up this Zeus and pick up. Portals are out, and that might be a wrap for Thanatos. What are we looking at? Saber does go down as well. That's going to be 2 more kills for the side of a DreamMax.
Dude, why do you let the Zunshin open on the meta here? Especially to DreamMax, especially to Shaikichi, especially when she gets a Sky Pierce as the first item here on the mid lane. 3 kills for Shaikichi, 4-1 to DreamMax. Goal lead here, almost heading to 2k for the Dragon Boys. The second turtle on the top side of the river, here we go.
Yeah, now we're gonna go ahead and start this off. You can see an Evil Queller come out from Thanatos, and now trying to put lay on the damage. Lucy gonna look for the disengage. Little bit, Saber is waiting. You see there the wasted effort onto Lucy, keeping up those stacks on the backside. Blink getting latched onto there by a Saber. Now on the backside, Turtle still clean. Nobody's really engaged on it just yet. Glue on the back end, looking and does find Thanatos. Saber on the back end too. Goo doing a good job keeping the pressure mounted there. Lucy down to about 50% health there. Blink gonna take a little bit of damage as well. Out comes the Phantom Steed. Is that gonna be enough? Flicker coming out from Lucy on the back end. Saber taking a lot of damage. He's gonna be able to find a kill onto Blink. Shaikichi finding one onto Saber. King is down. That's gonna be the jungler for the side of DreamMax down. Goo does not care. He's still looking for the kill. Still trying to chase down Thanatos. Finds the kill. Is this who we were talking about? Might need to make some improvement for the team. I think he heard our words and he has come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, with the vengeance, with the powerful here for the XP lane called Goo. Esmeralda with 2 kills. He was able enough here to avoid the second turtle to Octa Gaming because they took down King here. No attribution for this possible second turtle, but Goo here trying to save the DreamMax's life so far. The second turtle didn't go for Octa Gaming. Actually, it is still on the pit for 2 teams. 6 kills for DreamMax. The goal lead, okay, the goal lead like just took a little bit shorter now for DreamMax. But still, it's a very interesting advantage, especially when it comes to 4 kills on Shaikichi. Here we go.
Oh yeah, and especially because the first item that they picked up was that Sky Piercer. Now taking a lot of damage there. A dissued out from both teams here. Octa Gaming looking for a little bit of a disengage here as Lucy on the backside coming in, trying to spray on that damage. Gets picked up there. Down goes Saber. Goo with the kill there. Lucy next on there as Shaikichi finds themselves a kill, and that's going to be 2 down for Octa Gaming. It might be a free turtle. Goo comes up here. Is going to go ahead and try to chase away Thanatos as well. And a great game, and it's going to be an unanswered pickup of this turtle for the side of DreamMax.
I wonder how many stacks is Shaikichi on Sky Pierce so far with this 5 kills here on Zunshin. The second turret here now goes for a DreamMax. By the time they take down the tower on the top lane, Octa Gaming responded at least with the first tower on the bottom lane here, but even though I'm feeling like DreamMax is more comfortable on this second game than Octa Gaming private. Oops.
Oh yeah, I mean they're a lot more comfortable. Shaikichi has a great pick. We were talking about that before, especially because you have such a great pick like a Zushin out there, and then plus the patience and the resilience and the great placement that you get paired in with a Shaikichi there. Not only that, but Goo has come on a line right now. He is absolutely, you can see him pushing down up at the top already as well too. So we've got ourselves a tier 1 tower on that side, and they're basically not able to stop it. Even when the jungler went down for the side of DreamMax, Goo came online, chased away Thanatos, and even was able to find that kill, which stopped the objective push coming from Octa Gaming. So a great game, all things starting to come online for DreamMax here.
Yeah, so here now almost 9 minutes on the second game, 8 kills for DreamMax. Yeah, now the goal lead here just a little bit ahead for DreamMax again with almost like 6k. It's 3k so far for DreamMax here. Lucine heading out in the mid lane here with the Sagan, with the Valier, but now Shaikichi, in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Blink does take a little bit of damage, but at this point, he's starting to build up a lot of those defensive items. Ooh, a little bit of a fight here at... Ooh, had to use that blade surge to get away with Thanatos, or he would have been caught up by the Crimson beacon coming, or the lantern flare coming out from the side of Shaikiche on that Zushin pickup. Now, 2 members up at the top, Goo trying to chase down Lucy. This was half a great game by Goo, and then half just a stupendous pick by DreamMax when it comes to that. Still trying to chase him down. Zaman Force came out, and Goo able to find an escape, scooted very quickly away from there. Zeus actually able to find himself a tower down at bottom too. So starting to split up this macro is the side of DreamMax. Now starting up on this Lord. Blink waiting for the opportunity to lay down a lot of those portals as well. Zaman Force has been laid down. Pop-up lands on the Goo and a Saber as well, down to 25%. Portals are out. The rest of the team coming in here looking for an engagement. King does find himself a retribution onto the Lord. A double kill for King coming on a line. Lucy is not long for this world as Zeus finds himself a kill as well.
This game here is so well for DreamMax. The Lord guaranteed by the Dragon Boys. 3 kills, 3 players down for Octa Gaming. Now the focus is on the mid lane. First tower already taken down. The second one here is just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Zeus is leading everything on the top side here for DreamMax, and here they come.
Yeah, a great game being played here right now. All members beginning to come online. We're already 10-minute mark, and we're already at the high ground towers. Lord crashing down at the bottom while we try to lay some pressure onto the high ground at mid and the top. You see Goo on the other side comes in with a falling star boots onto the back line, but I'm kind of a little crazy about where that came from. Thanatos able to find the kill, finally able to put down Goo, but that is going to cost them a high ground tower at the bottom. Now starting to mount that pressure on to the mid lane tower. Just one more high ground tower left for the side of Octa Gaming, and it just cost them a Goo.
Shaikichi, he was forced to use the flick because V2 was causing a lot of damage on Zushin, but now she's able to survive. As you well said here, Private, only the high ground tower on the top side here for Octa Gaming. The goal lead here, like heading to almost a 9k for DreamMax. Super minions on the mid lane and on the bottom lane here for the Dragon Boys. Man, I would say that, okay, the game is done, only Oaks, okay, Lucy,
yeah, Lucy in a little bit of trouble there. Does get taken out by Shaikiche there again. Shaikiche 8-0-4 right now, heading up the spear of the offense from the side of DreamMax.
Yeah, so once again here now, DreamMax, this is pulling the cards on the table with this advantage. We now won a big minion wave coming out in the head on the top side here, maybe to take down this high ground towers. Here they come.
Yeah, you can see the damage. Zaman Force is down. Laid down. Saber might be in a little bit of trouble here as they chase him down. Shaikiche with a kill there, looking for the last high ground tower that is down. On the backside, Goo gonna go ahead and create that separation as the rest of his team looks for the disengage. And Octa Gaming, for the first time in 3 series against DreamMax, find their backs against the wall. 15-4 at the 13-minute mark.
The base full exposed here for Octa Gaming. Now the Lord heading on the top in the bottom side of the river once again. Immediately started by a DreamMax. Lucy here is playing forward. Goo, yeah, he's Esmeralda. He's almost invincible here. The Lord easily guaranteed by a DreamMax. Meanwhile, the Goo and okay, maybe Shaikichi was like doing this not frontline but playing aggressive, getting this info for DreamMax. And now Octa Gaming has to defend at all costs what is left of their base.
Yeah, you can see right now, Lord isn't up yet, but hopefully going to be looking at syncing up the... Oh, they're going to try to chase down Goo. That's a pretty interesting tactic there, especially with how fast Esmeralda can look for the disengage, especially because you've got sprint on Goo there too. So he's definitely going to be able to get away from your team or whatever kind of disengagements you have. Lord crashing down at the mid as the rest of the team looking to kind of sync up the rest of the lanes, top and bottom. Conceal play on the back end. Blink looking to come in, does find himself a stun on the two members. Is that going to be enough? Thanatos in trouble. Shaikite finds the kill there as well, bringing her to a 10-0-4. Gan King finds a kill as well. A secondary double kill there for Shaikite, and DreamMax find themselves their first victory over the side of Octa Gaming.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for DreamMax on the second match here. That's what happened when you let Zunshin open, Zina.
Exactly. What a dominating game that was for DreamMax. And Goo actually came online there. You said the shield on Uranus and Harris was easily countered with the Esme, so that for sure came and helped them out there. And they were able to take that win away from Octa.
Yeah, not just that. Oh, man. This is the vision that I was hoping to see from DreamMax. Well, like I said, where you have all 5 players pulling their weights, and not just pulling their weight, but having magnificent games. And this is what you can get if you have all of those ingredients out there. I feel though like one of the biggest things though, Octa Gaming, a huge mistake here, I want to say, when it comes to letting out the Zushin and then not banning out the Esmeralda. That was basically, I mean, that was what sealed the deal there. Goo came in and was a wrecking machine for this team as well.
Yeah, so I was about to see like the joke that we do, like, hey, who's gonna be the MVP? Because Shaikichi with the KDA with 11, 0-5. But for me, the MVP of this match was Goo with Esmeralda, because what he like, the trouble and the advantage that he caused for DreamMax since the early game here with Esmeralda was so great. Okay, he was not able to like get these initiations for DreamMax. He was not able to get all the skills for DreamMax, but the proxies, this presence on the jungler, like this so much time that he was about to buy with Esmeralda here was like so effective for a DreamMax, you know. And the first blood here was to Goo actually. So for me, this MVP, that would be, and it must go to Goo here on the second match. But even though we're about to see DreamMax like proactive one with Zushin here, Shaikichi getting the Sky Pierce on the first item here, getting this confidence. After that, she got a double kill. Phantom's team here with the King to getting these initiations for DreamMax. Blink with this global presence here on chip, every time calling the teammates here for possible team fights and a route objective here. And it was so good for DreamMax. So everything worked so well in the perfect synergy here for DreamMax in this second game.
Yeah, I mean, especially when it comes to this type of composition coming out from them too. I mean, when it comes to me for MVPs, I mean, it's almost kind of bad to say, but like Shaikichi, I expect glorious things from Shaikite. This is no different than I've seen her in any other game thus far, especially coming in from the Swiss stage. She's one of the ones that kind of stood out to me from the first week that we saw play from them. Goo, though, kind of coming online. Whatever Captain America speech was given on the side of DreamMax after game 1, I mean, they needed to keep on with that, because this was a completely different team than we have seen thus far, especially coming up against a team like Octa Gaming. But no surprise here, Zina, for the MVP.
Yes, no surprise here. Our MVP is Shaikichi here with 11 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists, 55.9k total damage, 783 golds per minute. She basically demolished everybody, but it was because of Goo, I'm sure, that was initiating and her able to assist him and just be safe, and her positioning is just spot on. She's always MVP in my book, but you know, I also believe that Goo also could have been MVP in this this time around.
Yeah, Shakichi, yeah, MVP for her, yeah. Hashtag Team Goo here. Jokes aside, this is what happens when we talk about like letting Zunshin, because I talk about that on before this game starts, you know, because it's not only about Zunshin, a strong hero in the meta. It is for Shaikichi, because we know Shaikichi for like astonishing performance so far here on AMER South. A mid lane who is like, I don't know, I want to be like over exaggerating here, but I think that Shaikichi doesn't have at least like 5 kills in the whole tournament here, you know, because in this game 0 deaths. On the last game I think it's only 1 death, or maybe I don't know, maybe 2, you know. So Shaikichi is a very solid, a very good mid laner here on AMER South. So you have a strong mid laner with a strong hero that is Zunshin in the meta. That's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, impressive. Like I said, not really a surprise, as I feel like I almost kind of wish we could tally up. I have to take a look at the stats to see who's got the most MVPs, but I feel like almost when it comes to any type of victory that comes out of DreamHack, Shaikichi is usually kind of the head of the spear when it comes to being able to turn things around, or just being that sustained and standard of what do you call it? Being able to kind of hold your own against a lot of frustrating and hurdles that the team has gone through. Man, I didn't think we'd see that them be able to get that first victory off finally against Octa Gaming, and maybe this next game is going to tell a lot for both of these teams, especially because are we going to be able as DreamHack to be able to hold on to that momentum, or is a team like Octa Gaming, maybe we have found a little bit of a crack in the armor, like we saw from the last game, the last series that they played, where they got swept, unfortunately, and surprised here. The team fighting ability in the draft, that I want to say that was a half draft. I've talked about this during the game. That was half draft and just half play style coming out of the team too, with how impressive that they were. And if they keep up with this, I mean, they might be able to find that upset victory over Octa Gaming.
Yes, for sure. They have improved, and they did do that whole musical chairs thing and switch the whole thing, a lot of things around. So that could have been a factor for sure in how they did get this one game against Octa. It could be what can give them the win today too. I think they kind of found their groove, hopefully, and we'll see in this next match.
Yeah. So good news for DreamHack. They got first victory here over Octa Gaming. Bad news, they are not allowed to repeat those heroes. Goo is not allowed to repeat Esmeralda and Zunshin here with Shaikichi, you know. So let's see what is going to happen on this draft here. But now we're seeing Harriet as the first ban here coming out from Octa Gaming. There's so many heroes, so many choices here, especially when it comes to this first phase of ban. But now here comes Claude. Oh, the focus here on the goal lane here for both teams. Interesting one here.
Yeah, that's interesting for me, because I feel like that's gonna throw off the banning here. It's almost like off banning, you know what I mean, to pick a Claude up here. So now we're gonna have to decide what we're gonna be leaving open. Possibly the Zushin, and there goes another marksman on the side of Octa Gaming. So are we gonna be looking at possibly the Boxia picked up, or the Zushin going to be left open for the side of DreamHack? If I'm DreamHack, I'm gonna make sure that Zushin is not going to be a part here. That's going to be my next ban here. But I mean, we're leaving open a lot of picks here, which I feel like doesn't favor the blue side, because you only get 1 pick, you know, out of that, and you're going to be able to answer on the side of DreamHack with 2 picks. Yeah, and there goes the Zushin ban for the side of DreamHack.
There is so much open right now. Phobius is open, Freya is open, Boxy is open, Marcel's open. There's so many options for them because they decided that they wanted to take out the choices here, which I kind of looking forward to kind of seeing what MMs that they will be choosing as they have like a limited pool now. So.
Yeah,
they are taking their time.
Yeah, I believe it's gonna be Boxia and Freya, this last band here, or the opposite, Freya and Boxia, because I believe that if
Harley.
Honestly, you had the right thought process going because those are the two prime pickups. But if you're on the side of blue side, you want to allow, you're gonna force DreamMax to make that decision of these two OP picks. Which one are you gonna let out, Boxia or Freya? I mean, I kind of would allow Freya out. As we saw from last night, Freya is not this monster that cannot be stopped. So we saw that yesterday. So maybe let that go. Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
you're gonna buy this idea, brother?
He's got a lot of things out there to pick that can still be picked up.
Well,
are you sure you're gonna buy this idea about Freya?
Yeah, I mean, if Freya is out, they can pick up the Phobius. They can kind of counter the Freya, like, and then she's nothing good out there, right? You know what I mean? So they're leaving so much open. They ban out the gourd here. I was like, we don't know anymore, guys. We don't know what's happening.
Just take all your notes, just throw them away because it doesn't matter anymore.
Wait. Maybe I'm blind or something. I'm not sure.
You're seeing it right, Rico. You're seeing it right.
I have to clean up these lanes here because I saw a gourd as the last bin here. Am I right?
Yeah.
Oh, dang! Yes, it's a gourd here on the last bin here in the first phase. So I think that it's got confused for Octa Gaming, but no confusion at this time. Freya for Octa Gaming here.
And Boxia.
Okay, the response for GMAX is a very, very nice with Boxia and Phobius, but I don't know.
This would be fun. They left out a lot of the metas right now.
You want the chaos, right? You want the chaos,
yes,
right?
We love chaos. We love chaos.
Oh man.
Not me. Her.
The chaos.
Yeah, when it comes to these picks right now, I'm kind of man, Octa, this is what I was kind of afraid of when I was talking about it. Like, you want to have as many prime pickups as you can. However, it favors the red side because they're going to be able to reply. The two, I want to say, these are the three most contested picks that we've seen when it comes to the draft so far. In the all of the playoffs and things like that. Freya, Boxia, and Phobius. But you take up the Freya, but you give up the Boxia and the Phobius here. I'm going to be very interested. I do like the engagement tools that we have from the side of Octa Gaming. You're going to have the real world manipulation to trap people, and then Alice can come in with the Throne of Ruin onto the back line to get a lot of that CC. Ooh, Yusun Shin. I'm assuming that's going to be going into the gold lane for DreamMax here as well.
At this point, I don't know what can they do to kind of answer to Phobius if they want Freya to shine or do her thing and kind of come back for the team.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, Octa's composition so far is the MWI, right? It's MWI here. Only women. Check it out. Freya. No, only women.
Hey, so smart. Good one.
Yeah, good one here. And second of all here, I'm not be surprised if we see this Boxia on roaming and this Intuition here on the jungler, here on that composition for DreamX. Especially because of King, because King here, like, okay, King is a versatile jungle. We used to see him so much like playing with tanky heroes, you know, but his comfort zone is when it comes to assassins. Hayabusa, Lancelot, Intuition, Suyo, you know, so I would not be surprised. Okay, the paper here, the theory says, okay, Intuition go for the goal lane here, maybe to avoid some trouble against Freya, and box it to the jungler. But I don't know. Everything can happen here.
Yeah, interesting bans coming out from both of these teams now. I feel like we're waiting for the one thing though. The one thing is that Phoveus is not going to be in the same lane as Freya. Freya's going to be bringing up that marksman lane. Yu Sun Shin, which we've seen before as typically not exactly a counter to Freya, but probably one of the marksmen that stands the biggest chance against Freya because he can create a decent amount of distance to get away. And we're coming in with the Marcel. But what are we pairing with the Marcel? That's going to be my my biggest question when it comes to the side of DreamHack.
Yeah, right now, there's so much going on that we were not expecting to happen. We can't even count. We can't even predict what's going to happen next at this point. So I'm kind of at a loss too as to what they'll be pairing it with here.
Yeah, I busted out my theory here about like Baxia in the roaming because now it comes with Marcel. So okay, it all like went to the trash in my opinion here, like in my idea. But now let's see what Octa Gaming is about to choose from the last two of picks. Jungler here for Thanatos. Khalid.
Okay, Khalid and that's lots. They still need their wait.
Right, but
Freya's
okay.
going into the gold lane. The gold lane.
But Khalid and Ivy here.
That's going to be a lot of damage that's going to be coming out from the early game. Still waiting to see what we're going to be outfitting on to Shaikiche here. That's going to be the deal, the make or break, I feel, for DreamHack here.
Oh,
and go with the Valentina here. I do like that pick too, especially because it gives you a lot of that early game that you want for DreamHack here. Not just that, but it gives you a decent amount of abilities to choose from, the real world manipulation, the raging sandstorm as well. I would probably not go with the Throne of Ruin.
Chaos.
I was going to be a Valentina.
Yeah, Zina wants the chaos here on this game so far. So let's see what is about to happen. Octa Gaming versus DreamHack. I was about to say a private here, like Khalid and Ivy, you know, because Khalid has this like this move speed and his like this pressure on the river. Ivy is a static one. She doesn't have this mobility. Okay, she does have the damage. She does have the zoning out situation here when it comes to real world manipulation, you know. But when it comes to Thanatos here with Lancelot, this Trinity has to be on the same page. They have to like work in a perfect synergy here to get a very good execution. But we are going to see what is going to happen now. Welcome everybody once again to the Land of Dawn. This is game number 3. Octa Gaming versus DreamHack. Who's gonna win and who's gonna take a step forward on this lead?
And this is going to be a big match for the side of DreamHack to see if they can continue that momentum that they scored from the last. Shaikiche takes about 75% of her health as damage. She's going to have to go ahead and recall back to base. But I mean, this is going to kind of prove if we're going to be able to keep that momentum for the side of DreamHack, or if Octa Gaming is going to kind of be able to prove almost that game was a little bit of a fluke for them and continue on with their dominating ways.
Yeah, we're seeing now Thanatos here, guarantee the golden crab, and now, so he's invading here like the jungler. He could be in trouble.
Oh! And they tried to come in. They did have that negating ability there coming in. The Thorned Rose saved Thanatos. TZ Blink in trouble. Why is he going back in? Needs to be a little bit more careful. On the backside, Shaikiche comes in with some damage of their own. Saber gonna have to use that healing sands to be able to re-up himself.
I saw like B2 at the end of the time, like B2 get just a little bit emotional, trying to like engage to DreamHack's composition, but Link here once again is a very low HP. Now he's forced to head back on the base once again. Meanwhile, the turtle has to be on the pitch on the 15 seconds ahead, but Saber!
Shaikiche able to find the first blood for DreamHack at Saber's expense.
Yeah, Yeah, Saber. That what happens when you get lost in the jungle here, especially with you have Shy Kit on the other side. But now here, the first turtle after Saber's death is going to be on DreamHack, but Blink wants to...
as funny as that is, able to find the flicker there, Blink to be able to get away from that fight. The rest of DreamHack now going to come in, trying to look at the invade here. Down comes the real world manipulation. Another one on the side of Segan. Blink finds another kill onto Saber. Goo in trouble, taking a heap of damage, looking for the escape. The rest of his team trying to facilitate that pathway away.
Where is the flame shot when we need one here for mid lane to get this kill on the player on DreamHack? I was wondering like, okay, Blink might be wanna retribute the favor after the kill on Saber, but now Thanatos TZ, oh,
they just missed the golden hour, but they catch Saber again, and down he goes. 3 kills on the side of DreamHack. Saber can just not catch a break in the opening 3 minutes of this game.
I only remember like a few seasons in the past. There was a meta on a Jigger. I don't know if you remember, Private, like it's the Jigger fit, you know? Like the more kills you got in the Jigger, like the gold was not getting to expand to the team. Like a Jigger was like able to die like 10 times or 20 times, but it doesn't matter. Oh, here again on the purple buff.
Oh yeah, demonic force is coming out there. Thanatos able to go ahead and scoop himself out of a purple buff, gets interrupted by King. Now looking for the engagement here. RTS is out there. Real world manipulation down for the side of DreamHack. Does not do enough damage here. Saber in trouble. Gonna have to use that flicker to get away. Being chased as Blink looks for the disengagement. And I think I know what you're talking about. We call him, in North America, it's called a Diggy. And it's called the Diggy Martyr strat, where he just runs in there, gets the information, dies. However, Diggy has vision when he dies and he's in egg form, so that does provide a little bit. Oh, Zeus, and that's kind of that right there is a perfect example of why a lot of people like the Yusun Shin against something like a Freya, because he can use that dash to get himself out of harm's way. Now trying to get this turtle up for the side of King. He's going to be able to scoop that up very cleanly. Demonic force coming out as well. Lucy in trouble, might be taking on a heap of damage from the side. Oh, a beautiful golden hour coming out from the side of DreamHack. Is that going to be enough to turn this around? You see the damage coming out from the side of Lucy in trouble, is able to find an escape.
Lucy, he saw his life before his eyes, but he was able to survive once again. What a huge team fight here, but now once the turtle heading for a DreamHack. Shy Kichi here with the 3 kills and 0 death so far. Once again, Sky Pierce as the first item for Shy Kichi. So much confidence and so much powerful on Valentina's hand.
Yeah, and man, and sitting at a 1-4 game right now for DreamHack. So a little bit of engagement comes down there. Does in real world manipulation down, trying to trap out Segan, who might be in a little bit of trouble there, is able to find an escape. You see the Tortoise Pusins coming out for King. So they're not going to have, well, I guess they got 55 seconds left until the next turtle anyway, as we go ahead and start focusing up. You see a little bit of an engagement coming and happening up at the top lane.
Yeah, Saber now has this info here about 2 players of DreamHack heading down on, the purple buff again. Who's gonna be there first?
Oh, they steal it away from King again, but are they going to be able to find the escape? Throne of Rune comes out, and down comes the golden hour. Lucy's looking like they are in trouble, trying to put on the damage. Demonic force slamming down onto Saber. Real world manipulation, trying to trap V2. Is it going to be enough? Goo on the backside does not find a demonic force. So a grand theft purple there for the side of Octa Gaming, able to facilitate that escape, and no purple buff for DreamHack.
That is the first time here that I see that it's a purple buff. It's a much more important than a turtle, than a lord, than a tower here on this game. Second one here, a huge team fight on the purple buff. But now here comes Octa Gaming with 4 players on the top side. Meanwhile, DreamHack is going to guarantee the turtle on the bottom side.
Look at the focus on a lot of these buffs here. King able to find himself a turtle, and the invades coming in from Octa Gaming to try to refuse a lot of these buffs coming onto the side of DreamMax. But you can see there, King immediately reads the situation. Is going to go ahead and scoop up that orange buff from the side of Octa Gaming already. 1-4 right now as we see a glowing wand picked up by Shakiche.
Yeah, so glowing one on Shakichi's hand here, so it is good for like, especially when it comes to the stop healing situation. But now once again here, Octa Gaming trying to find the angle, trying to find to do something here. 3 turtles for a DreamMax so far. As we're seeing the goalie here, like, oh, just a little bit ahead for a DreamMax, but it is also interesting here because when it comes to the map domination, it is even for both teams. Both teams like 1 tower on the top side for Octa Gaming, 1 tower on the bottom side for a DreamMax. But oh, Thanatos, he can sense the danger on the bottom side because he can be surprised by 2 players on the DreamMax on the bottom side here. He has to take care about that.
Yeah, the one thing though is that none of these fights have really included a lot of I think we had one fight that included V2 on the side there, and it's been we've been waiting to see what this Freya can do once it enters the fray of a lot of these team fights coming out. Yeah. Now we're starting to transition from the laning phase as both of these teams, you can see a lot of them hiding out. Ooh, another Tortoise Boost is activated by King now. Going to go in. Real manipulation is out, and we have a golden hour as well. Is that going to be enough damage to bring down the side of Octa Gaming? V2 comes in from the side on this Freya. Down comes the demonic forces from Goo, but they're fighting underneath the tower and have to be very careful about the damage that is dishing and being replied back to them. That is going to be a mid-ground tower for the side of DreamMax.
Just because I said about Freya's situation here. Oh, Saber, what are you doing there? So you are with a very low HP. But because, okay, V2 now trying to join this last team fight. But when it comes to, oh, Saber!
Oh, Goo goes in. Was that a bait? He is able to find the kill on the Saber. V2 is the next one on the chopping block. And on the backside, you can see that the King trying to find the damage against this Lance. Thanatos back and forth. Here comes the rest of DreamMax now. Do we have a stun? Oh, we do have that ability coming out from the side of Octa Gaming. Thorn Rose. Thanatos has been so well about being able to negate a lot of this damage coming out, but that is going to be the first Lord for the side of DreamMax.
Another amazing job here by Goo, especially trying to neutralize the Thanatos TZ on the other side, using the stacks, using the ultimate here to be on Lancelot's back all the time here to avoid him to trying to steal this Lord. This Lord, wow. Heading on the mid lane here for a DreamMax. 3 players, sorry, here on the mid lane. So here they come again. V2!
Oh my god, they're gonna dive underneath the tower to try to pick up a kill onto V2. Tower starting to rain down damage. King in trouble, might not make it out of this. Sagan able to find the kill onto King on the backside. Shakiche and Blink to find and look for a disengagement. Meanwhile, Octa Gaming are going to have to answer this Lord at the mid lane. And you can see DreamMax doing their best to kind of keep the macro moving on all sides here, as at the top, Thanatos able to answer, and ooh, Shakiche was very lucky there wasn't an engagement coming out from Lucy.
Yeah, so maybe DreamMax here got a little deep on the bottom lane here, trying to chase a V2, and there Octa Gamer was able to respond back immediately, especially guaranteed kill on a King. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe it was for Sagan here for Ivy. Oh, here comes Thanatos.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be able to use that Phantom Execution to get himself out of harm's way. I mean, as much as Thanatos hasn't really had a huge effect, he hasn't been getting caught. He has just really been expertly using a lot of these skills. Ooh, Valkyrie's Descent is used here. V2 might be in a little bit of trouble here. King and Blink on the backside trying to look for the damage here. Saber in trouble. In comes Lucy. Throne of Rune has been activated, but look at the damage coming out. Real manipulation is going to be more than enough for Shakichi to find the kill there. Goo coming from the back end. Demonic Force keeping V2 at bay. Real manipulation to try to help secure the escape, but now the entire team underneath underneath the tower, looking for the kill. Saber trying to withstand with that healing. Immortality has been procced. Using that flicker is not enough as DreamHack find themselves another kill. 9-2 in favor of DreamHack.
2 players down here for the DreamHack. Octa Gaming are not allowed to do anything. I want to see what items King here has to from the defense, because we saw here V2 like stacking so much damage, but at least King didn't lose any kind of HP here. So we're seeing Chase to Pudron, we're seeing like Cursed Helmet so far here on Baxia. My goodness, King is getting invincible. King is getting indestructible here. Okay, he has 1 death and 6 assists. Oh, on the mid lane here he comes.
Yeah, Shakichi in trouble, gets dove underneath the tower, and is going to be able to use an IMU Valkyrie Descent to get out of harm's way. Golden Hour has been activated. You have the Demonic Force slamming down, able to find the kill onto V2. Thanatos TZ in trouble, gets taken out by Zeus. It's just Lucy and Saber here to fend off this onslaught. Lucy gets caught there. Now the damage coming in pairs now to try to take out Lucy. Backed up, Zeus finds the kill. It's just Saber to fend off. Will DreamHack be able to find themselves another victory here for the side of DreamHack?
High ground towers here now in the mid lane for DreamHack, and they decide to head back. They decide to go to the Lord. 13 kills on this game. Goalie here. Okay, not so big deal for DreamHack as well. Only 5k for the Dragon Boys. But it's still the map domination, the confidence, the execution here on the composition, especially when it comes to Marcel and the Golden Hour. Everything is working perfectly for DreamHack.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about switch ups here, going from not or being swept by Octa Gaming in every series that you had to possibly now being able to get the lead in a series. King coming in, looking for a stun onto V2. Ooh, just narrowly misses it. Lord coming down from mid. The rest of DreamHack looking to end and close this up. Minions starting to crowd around the bottom as you see the damage coming out. Ooh, Throne of Rune against 5 members. Is that going to be enough damage? Shakiche finds a kill onto Lucy immediately. The tower is down at the bottom. Golden Hour is up as well. Goo on the backside gets taken out by V2. Shakiche finds a kill onto Thanatos. 4 members remaining from the side of DreamHack. 3 remaining for the side of Octa Gaming, looking to take down this top high ground tower. Saber getting a big flank on there as V2 tries to come in with its own damage. Saber. Now is this going to be enough damage? Down goes Saber. And this second high ground tower on the side of Octa Gaming. 2 members left on the side of Octa as Lucy back up now. And is DreamHack going to look to try to finish this off? Oh, going in. V2 is going to have to get a little bit of a jump in there, but does use the Valkyrie's Descent to dive back out of there. Ooh, looking. Shaikitse is looking for a little bit of a taunt coming out there from Shaikitse as V2 does the best he can to try to put on that damage.
Shaikichi, I want to know what are you made of, because man, 9 kills and 0 deaths on this game so far, and every time that we see that when it all appears that she is going to be taken down, she escapes, she survives. It's amazing and it's spectacular what Shaikichi is doing here in this best of 5 so far.
Yeah, and right now, this is a DreamHack having an excellent game, a 3-16 as you take a look at the damage charts there. Zeus and Shakiche topping the damage charts, followed by Segan. But after Segan, it's just the rest is just all red, all DreamHack on the damage charts right now. And I'm not even sure what you do if you are Octa Gaming right now. It's only about a 5k gold lead for the side of DreamHack. But when it comes to like the min-maxing here in the professionals, I mean, that's a huge gold lead. Not completely insurmountable, but it does mean that you're going to need to have a plan. Oh, Shakiche baits out the abilities coming out from V2. Now another fight coming out. Blink taking a heap of damage. Throne of Rune has been activated by Lucy. And we did see the Golden Hour come out. Real world manipulation from Segan. Now still looking for the damage. Saber. Demonic Force on the backside. Shakiche finds a kill onto Saber. And Segan being chased down. Goo with the Demonic Forces, putting on the damage. Down goes V2. Shaikitse with another kill, sitting at 11, 0, and 2, picking up another double there for DreamHack.
On the C5 here, I saw Shaikichi ignoring Thanatos TZ, and I saw Thanatos TZ ignoring Shaikichi to focus on the mini wave. Here we go, Private!
And now looking to close this up. Can DreamHack find it in them to close this out to 10%? And DreamHack find themselves another victory over Octa Gaming.
Another victory here for the Dragon Boys! Now it is 2-1 for DreamHack, Xena.
And what a performance, though, guys, by DreamHack there. I think they found their groove. They had their talk with Zeus and Goo, and now they are on the same page, and they are wrecking Octa right now. Octa was not ready for this DreamHack.
Oh, man. I feel like all the pieces for DreamHack have come on a line. Even in that one, I think I've talked about this, and especially more offline when it comes to the XP lane being kind of a weak link for them. Even there, Goo came out ahead, was a great asset for that team there as well. But I mean, the main story, as it always is, Shaikitse. A great game. What was that? 12, 11 kills for Shaikitse? Here we say 12, 0, and 2. Not just that, but the expert use of a lot of those IMUs, whether it was the real world manipulation or being able to, at a moment's notice, understand, okay, I need to grab this Valkyrie descent from V2 to help me escape. And like just those decision making coming out from the side of DreamHack and Shaikitse really did a great job, because I felt like a lot of the game from the side of Octa Gaming was to try to nail down Shaikitse, and they weren't able to do it.
Yeah. Okay, Shaikichi. Okay, I let you be the MVP at this time. Also, that's okay. That's okay. You deserve that, because what's done on this game, it is like, oh my goodness, it is fantastic. Not only about like the damage stuff or like other things. It's about the position. It's about like the confidence. Even when you get the Sky Pierce off the first item here, no matter what hero she gets up, she has this. You see, that's what I'm talking about. Shaikichi getting the Sky Pierce so far here, at least on the first item here. So that is what like confidence is like. That is what like powerful is when it comes to the mid lane here from DreamHack. But besides Shaikichi's performance, we can talk about King, we can talk about Blink here with Marcel. As we talk about like so many Marcels that we see, some of them like working very well, some of them like not working very well here, especially when you deal with golden hour situation and you have to think about like the composition and the idea of execution. But Blink here did a good job here with Marcel, not only to get this golden hour at the right time, for example, but only to secure the buff, to secure the CC on the enemies at the right time here, plus with the buff on Marcel. So everyone here on DreamHack played very well once again here on this game.
Unfortunately, looking at the stats, it might actually, I think Shaikichi might actually have been beaten for the MVP. I think it actually might be leaning towards either Blink or Zeus, or no, King or Zeus here. Just because of the amount of assists and total that they were able to do there. So it's going to be very interesting to see. But man, as you can see here, just, I mean, you would think that this was turned around, that just how much aggression that DreamHack was able to do and how on the back foot that Octa Gaming was, despite Thanatos, who understood that they were behind, they were not going to have that creative game, was doing his best to get split pushing. I want to say all of these towers were a result of Thanatos trying to push on the side of Octa Gaming and trying not to get into these fights. Unfortunately, man, just an overwhelmingly aggressive and ferocious game played by DreamHack.
Yeah. And I believe that we and Private has got some kind of magic here, because by the time that we talked about like Goo's performance and Zeus, they like changed a lot here on the from the second and the third game here. They were like a totally different players, especially when it comes to Goo and Zeus here playing very well. 3-0. Oh, I think that's going to be to Zeus. I think that Zeus is going to be a very a strong candidate here for MVP as well on this game here with Inshin. But once again here, DreamHack is working so good, working so well here on this game, giving no chance, even for like a moment for Octa Gaming to get back in the game, one negative team fight or something, because when it all appeared to be bad for a DreamHack, Shaikichi was there to solve the problem. Blink was there with Marcel to get the control. So everything worked well to DreamHack on this game.
All right, let's find out who we got as our MVP here. Oh, you were right. There it is. This player didn't just contribute. They helped dictate the pace of the match. It is Zeus R. Yisun Shin, 3013 KDA, 81.6k total damage, 718 golds per minute. All right. We got it. We were talking so much smack. Zeus and Gu, and look at this. They're like in your face. In your face.
Yeah, a great game played by it, and I think this kind of puts into stone when it comes to the balance of having a Freya out there. I mean, the Yusun Shin is I want to say not exactly the counter, but it's something that is able to withstand the pressure that a Freya can create into that gold lane there. Especially we were seeing it before, him able to dash away a lot in the lane here, and not just that, but able to succeed. Look at him sitting here being so patient here to try to take down Saber back and forth and to put on the damage for a lot of these teams fights, and not just like I was talking about before, like not just to deal with a Freya in the lane, but shine as a marksman to be able to get so fed and get so many kills here.
Yeah, and then not only about that, with the Mountain Shockwave here is able to spot the enemy, so like he gave the right time for DreamHack to start, like to be the hard engaged one, especially with Blink to get this info where Octa Gaming was during the whole game here. It was like a very positive point for DreamHack on this game here, especially with Zeus getting the MVP here, well deserved with Inshin.
Yes, and we are down to the wire here. Now we're sitting at 1-2 for DreamHack's game point here. So let's see if DreamHack can get this revenge on Octa. You know, like they did switch up their team, so they're a whole new team basically because they did that musical chairs. So Octa was not ready to deal with the changes apparently.
I had to rebutton my shirt. That last game got me a little hot. That was pretty exciting stuff going on right here, right now. Man, let me tell you, especially when it comes to like Cinderella stories here for a team that has been able to rise. And we've been talking about some teams that have been able to grow and make those changes that help them to find a lot of those victories here. DreamHack moving from a team that twice before this has been swept by Octa Gaming to a team now, after just a few short weeks, is now a team that is leading them in a series, in a best-of-5 series right now. This could be history for a DreamHack if they can, sitting right now at game point, Octa find themselves backs against the wall here. They need this victory or they will be looking at their swan song here in the playoffs of the AMER South tournament.
Yeah, so Private says something about like Cinderella's story. For me, it's more like a movie, you know, like I don't know, maybe a movie from Quentin Tarantino. Oh, you're the villain. Oh no, you're the villain. Oh no, you're the villain. So it's a lot of plot twists coming over here because we used to see like Octa Gaming winning with a sweep clean versus a DreamHack so far, but now in the playoffs, and the most important part of the tournament here is in the lower bracket. DreamHack, it's not shaking. It's playing very well and it's winning so far. Now, for DreamHack, the responsibility is to close here on the 3-1, and to Octa Gaming, it is to win and lead to the final and decisive game here.
Yeah, it looks like they're going ahead and banning out the marksmen again. They don't want to deal with any of those meta marksmen, and as well as getting rid of Harley. So, oh, and Zushin for sure. That's a solid ban there as well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of wondering what's even left out there as far as like the prime pickups that we're doing a lot of these off bans so far. I mean, yeah, we're focusing on the marksmans again. We're not gonna have that. We're not gonna have those heavy, like the top. I want to say the top 5 right now when it comes to banning or priority picks are pretty much.
No, you want to say Freya. Go ahead.
No,
I deserve.
Have we officially moved Freya down to like a B tier, maybe all the way, maybe slide her down to D tier, just because of how these teams have managed to deal with it? Oh, hey, Octa Gaming just still. The trust is not there. That was a fluke. They said like Freya would have done well if it weren't for those rotten kids. But man, great. I'm actually very interested to see where we go here. This is usually about the points. We're getting to game 4 right now, where like all those picks kind of go off the wall. This is where you start kind of reaching into that hero pool to see what else you have to kind of come out and possibly be a surprise for these teams. Phobius for the side of Octa Gaming. So that's going to be interesting too, especially if we don't have a way to deal with that on the side of DreamHack. Definitely didn't want to give up that box here though.
Yeah, they're for sure making sure that they are not on the field anymore, and they went ahead and picked up that Phobius. They know how strong Phobius can be. In that last match, kind of showed his stuff there, but yeah. So they're gonna go ahead and ban out Phobius here, and there's so many bans out right now. They are taking their time to kind of figure out what they want to ban, make sure that they make the correct choices. They have been doing this in all the matches so far, just basically waiting down to the wire to kind of see what they want to ban and talk it out before they do.
It ain't just a game. You gotta fight for yourself.
Oh my goodness. Board here for DreamHack and Glue. I was thinking about Glue here to be like somehow a counter for Phobius, especially when Phobius uses the demonic force here, like Glue using his buff or ultimate here to somehow neutralize this these stacks and this damage caused by Phobius. Gord here for Shaikichi, for me it's a surprise because Shaikichi is how can I say, like it's a rocky star here when it comes to position, when it comes to performance with many heroes on the mid lane, but now she has to play much more when it comes to Gord, because not only to cause the damage, not only to get this burst damage here, but also to get a very good position one, because she doesn't have any mobility, she doesn't have any escape with Gord here so far. Oh, the response here for Octa Gaming I found quite interesting here, like Carry and Zetian, especially to neutralize a Gord ultimate here by the time of the team fights.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was looking at it too, and that's why I'm very curious as to why this kind of came out, especially Gord without much. Like usually, I think what we've been seeing from Gord is he's kind of shines when you have some of those isolating roams like the Kalea or the Cho or something like that that can grab somebody, kick them out, and then Gord will be able to kind of throw down that the Mystic Gush to be able to deal out that damage. But to pick him out when Zetian is still, because that's been the biggest counter for an isolation team composition, is when you kick them or you pull them with a Tsunami Slam, immediately comes out the Fury of the Phoenix and the entire team is stunned out there. So this is going to be very interesting here, especially, I mean, it's the same thing I go through when I know a jungler player has this high mechanical ability to be playing Lance and Hayabusa players, and I see them stuck on a Fredrin or something like that, and I'm like, oh, you know, it'll do all right, but like it's not really allowing them to spread their wings when it comes to what they can pull out. Gord, very immobile, and it's going to be something very interesting. But for somebody like Shaikichi who understands positioning and stuff like that, I'm very eager to see how they're going to play this in, especially play it successfully. So we take a look at the second banning phase here.
Yeah, they went ahead and banned out Leo and Joy. Joy, I'm thinking they're trying to get rid of the something that can get to Gord. I think that's what they're doing here. So they want to make sure that Gord has that leverage because he is immobile, and for sure that can help. And Sharkichi, it's kind of like one of their best players, so they want to make sure that she stays safe. And they're taking out Suyu away from King here because they know how well he plays on that Suyu. But they're going ahead and picking up the Bruno here.
Yeah, and actually it was a very high focus now on jungler on the last ban here, except from Granger from Octa Gaming. So Joy, Leomar, so many options to Octa Gaming getting this back line here to neutralize Shaikichi on DreamHack's composition so far. But Bruno now picked by Zeus here to this match. It's going to be very interesting, especially when it talks about like early and mid game here with this Mars command. But now let's see what is Octa is about to bring from the last two choices here. The jungler and the roaming are lacking here. So no Leomard, no Joy, no Suyo. What's left here? Hylos, okay, we're roaming. Glorious Path on the way. Hayabusa!
The Busa. Okay. I mean, he has kind of fallen off a bit. I mean, all assassins have kind of fallen off a bit here when it comes to the current meta, favored for a lot of the fighters and the tankier support type junglers here. Oh, and Guinevere going to be coming in. Okay, this is a very interesting. This is unique. This is what we asked for when it comes to the global bans and stuff like that. To start seeing some of these newer picks come out there, some of these newer compositions from the side here. Thanatos gonna pull out Hayabusa. I'm wondering if that's kind of like a comfort pick for him.
Yeah, it could be a very comfortable pick for him here. And now here analyzing these two compositions. I'm not sure, but maybe Hayabusa is the first time here on AMER South versus Guinevere here on King. Okay, for me, like for Thanatos, it's like why it's just a little bit easier to get on this back line to reach Chaikichi and Zeus, for example, than King with a jump trying to go reach on Zetian or a carry. For example, with so much protection coming out from Octa Gaming with Hylos, with Lucy here on for views. Okay, but Lucy has the potential to get in this back line also with Demonic Force. But we are to see what is going to happen now, because once again, everybody, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number 4. DreamHack versus Octa Gaming. That might be probably the last game here, Private. Let's go.
Yeah, a possibility. DreamHack sitting on game point. Octa Gaming here to show us whether or not the pressure is going to be enough to crumble them. Especially, oh man, it's going to be very interesting here. How do you stop a Hayabusa diving onto your back line to try to pick up your gourd? That's going to be very interesting to me, but I'm assuming DreamHack has a plan here in store for this composition. As you already see, Thanatos TZ on the back ends already in enemy territory.
Yeah, so now you see a 2v2 situation with King. Okay, oh, here comes, oh!
Ooh, yeah, King got pushed back there by that passive from the Zeshion pickup there. Oh, we actually have Yuji on the mid lane. Wondering, so...
What? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so for Octa Gaming, so I believe we sat down somebody for the side of Octa Gaming, and now my mind can't even comprehend.
Yeah, so if you didn't say, I wouldn't notice this. The mid lane coming up from Octa Gaming here is not Sagan on this game, is Yuji. So let's see if it's going to make some change here, especially when it comes to the playstyle. On the bottom lane here, Goo versus Lucy. Phobius versus Glue. Interesting match here, but for Glue, I believe this is going to be like okay, at least for the early game.
Yeah, you can already see the mastery of Thanatos TZ there with those quad shadows, able to go ahead and get him a lot of farm here. Already at level 4 here. You can see both teams kind of junking around this turtle. Ooh, actually, Lucy very wisely able to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. King finds a Violet Requiem with a Mystic Gush, and that's going to go ahead and turn Lucy to dust. On the back end, though, Thanatos coming in, finds a kill onto Blink. Goo in trouble, taking a lot of damage as Saber on the front line pouring on the damage. Another flicker is gonna, or another dash is gonna be able to save King with that clone.
Once again, where is the flame shot when we need it? Yuji, playing aggressive once again. The wall here, he could be in trouble.
Yeah, taking a little bit of damage there. Blink was strategically placed at that purple buff in case somebody tried to come up there. Found a wandering Yuji coming up for that buff. Walled him off there. But man, impressive start here for Octa Gaming here, especially on that Hayabusa. Thanatos really kind of showing off the mechanical abilities. We were just talking about this, and I feel like that Lance game just didn't favor him just because of the composition, just not great for a Lance. Here, Hayabusa might actually be able to pull off a decent amount of maneuverability, especially being able to get to the back line where we're going to have Shaikiche is going to be the biggest threat for this game.
Yeah, so here comes ultimate from Glue.
Oh yeah, pop up there. King able to find the kill onto Lucy. Another immediate kill onto Lucy. Blink in trouble, taking a heap of damage. Is this going to be enough to pull back Saber? Violet Requiem onto Saber. Is that going to be enough damage? As King is going to have to look for the disengagement. Goo on the backside though. And gets flickered again. Baited into using that ultimate. Again, he's trying to find a zig, trying to find a zag. Is he going to be able to find an escape? Being chased by 3 members. This is a Patrick. He's still alive right now, but finally taken down by Lucy.
You know what? He bought so much time here for DreamX, especially when it comes to pushing the minion waves on the sides, on the middle lane here. So, okay, he was killed, but he bought a lot of time here for DreamX. 17 seconds left for the next turtle. Is still on the downside of the river. Both teams are dancing now on this side. Who's gonna get the second turtle?
Yeah, right. We do see a Sky Piercer immediate, very early Sky Piercer picked up by Thanatos TZ as well. Now going to go ahead and start on this turtle. One thing that I feel like DreamX have done a very good job of is being able to isolate Lucy, take him down. Already down, has 2 deaths on the side of Octa Gaming. Blink on the backside, looking to try to keep that wall, try to keep the rest of Octa Gaming pushed back. Zeus in trouble, gonna have to use that flicker to get back. Almost turned the tides of that shadow kill up at the top lane. King able to go ahead and find himself this turtle, and a Violet Requiem coming to finish the job onto Saber. Shaikiche picks up the kill. 2-0 to 1, or 2-0 and 1 right now for Shaikiche.
Shaikiche didn't use the Mystic Gush, but now the target can be V2 on the top side here, but now he senses the danger, and he plays safer. He goes under the tower. Okay, 2 players of Octa Gaming here trying to take down V2. Zeus, They didn't get it. They couldn't take down Zeus here, and meanwhile, DreamX was able to guarantee another turtle. It was the first one actually here for the Dragon Boys. So now 6 minutes of this game. It's even tied up here. Zeus and King. Okay, now V2.
I think V2 might have, or King might have showed himself a little bit too fast there as V2. They could have lured him back just a little bit. Yuji now chasing, using that passive to create that distance. Big Tectonic Charge lands on the Saber, pops him up, but the rest of DreamX feel like that fight is not worth it. Just a little bit of a hello there from Shaikiche, just to let him know, yeah, you're not going to camp out in this bush against us here. You're going to go ahead and throw a Mystic Gush and a lot of damage out there onto that Hylos pickup from Saber.
Yeah, what are you doing, Shakichi? Just line the grass here to get a little cleaner here now. Goo here though might be dangerous, a 2v1 situation, but now Thanatos changed his mind and heading for his jungler here for the clear path. The King, ooh, jump!
Yeah, doesn't use the Violet Requiem, decides not to use it against a Saber. Very wise on the side of DreamHack. Very picky about who they're using these ultimates against. Definitely don't want to use it against some of the tankier members. Want to save that for a lot of these engagements. Save it for some of the squishier members of the side of Octa Gaming. Lucy now coming in from the side, looking for a way in onto this turtle. Is not going to be able to find it as King picks it up again. Gets walled out there. Titanic Charge as well out there. We do the glorious pathway out, is still looking for the damage coming out. King in trouble. Mystic Gush now with the Violet Requiem, and Yuji finds a kill onto King on the backside. Thanatos able to find the kill onto Shikitse as Lucy finds one onto Blink. 3 players down for the side of a DreamHack. Zeus in trouble, taken down by Lucy.
Yeah, so now 4 players down for DreamHack here. Octa Gaming with a huge team fight. They waited for the right time after DreamHack's initiation here. Fury of the Phoenix for Octa Gaming Yuji, and then like Thanatos came on the team fight later and got with the Shadow Kiru to get the rest of the kills here. So 4 players down for DreamHack. Octa Gaming taking this advantage and taking down the first tower on the top side. Very interesting early / mid game here for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, and it was very interesting too because of how patient Thanatos was, waiting to see for that Mystic Gush to come out. As soon as the Mystic Gush came out, he had his target, immediately quad shadowed into Shikitse, found themselves a kill onto there. So this is something that DreamHack is gonna have to keep and understand their big pop-up plans. Violet Requiem is out, followed by the Mystic Gush, and unfortunately, Shikitse in trouble. Shadow kill. The rest of the team tries to join in to negate the damage. Thanatos might be in trouble, and is that going to be enough? Down goes Thanatos. King picking up the kill.
Shaikichi, you have 1000 of IQ here. Did you see what she did? When she was the target of the Shadow Kill from Hayabusa, she went through the Golden Crab to divide the damage caused by Hayabusa. I think that it was the reason that she wasn't taken down on this pick-off try here for Octa Gaming. But now the lore here is started by DreamHack. Here we go, Private.
But yeah, you see Shikitse hiding up in the bush. We do have a V2 is going to be able to pick up a tower up at top. King finds himself the first lord of this game. Pop-up lands on a Saber. We do have the Mystic Gush out, does not find a kill, but DreamHack pick themselves up the first lord of the game.
Yeah, the Lord here guaranteed by DreamHack. The focus now can be on in the mid lane. 6 kills for Octa Gaming. A goal lead here. Just a little bit ahead for 500 for the Dragon Boys. But what matters now is the Lord heading on the bottom lane with still the tower number 2 on that side. Meanwhile, the rest of the players are heading on the top side.
Yeah, you can see them up there at the top trying to create some of that pressure. Zeus, ooh, he's going to have a shadow kill. Latched onto him. Shikitse is right there to share some of that damage. Are they going to be able to find a kill onto Thanatos? Out comes the stun from the Fury of the Phoenix. Goo trying to find the damage onto Thanatos on the back end and finds the kill onto the Octa Gaming jungler. V2 able to reply, but they no longer have their jungler on the side of Octa.
Yeah, Private, I saw the delay here. Oh, here come.
Yeah, big Violet Requiem followed by the Mystic Gush. Saber getting bursted down. The final damage coming out from Zeus as you have the Lord at the bottom beginning his push. DreamHack starting to find their way through the mid lane.
Yeah, so I saw the delay here in the broadcast, and Shikitse did what I thought. She moved to the Golden Crab to divide, to share the damage caused by Hayabusa's ultimate. He was like, clever here by Shikitse. But now, DreamHack heading on the mid lane here, taking down the tower number 1. The focus can be on number 2, but Yuji clean the minion wave here, and now DreamHack is waiting for more.
Yeah, and right now, DreamMax have to be patient. Mystic Gush coming out there trying to pay down V2. Shaikiche with the kill there as the rest of Octa Gaming looking for the engagement. Shaikiche is able to find the flicker over the wall. Saber in trouble, gets hit with the T-charge as well. Shaikiche finds a kill there as well. Down comes the shadow kill on the side. Thanatos TZ in trouble, gets bursted down by Zeus.
My goodness, another team fight here for the DreamX with the 3 players down from Octa Gaming. The focus is the high ground towers on the bottom lane here with the superior numbers. Goo does the front line. Oh, Goo. Goo. What is that? Okay.
I mean, it happens once in a while. Goo still has a pretty miraculous game right now. 1, 3, and 8 right now on that glue pickup. So, I mean, still manning away here. 9 to 10 right now. About a 2K gold lead for the side of DreamMax, but I feel like their preparedness that they have for this Hayabusa pick, I mean, just the way they're able to deal with the quad shadows and the shadow kill, the way that they encompass and immediately close ranks around each other to make sure that they can negate most of that damage. Out comes the stun. Is that going to be enough? Glorious Pathway laid down onto the ground, and the Mystic Gush trying to make mincemeat of the Saber King on the backside, taking a lot of damage, has to find the disengagement. V2 finds himself a Lord here, but the rest of DreamMax looking for the kill. Are they going to be able to find it? Flicker comes forward onto Yuji. Might be in trouble there. Zeus finding himself a kill onto the mid laner of Octa Gaming.
The law was for Octa Gaming here, but the price is too high. They lost 2 players in the process. Now DreamX is taking causing the pressure on the mid lane. Could be the final push here, Private.
Yeah, Demonic Force is out as well. Glorious Pathway laid down. They're going to try to make mincemeat of this Phoveus, who gets dusted by Zeus. Out comes the Mystic Gush. Claims a double kill for Shaikiche. Enemy is wiped out. DreamMax, against all odds, able to find a series victory over Octa Gaming.
Once again here with the guard. DreamX survives in the competition. 3-1 versus Octa Gaming, Zena.
What a match that was, but DreamMax came up on top. It shows how far they have come along, taking out Octa here, securing their place in the playoffs. We are going to say goodbye to our team Octa.
Yeah.
See you later, Octa Gaming.
Man, I need a towel or a handkerchief or something so bad. I feel like a Southern Baptist preacher right now. Man, what an intense game here for DreamMax, pulling out all of the stops here at the lower bracket to find themselves a victory over the mountain that has basically been in their nightmares since the Swiss stage. Octa Gaming, who in the last 2 series have swept DreamMax. DreamMax somehow finding it in them to find themselves a series victory. Not just a series victory, but a dominant series victory over Octa Gaming.
Yeah, so we were checking the stats here. 15 kills for DreamX in this last game. Goo with the glue here. Zeus working very well with Bruno. Not only to survive when Octa Gaming trying to take him down on the top side, as we were seeing in the early game, but to get this damage enough to to compensate and to follow with the Mystic Gush coming out from Shaikiche with the King and the Jump and the Requiem Violet, for example. So it worked so well on a DreamX composition, the Zeus performance here. So as we were talking about like Goo and Zeus, and somehow not somehow, but because they are good, they have have potential, you know. But now they woke up on the series here. Like it was a good time to wake up here to guarantee DreamX not only the victory but the survival and the competition here in the lower bracket. So DreamX did an amazing job. Everything once again, like the wall, the tectonic charge, the Mystic Gush here coming out from Shaikiche, and the Requiem Violet coming out from DreamX. It was such a wombo combo that is fantastic here coming out by the Dragon boys. Even then with the Natos was trying to chase down Shaikichi trying to neutralize her. Like, okay, I think that she died once, only one again. Yes, only one again on this game as well. Also, so Shaikichi once again, like with an astonishing performance here. See, it was on that time. Oh, if we didn't see that. She moved to the Golden Crab to share the damage. That's why she didn't die once again here on Tanato's hand. So once again, DreamX did an amazing job. Congratulations to Octa Gaming. They were really good since at the beginning here. It was a good surprise, winning like against almost everyone here. I think that the only loss that they got was versus Entity 7 on the Swiss stage. But here now, DreamX was better than they, sorry, and they got the victory.
Yeah, and that just really kind of shows when it comes to the playoffs, that's where you really kind of have to kind of take off. The Swiss stage has to be your landing zone. That cannot be the coup de grace for your team. That cannot be all there is. When it comes to the playoffs, that's where you really need to open up, and that's where a lot of these teams have. Unfortunate for Octa Gaming, I feel like they met their matches in a lot of teams when it came to the playoffs here, especially DreamX. I mean, such a great amount of skills here when it comes to a lot of these compositions here. The combination of the Titanic Charge and the Violet Requiem was a huge deal here for the side of Octa Gaming. Combine that with the fact of the Mystic Gush from Shaikichi, huge amount of damage, and that Octa Gaming was not prepared for. But on the opposite side too, DreamX absolutely prepared for that Hayabusa pickup.
And there is no surprise. The MVP of everything is Shaikichi right here with 619 KDA, 59.9k total damage, 668 gold per minute on that Gord. They tried to get the Hayabusa on her, and that was it did nothing. She just shines at her positioning. She just knows what she needs to do to win the game.
Yeah, so here once again, Shaikichi well deserved the MVP. And now on that situation, I wanna mention not only about like Shaikichi's performance, but how DreamX prepared very well this Gord composition situation. Because I don't remember now, on the last match we saw a Gord, I believe it was with a Hilda, for example. There was no CC, there was no control coming out from that execution. So Gord didn't work so well on that game. But here you have the jump coming out from King from Guinevere. You have the wall, you have the Titanic Charge. So you have a lot of control coming out from DreamX Wombo combo here that gave Shaikichi to launch and give this Kamehameha all the time here for DreamX to win this game so far.
Well, yeah, I mean, when it comes to it, too, when you're talking about, we were talking about, yeah, a great composition for the Gord, a lot of appealing potential for them to be able to burst down. But not just that, but the team understood exactly what they needed to do against a Hayabusa pickup, too. Whether it was the immediate coming in for the shadow kill, you talked about Shaikichi running for the gold minion to try to disperse some of that damage off of her. We saw a couple other ones, too, and it wasn't just that, too. The rest of the team immediately closed ranks around her too to make sure that that damage came out there. Not just that too, there were other opportunities too where the team was immediately prepared for the quad shadow to come out. As soon as they saw the Hayabusa out there, they knew exactly around the map where they needed to be able to shut him down and make sure that he had no escape. I mean, a great prepared game here by DreamX, and it almost felt like they were baiting out the Hayabusa pickup. It was a surprise to me, but how prepared they were, it felt like they knew that the Hayabusa pickup was coming.
Yeah, for sure. Them building around and having that tanky front for Gord helped that out as well. Like, just being there to support her, and whenever Hayabusa did his ultimate, they were right there taking all the hits and sharing it. So there was no way for him to kind of take her out because they negated all of that damage, for sure.
Yeah, so and it's a way even better for DreamHack now, like especially to get this confidence for these players, especially when it comes to Goo and Zeus, for example, to the next round. So I believe the next round is going to be versus Infinity, and I believe that they already faced each other on Swiss stage, if I am not wrong. I'm looking up from here. So
they always had best of fives. I think.
Yeah,
they faced them in
DreamHack
the
and
actual
Infinity,
phase
they
2
were-
already.
yeah.
Infinity versus DreamHack.
Yeah,
And DreamHack beat them.
Yes, yeah, thank you. So it is like a more important, not just to get this victory, but to get this confidence from the whole team, to get the same page, to get this full synergy here to the next phase, which is gonna be a crucial and another do or die situation as well.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to, I mean, right now, as I'm trying to look at it right now, I mean, when you're talking about top or mid laners right now in the AMER tournaments, or even us, well, specifically the South right now. I mean, I dare put Shaikiche up there with Shin, with Frostlane Eve right now. I mean, she. It's almost kind of hard because Shaikiche has been able to shine here against so many opponents here, and I've talked about this before. Even when the losses come out, it's hard to judge Entity 7 to see how the mid lane would happen, how the mid lane would do when they're behind, because Entity 7's been so dominant. There's been very rare occurrences that they found themselves behind. So it's hard to judge if Shin would crumble under the pressure or something like that. I don't imagine he would. But man, Shaikiche really kind of showing out here against the competition here. The whole team stepped up too. I remember the first game, I was actually feeling a little bad. I'm like, all right, we gave a couple of critiques out there about Goo being able to step up, but man, let me tell you, if he was listening, bro, I'm sorry. he came around. Him and the marksman came around and absolutely proved their worth, that they were ready to step up to the plate there. Whether it was the Esmeralda, the glue pickup, Phobius, they did such an outstanding job, and that's what I've been saying all of this time, is there were those little hurdles that they needed to be this successful engine of DreamHack to be able to find some of these victories here. And especially, I absolutely did not have them over Octa Gaming on my bingo card at all. That is something that I feel like I think a lot of viewers kind of felt like Octa Gaming was going to be able to kind of clean this up very quickly, especially after taking that loss to another teams here as well. So man, kudos out to DreamHack and what they've been able to accomplish here thus far in the AMER South tournament.
Yes, for sure. DreamHack did an outstanding job, the way that they just brought a new team together and kind of found the ingredient to start dominating on the field over there. Even though they did go down to the loser bracket this time around, they are making their way, what they call it, submarining it, trying to get through the bottom half just to get back up there. So I feel like they have what it takes to kind of get back up to the top. So we'll see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, and it's like way even better now, proving that they could beat Octa Gaming, that we could consider it that was one of the DreamHack's kryptonites so far here on the tournament, because it was like two matches, and there was victory for Octa Gaming. So now DreamHack proved themselves that they can do, and they won Octa Gaming.
All right, yes, for sure. But we wouldn't be here without our sponsor, guys. Go to runestone.gg so you can be on top notch on your game, just like these players here in the tournament. Get that data and that real-time data from runestone.gg.
Yeah, and especially with the waves of improvement that we have seen from some of these teams, if you guys want to up your game just like that, look no further than the expertise and information that you can find on runestone.gg.
Yeah, thank you, Runestone, here to make this happen, to improve the gameplay for everyone, especially the community on MLBB scenario. So thank you, Runestone, for make these things happen.
Yes, for sure. They've been amazing. I already called it. These games were gonna go on like best of 5, best of 4. I thought they were fully all gonna go best of 5. The way that these teams have improved themselves from the Swiss stage, I kind of knew that they would take the time, and they have that drive to kind of stay in the playoffs, right? So for sure, just pulling it off and getting those many games in, even though 9Z did end up losing on that last match, they fought hard to try to stay in, for sure.
Very, very, very hard here. So now, okay, let's see what is about to happen, and I'm so excited to see now on the next weekend what is about to see on the lower bracket and probably the final of the upper bracket. Entity 7 versus Alpha 7 is gonna be huge, best of 5, and we are about to see Infinity versus DreamHack once again on the lower bracket. So it's gonna be like a miracle run for DreamHack here to reach the top, and if they want to be the champion. So things are getting like wilder and wilder, and like a small size, you know. So everything is happening.
Yeah, this is like I was saying, I'm actually quite excited because I was actually, like we said, we've had the pleasure of watching a lot of these teams work their way, even from the lowest of the seeding here. DreamHack, like I said, started out at the bottom 4 seeding here for AMER South, and somehow have just been putting in the work, making the changes that were necessary to find themselves toppling one mountain after another, and just have been doing such an exceptional job. All of these teams have been doing an exceptional job, but there's always that little shining that a lot of people, especially me, that I always have when it comes to like those dark horse or those underdog teams, to go from the bottom to working your way to defeating teams. Like I said, I thought from the beginning, the first week, I thought Octa Gaming was going to be about seed number 2 here in the AMER South here. There's still a very strong team here, but that just goes to show how much growth has happened with a lot of these teams, especially DreamHack, to be able to topple that. But like I said, especially when it's faced up against some of these titans that we have here in the South, like Alpha 7, Entity 7, who are going to be, that's going to be the Godzilla versus, I don't know what Godzilla, King Kong matchup up there that we're going to be seeing up there as well. So I'm very excited to see all of the matches that are going to be happening out here. And everybody else too, if you guys are watching this, make sure if you guys are excited, if you guys find these matches as intense as we do, go ahead, give us a thumbs up, a like, hit that subscribe button, the alerts, make sure that you guys know when the next streams will be coming up here for the AMER, for the AMER tournament, the MCT AMER.
Yes, and make sure you guys do check out MWI is happening right now. We were kind of promoting that earlier in the earlier streams that we've had. Be sure to check out the tournaments. They're gonna go on. I think today is kind of like the start of that. So for sure, check them out. The women are gonna be on the stage. So just like Shaikichi, you might find another gem there, right?
Yeah, so the MWI is happening. So make sure you follow. Make sure you stay tuned for this beautiful play games here with the MWI, with the ladies. They rock as well as always. So we are excited to see everything happening on MLBB ecosystem. Like if MCT AMER is out, is the MWI, is the MSC, the next M series coming out from MLBB. So this year is going to be amazing for MLBB.
All right. But let's go check out how our bracket is looking now as we move forward with this tournament.
Woo!
All right, what do we have here?
Well, I mean, as you've taken a look here, we've come, I believe we're kind of in the 4th round right now. Actually, yeah, Yeah, the fourth round right now, as we've seen a lot of these teams kind of that we've had to say goodbye to. Titan Esports Club, Black Sentence, unfortunately, 9Z and Octa, leaving with us with what we have left: Entity 7, Alpha 7, Infinity, and a DreamMax. It has been a huge road for some teams. Like I've said, a lot of me personally, I've grown attached to. I feel like I've watched some of these teams grow up from the crawling little babies to their teens right now, as we've watched some of these DreamMax all the way from round 1 here, making it this far as well. And then some of those teams that have been the stalwart, have been the standard since the beginning, like Entity 7 and Alpha 7. So it's been a huge honor to see a lot of these teams and what they've been able to put out here in the playoffs.
Yes, for sure. But let's not go anywhere right now. We're going to check out what we have coming up for you next week. Here we have, on Thursday, we're going to kick it off with Night Horror versus Leviathan. And then we're going to have an Alpha 7 North versus Vendetta.
Yeah, it's MCT AMER North getting wild as well here as MCT AMER South, Night Horror versus Leviathan, and Alpha 7 versus Vendetta. Like, some of the teams is with high expectations since the beginning from this tournament, as a Leviathan, for example, and Alpha 7. We got some like surprises as well, like as a U2 Esports, for example, or a Stamina. But now here we have the Night Horror versus Leviathan and Alpha 7 North versus Vendetta.
Yeah, that's going to be the upper bracket finals, I believe. Alpha 7 taking on Vendetta. So it's going to be very exciting matches for the North. One of those 4 teams that you see up there will, or actually 2 of those teams will be joining us in the live event. One of those teams will be facing South as well. So it's going to be very interesting to keep an eye out for all of those teams and what they can bring to the table.
Yes, we do have some very exciting matches coming up next. And we do want you guys to follow us on our social medias. Remember to follow us on MLBB Esports to keep up to date on all that is going on in the community in this tournament. And so you can be in the know.
So everything that is happening on the MLBB ecosystem, so you're about to know here on MLBB Esports. So make sure you follow our social networks. Make sure you follow us as well here, the beautiful casters here. So to know everything on MLBB, okay? So yeah.
Yeah, especially when it comes to all the action that you might have missed here. And man, if you missed the last series, I recommend that amongst anything. If you guys are just joining us right now at the last few minutes here of the broadcast, definitely check out that last series. But any other information that you might have missed, matches that you weren't able to make it for throughout the week, you can find that on MLBB Esports, and everything else that is related to North America, the MCT AMER tournament can be found there as well.
All right, guys. And with that, we close out day 6 of the MCT AMER South playoffs. Tonight delivered everything you could ask for: high pressure moments, clutch performances, and battles that push teams to their limits. For some teams, the journey continues, but for others, tonight marked the end of their playoff run. Thank you guys for spending a day with us, and we'll be back soon with more action, more stories, and more unforgettable moments here at the MCT AMER South.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much for your support, for your audience here on the chat, on the broadcast. Have a nice week, everyone. Drink water, don't forget. And we are about to see each other on the next weekend with more MCT AMER South.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure here and an honor to cast for the AMER South here, especially some of these most exciting games that we've had. But I know that as much as exciting as it has been today, it only gets a more and more energetic, more and more exciting next week when we see you guys again. Private Dancer signing out.
Bye. Everyone.
Yeah.